Chapter 550. Normally speaking, once one's cultivation reached the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm and the extraordinary bone frame pattern was comprehended to the 6th segment, one would possess the strength of a great master. However, the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm was easy, but the extraordinary bone frame pattern was difficult to comprehend to the 6th segment. Comprehending the bone frame pattern was different from comprehending the cultivation technique rank. When comprehending the cultivation technique rank, one might be stuck at a certain rank for many years, but there was still a chance to break through. As for the comprehension of the bone frame pattern, the higher the rank, the harder it would be. Normally speaking, the limit of the Battle Spirit Realm was the 6th segment. Beyond the 6th segment, one would need to reach the Primary Sea Realm to continue comprehending, but it was rare for anyone to reach this limit. Of course, comprehending the bone frame pattern was one thing. The strength of the awakened divine ability was also very important. For some of the weaker divine abilities, even if the bone frame pattern was comprehended to the 6th segment, they would still be a distance away from the great master level. For some of the stronger divine abilities, even if the bone frame pattern wasn't comprehended to the 6th segment, they might already have the strength of a great master. Apart from that, special bone frames and extraordinary bone frames were different. Comprehending the special bone frame pattern to the 5th segment was the same as comprehending the extraordinary bone frame pattern to the 6th segment. The 3 direct monarch class disciples of the Red Rainbow sect all had special bone frames. According to Li Fuchen's knowledge, the 3 of them had comprehended around the 5th segment of the special bone frame pattern. However, due to the different divine abilities that they awakened, their strength might be slightly different and wouldn't be equally powerful. In short, 7-star special bone frames comprehension of the pattern was actually equivalent to 8-star extraordinary bone frames. However, 7-star special bone frames perception might not be as powerful as 8-star extraordinary bone frames. Furthermore, their growth potential was much inferior. Li Fuchen's heart of blazing flame wasn't considered weak. Right now, the blazing flame pattern was already comprehended to 8 segments. If Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the 7th or 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm, his chi cultivation would be at the strength of a great master. After all, Li Fuchen's divine flame red rainbow technique was already at the highest rank. No matter what, I better comprehend the blazing flame pattern to the 6th segment as soon as possible. When the blazing flame pattern was comprehended to the 6th segment, there would be a qualitative change. By then, Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength would be close to the great master level. The Emperor Sky Continent's laws were complete, and it was several times easier for Li Fuchen to comprehend the blazing flame pattern compared to the 7-color continent. Li Fuchen's perception was already heaven-defying, making it several times easier to comprehend the blazing flame pattern. 9 segments. 599. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had been at the Emperor Sky Continent's Purple Mist Mountain for 4 months. During these 4 months, Li Fuchen was basically in a state of secluded cultivation. Occasionally, he would walk around the Purple Mist Mountain or its vicinity. On this day, the arena became bustling once more. Quick, go to the arena. Senior brother Yuan Long wants to challenge senior brother Bai Qiuming. Is that for real? Why would senior brother Yuan Long want to challenge senior brother Bai Qiuming? The number of Red Rainbow sect disciples on the Purple Mist Mountain was sometimes more and sometimes less. Recently, the Purple Mist Mountain had over a dozen Red Rainbow sect disciples, and it was much more lively than before. In just a short moment, over a dozen Red Rainbow sect disciples arrived at the vicinity of the contest stage, including Li Fuchen. Senior Yuan Long possesses the 7-star Arhut bone frame, while Senior Bai Qiuming possesses the 8-star spiritual eye bone frame. The chances of Senior Yuan Long winning this battle is very slim. Li Fuchen thought to himself, Yuan Long, one of the 3 direct monarch-class disciples of the Red Rainbow sect. By Qiuming, one of the 2 emperor-class disciples of the Red Rainbow sect. Purely in terms of status, the latter was naturally stronger. Purely in terms of strength, the latter was also stronger. However, in this world, all kinds of miracles could happen, and there was nothing absolute. It all depended on what trump card Yuanlong was going to use. On the contest stage, Yuanlong, who was around 5 meters in height and looked like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, was standing straight. Opposite him was the skinny Bai Qiuming. In terms of build, Yuanlong seemed like he could send Bai Qiuming flying with a single slap. But in everyone's eyes, Bai Qiuming was definitely an extremely horrifying existence. Therefore, they were guessing how many moves Yuanlong could withstand. 3 moves or 10 moves. No matter what, Yuanlong was a great master, and he wasn't a regular great master. I said before that I will give you a chance to challenge me. I didn't expect for you to use it so quickly. Bai Qiuming, who had a clean face and an indifferent expression, said indifferently. Yuanlong grinned and said, "How would you know if you don't try?" Emperor-class disciples were like a huge mountain that was pressing on everyone's head. Yuanlong wasn't willing to be inferior to anyone. So what if he was an 8-star bone frame? He, Yuanlong, would use his own hard work to surpass them. Make your move. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, it won't be difficult for you to become a 1-star general of the Red Moon Empire. Bai Qiuming stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at Yuanlong with an indifferent expression. That's right, he was looking down. Even if Yuanlong was half a body taller than him. Arhut, true body. Yuanlong burst out with a roar and instantly burst out with Arhut power, executing the Arhut true body divine ability. Yuanlong's body was expanding at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. In the blink of the eye, he grew from 5 meters to 100 meters tall. He stood there like a giant. Moreover, Yuanlong's body was emitting a golden halo. It had traces of eternal and immortal aura. The Arhut true body divine ability was a body refinement divine ability, and it could increase Yuanlong's strength by several times. The current Yuanlong was comparable to a great master level demon. Previously, you could only expand to 80 meters tall. This time, you are already 100 meters tall. Bai Qiuming raised his brows. With a thunderous voice, Yuanlong grinned and said, "Previously, my Arhut bone frame pattern wasn't comprehended to the 5th segment. It also means to say that you have comprehended the 5th segment. No wonder you dare to challenge me." Bai Qiuming understood now. Body refinement martial artists were extremely powerful, and Yuanlong was only able to comprehend the 5th segment of the body refinement bone frame pattern. But it was already enough for him to look down on regular great masters. "Receive my fist." Yuanlong didn't waste any time and smashed his hill-sized fist at Bai Qiuming. Before the fist arrived, the biting cold fist pressure had already solidified the air within a few miles. If regular battle spirit realm masters were to be in the fist pressure, they would immediately be smashed into smithereens and there wouldn't be any possibility of survival. The power of this fist is much stronger than Senior Lei Donghai and Senior Gu Juri. Li Fuchen, who had witnessed Lei Donghai and Gu Juri's moves, was very sensitive to the difference in strength. It was his spirit soul's instinct to observe the minute details. Shaking his head, Bai Qiuming extended his right hand and pressed down slowly. In everyone's eyes, Bai Qiuming's palm strike was mediocre. But in Yuanlong's and Li Fuchen's eyes, Bai Qiuming's palm strike was simply unbelievable. In Yuanlong's eyes, Bai Qiuming's palm strike was overwhelming and was simply covering the sun and moon. In Li Fuchen's eyes, Bai Qiuming's palm strike contained an intense hallucination, qi presence. "This is an illusion, Marshal." Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. The East Unicorn continent also had a few sects that were adept at illusion martial arts, but they were all very low class. Bai Qiuming's illusion martial art was definitely of a very high class. Apart from that, Bai Qiuming's 8-star spiritual eye bone frame was originally an illusion technique bone frame or ocular technique bone frame. It was extremely beneficial for illusion martial arts. PFFF. A large palm print appeared on Yuan Long's chest as he was sent flying. Senior Yuan Long is defeated. Li Fuqin let out a sigh. No one knew better than him how terrifying an illusion martial art was. In fact, Bai Qiuming's palm strike wasn't considered powerful and was barely at the great master level. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be able to injure Yuan Long. But the hallucination qi presence from the palm strike made Yuan Long hallucinate and think that he was injured. The subconscious was very shocking. Once one thought that he was injured, he would really be injured. Chapter 551. Unfortunately, you won't even be able to take one of my attacks. Bai Qiuming shook his head. With a flash, he vanished without a trace. Wow. Yuan Long, who had just stood up, spat out another mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. Almost all the ribs in his chest were broken, or rather, they were broken by himself. It's still not working. Yuan Long murmured. He knew how terrifying Yuan Long was. This time he thought that he could resist the opponent's fantasy martial arts, but he didn't expect to lose so easily. Spiritual awareness attack and illusion attack are enough to make the combat system unbalanced. Li Fuqin lamented. Seriously speaking, if Bai Qiuming did not use his illusory arts, it would be a problem for him to even reach the level of a great grandmaster. However, once he used his illusory arts, he would probably reach the level of a king-level grandmaster. For example, if he didn't use his spiritual awareness attack, he would only be at the level of a top-notch grandmaster. However, once he used his spiritual awareness attack, he would be able to reach the level of a great grandmaster. The principle was the same. Senior brother Bai Qiuming is already so powerful. I wonder how powerful the 2-star generals and 3-star generals of the Red Moon Empire are. Although Bai Qiuming was strong, he was only a 1-star general. In the future, he might become a 2-star general, but that was the future. Currently, the Red Rainbow sect had 2 generals. Bai Qiuming was a 1-star general and was at the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm. The other was the Emperor-class disciple, Chu Wu, who was at the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm and was a 2-star general. In fact, any Emperor-class disciple from a Monarch-class faction could become a general. After all, Emperor-class disciples had 8-star bone frames, and 8-star bone frames were the pinnacle bone frames in the Emperor's Sky Continent. As for 9-star bone frames, even Emperor-class factions rarely had them. Emperor-class factions only had more 8-star bone frames. Of course, not every Monarch-class faction had an 8-star bone frame. In fact, most of the Monarch-class factions didn't even have an 8-star bone frame. Whether one could possess an 8-star bone frame would depend on the luck of the sect. For countless years, the number of 8-star bone frames that appeared in the Red Rainbow sect didn't exceed the fingers on one hand. For the past few centuries, there were only 2, and they were Chu Wu and Bai Qiuming. 2 weeks later, Li Fuqin's blazing flame bone frame pattern was finally comprehended to the 6th segment. From now onwards, there would be no more blazing flame bone frame patterns to comprehend, unless Li Fuqin's blazing flame bone frame could be upgraded to the 7-star grade. But herbs that could upgrade a 6-star bone frame to a 7-star bone frame would at least be a heaven-class mid-tier herb. Heaven-class mid-tier herbs were extremely rare to begin with, and heaven-class mid-tier root herbs were 10 to 10 times rarer. Without great opportunities and great luck, one could forget about it. At least at the Battle Spirit Realm, one shouldn't even think about it. After comprehending the blazing flame pattern to the 6th segment, Li Fuqin's heart of blazing flame had a significant increase in power. Once he burst out with the divine ability, his chest would be covered with blazing flame patterns, just like a blazing flame tattoo. Li Fuqin reckoned that the most complete heart of blazing flame would be covering the entire body with blazing flame patterns. But the heart of blazing flame required the support of a 9-star bone frame. I have reached the end of my flame divine ability. Now I can focus on my sword Tao. There was a big difference between multitasking and single-mindedness. No matter how high one's comprehension was, multitasking was not as easy as single-mindedly focusing one's mind. Li Fuqin was planning to choose one of the 6 Earth-class peak-tier sword arts to tackle and increase his sword intent to Heaven-class low-tier. The 6 Earth-class peak-tier sword arts that Li Fuqin learned were the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, Flowing Flame Sword Art, Sky Ring Sword Art, Impermanence Sword Art, Grand Wind Sword Art, and Meteor Sword Art. Among them, the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, Streaming Flame Sword Art, and Meteor Sword Art were Fire Path Sword Arts. The Skywheel Sword Technique and Impermanence Sword Technique were both Taoless sword techniques. Grand Wind Sword Art was a Wind Path Sword Art. He didn't consider the Lawless Sword Art or the Wind Tao Sword Art for now. Li Fuqin's target was the 3 Fire Tao Sword Arts. After all, he had already comprehended the Blazing Flame Bone Frame pattern to the 6th segment and had a deep understanding of the Fire Law. It was naturally much easier for him to tackle the Fire Tao Sword Art. After some consideration, Li Fuqin chose the Flowing Flame sword style. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration was too extreme. The difficulty of raising one's sword intent was too high. The Meteor Sword Art was even more extreme than the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, and it was even more difficult to raise one's sword intent. Only the Streaming Flame Sword Art was more balanced. But before tackling the Streaming Flame Sword Art, Li Fuqin had to continue comprehending the Joint Heaven sword pattern. Li Fuqin had already comprehended the first layer of the Joint Heaven sword pattern. The second layer of the Seal's sword pattern was already 90% comprehended and was around 93%. Similar to the first layer of the Seal's sword pattern. At the later stages, the difficulty of comprehending the sword pattern would drastically increase. The difficulty of comprehending the sword pattern was several times harder than the bone frame pattern. Of course, once Li Fuqin comprehended the second layer of the Seal's sword pattern, he would be able to undo the second layer of the Seal and might obtain a Heaven-class, low-tier sword art. But that was rather far away. Without 2 to 3 years, Li Fuqin didn't believe that he would be able to undo the second layer of the Seal on the Joint Heaven sword. Once he could undo the second layer of the Seal, he would actually become a Heaven-class, low-tier sword pattern master and would be able to brand Heaven-class, low-tier sword patterns on swords. There were 2 reasons why Li Fuqin wanted to comprehend the Joint Heaven sword pattern. Firstly, it was to undo the second layer of the Seal on the Joint Heaven sword as soon as possible. The second reason was to increase the Streaming Flame Sword Art's sword intent. The Streaming Flame Sword Art was a Fire Tao sword art and contained the Fire Tao laws and Sword Tao laws. Li Fuqin's Fire Tao laws were rather proficient, and he definitely had to strengthen his Sword Tao laws. The Joint Heaven sword pattern contained the extreme Sword Tao laws. With the 2 of them working together, it was very possible to increase the sword intent. After concentrating on comprehending the Joint Heaven sword pattern, Li Fuqin realized that he had neglected the Joint Heaven sword pattern in the past. If he had concentrated on deducing the sword pattern, he might have already undone the second layer of the Seal on the Joint Heaven sword. But it was hard to satisfy both sides. If he had concentrated on deducing the sword pattern, he probably wouldn't have broken through to the battle spirit realm. Therefore, it wasn't a matter of regret. The Joint Heaven sword pattern was awe-inspiring like the Heaven Tao. Every time Li Fuqin comprehended the Joint Heaven sword pattern, he would lament at his insignificance. In his eyes, the sword pattern was like the Heaven Tao's meridians and the origin of the Sword Tao. He knew how it was, but he didn't know why it was. The sword pattern has been comprehended to 95%. 2 months later, Li Fuqin had already been at the Emperor Sky Continent's Purple Mist Mountain for half a year. On this day, Li Fuqin's body was emitting a biting cold Sword Tao Qi presence. After comprehending the joint heaven sword's sword pattern to 95%, Li Fuchen felt that the heaven and earth in his eyes had changed. Everything had a meridian to speak of. These meridians were like the trajectory of the sword art. If one slashed along these meridians, they would be able to exhibit terrifying power. It was just like the sword pattern being branded on the sword equipment, allowing the sword equipment's power to increase drastically. Sword pattern masters aren't as simple as I imagined. In the past, Li Fuchen had always thought that sword pattern masters were just support, but now he didn't think so. When the sword pattern proficiency reached a certain level, it would obviously increase the swordsman's strength. Li Fuchen picked up a withered tree branch from the ground. There were sword patterns that were curved and extended on the withered tree branch. In the blink of the eye, the withered tree branch was emitting an extremely horrific sword Dao Qi presence. It felt like a simple thrust was able to pierce through the void. It is about time to increase the flowing flame sword intent. Chapter 552. It wasn't easy to upgrade the flowing flame sword intent. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to use the first 3 moves of the flowing flame sword art as the foundation to create the 4th move. The flowing flame sword art didn't just contain the quintessence of the flowing flame sword intent. It would also be fused with brand new blazing fire laws and sword Dao laws. Once it was successfully created, it would definitely be a heaven-class, low-tier sword move. Even the weakest heaven-class, low-tier sword move was still a heaven-class sword move, and the power wasn't something earth-class peak-tier sword moves could compare with. On a desolate mountain near the Purple Mist Mountain, there was a figure standing there. He would occasionally brandish his sword and release a flaming sword light that was like flowing water. When creating the 4th move of the flowing flame sword art, Li Fuchen had a concept in his mind. This move had to be gentle and also fiery enough. The blazing fire laws naturally couldn't be gentle. Therefore, the sword Dao laws had to be gentle. At this moment, the benefits of cultivating countless sword arts were here. Li Fuchen felt as though there were countless sword moves flashing in his mind. As long as there was a trace of something useful in these sword moves, it would be extracted and fused into the 4th move of the flowing flame sword art. Gradually, the 4th move of the flowing flame sword art was getting more refined and stronger. Of course, Li Fuchen would take some detours during this period of time. But with Li Fuchen's ability, he would quickly correct himself and extract some sword Dao essences that seemed useful, but were actually useless. Not right, it isn't gentle enough. Not right, it isn't fiery and tyrannical enough. Not right, it is too neutral and peaceful. Li Fuchen perfected it again and again, and denied it again and again. In Li Fuchen's plan, if this move could release a fine strand of blazing sword light, it would be considered a success. Right now, it was just a flowing stream of blazing sword light, and it was just slightly stronger than the flowing flame edge. Immersed in the sword art, Li Fuchen couldn't feel the elapse of time. In his eyes, apart from the sword art, there was nothing else. This child's perception is so high that both you and I are probably inferior. In the void not far away, there were 2 indistinct figures that appeared out of nowhere. One of the figures was actually the skinny elder, Elder Han. The other was naturally an inner sect elder from the Red Rainbow sect. As primary sea realm monarchs, the 2 of them had a certain degree of control over nature. They could alter the refraction of light and isolate themselves from spiritual awareness. If they didn't want to, even a great grandmaster wouldn't be able to detect their presence. Elder Han nodded and said, "You and I might be primary sea realm monarchs, but our perception is only comparable to battle spirit realm emperor-class disciples. This child's perception is obviously superior to regular emperor-class disciples. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the perception. The perception of a primary sea realm monarch was naturally incomparable to a 7-star battle spirit realm bone frame. Only 8-star bone frames were comparable. If it was a law phase realm emperor, then only the legendary 9-star bone frames would be comparable. As for saints, They were existences that transcended the mortal world and entered into sainthood. No one knew how powerful their perception was. Perhaps they could create a horrifying heaven-class martial art with a single thought. Li Fuqin might be immersed in the creation of the sword art, but his powerful spirit soul made Li Fuqin vaguely feel that someone was spying on him. Li Fuqin didn't recklessly release his spiritual awareness, as he knew clearly that the person spying on him should be a primary C realm monarch. Furthermore, it was a primary C realm monarch from the Red Rainbow sect. Li Fuqin subconsciously slowed down his sword move derivation as he didn't want to attract too much attention. After a moment, the feeling of being spied on vanished. Li Fuqin let out a turbid breath and continued to derive the sword move. The flowing flame sword art's route is to condense fire into water. This newly created move of mine must condense fire into threads. Water and threads were both very soft, but threads were more extreme. Think about it. The blazing sword light that contained horrific power was compressed into a thread. Once it burst out, how powerful would the power be? According to Li Fuqin's estimations, the power would be several times stronger than the flowing flame sword art. As time elapsed, Li Fuqin's flowing flaming sword light was getting thinner by the day. Thickness of a wrist, thickness of 2 fingers, thickness of a finger, thickness of a chopstick. When the sword light reached the thickness of a chopstick, the power was already very horrific. When the sword was brandished, it felt like the world was going to be split apart. The sword light extended to an extremely far place. Just with this sword move, even if I don't stack the secret technique, my chi cultivation strength is already close to the great master level. Li Fuqin's sword intent condensed, and his eyes were sharp. As compared to the first 3 moves of the flowing flame sword art, the 4th move's power was increased by 2 times, and it was much stronger than Li Fuqin's expectations. To be serious, the current 4th move of the flowing flame sword art was considered a quasi-heaven class sword move. It is a pity that when executing this sword move, I can't stack the perfect circle dipper chi and the bronze sword essence. Once they are stacked, I won't be able to execute this sword move. This sword move has an extremely high requirement for the mind. Transmuting the divine flame red rainbow chi into the bronze sword chi is already my limit. It is impossible to stack the perfect circle dipper chi, and I can't even fuse the blazing flame power. Li Fuqin felt it was a pity. If he could stack the perfect circle dipper chi and fuse the blazing flame power, he would be able to reach the great master level with just his chi cultivation strength. Great masters were able to exchange moves with weaker, first-level primary C realm monarchs. Even if they weren't a match, they wouldn't be defeated in a single clash. There is no need to hurry. My current strength isn't weak, and I can already clash head-on with Hua Tiancheng and Situ Jun. With my spiritual awareness attack, I will be able to defeat regular great masters. Previously, Li Fuqin was able to defeat Hua Tiancheng and Situ Jun by relying on his spiritual awareness attack. Without his spiritual awareness attack, he wouldn't be a match for the duo. Right now, he already had combat strength that was comparable with Hua Tiancheng and Situ Jun. With his spiritual awareness attack, he was naturally much stronger than before. The sword light was getting thinner. From the thickness of a chopstick, it was gradually turning into the thickness of a pin. But at this step, Li Fuqin was stuck. Should I remove this trace of sword Dao essence, or remove that trace of sword Dao essence? Li Fuqin frowned. This sword contained hundreds of sword art essences, and within each sword art essence, there were countless minute sword Dao essences. A trace of sword Dao essence might seem insignificant, but when it was used in the sword move's composition, it was enough to trigger a chain reaction. Everything in the world was originally made up of the weakest and tiniest substances. If any of the substances had a problem, it would affect the existence of everything else. Li Fuqin pondered for 3 days. During the 3 days, Li Fuqin stood there motionlessly like a stone statue. Huff! The The wind blew, and the fallen leaves danced in the air. A condensed sword will suddenly burst out, and the falling leaves in the sky turned into ashes. I see. Li Fuchen's heart was suddenly enlightened. Go. Li Fuchen drew the flaming snake sword and slashed at the barren mountain on the opposite side. Without any sound or presence, a scarlet and bright sword thread sliced at the barren mountain. There was an extremely fine sword scar on the surface of the barren mountain. In normal situations, this sword scar wouldn't attract any attention. But right now, this sword scar was emitting a scarlet radiance that was like lava. Rumble! The sword scar melted and exploded. There was a long and narrow opening in the middle of the barren mountain. In an instant, there was a burst of lava, and the scorching and tyrannical sword intent had changed the color of the world. This sword move shall be called Flowing Merciless Edge. Chapter 5:53. The Flowing Merciless Edge was definitely a heaven-class sword move. This move contained an unimaginably concentrated, blazing sword Dao law. If this wasn't the Emperor's Sky continent and was a low-tier continent, the Flowing Merciless Edge's sword intent would be able to last for a long time. Once regular battle spirit realm masters entered the range of the sword intent, they would immediately be incinerated into ashes. Why were low-tier continents able to restrict battle spirit realm masters and primary sea realm monarchs, but unable to restrict law phase realm emperors? It was because law phase realm emperors possessed laws and intents that couldn't be restricted by the continent willpower of low-tier continents. It wasn't as simple as strength. With this move, Flowing Merciless Edge, Li Fuchen's Qi cultivation strength had officially stepped into the Great Master level. Furthermore, even among the Great Masters, he wasn't a regular existence and was comparable to Lei Donghai, Gujuri, and even Yuanlong. I have been in the Emperor's Sky continent for half a year. It is time for me to travel. After cultivating for half a year, even Li Fuchen felt rather stifled. South Mountain City was one of the 10 cities in the South Sun County. It was backed by the famed mountain, South Mountain. The Emperor's Sky continent had a huge population, and just within the South Mountain City's borders, there were a few 100 million people. Of course, the South Mountain City was the main city, and there are hundreds of counties within the borders. Therefore, most of the population was in the hundreds of counties, while the main city only had a few tens of millions of people. After arriving at the South Mountain City, Li Fuchen knew what prosperity was. The South Mountain City spanned over 1,000 miles, and the roads were as wide as plazas. It was enough for dozens of horses to travel side by side. There were shops on both sides that were densely packed, and there were countless of them. Some of the shops that had a rather robust background were as tall as 7 or 8 floors, or over a dozen floors. They were standing there like palaces, and there were plenty of such shops. A single street's prosperity was comparable to a city on the East Unicorn continent. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised. He was surprised because there were too many battle spirit realm masters along the way. On the streets, in the tea houses, inns, and shops, battle spirit realm masters could be seen everywhere. Li Fuchen reckoned that the number of battle spirit realm masters in the South Mountain City was probably comparable to the Red Rainbow Sect's Red Soil continent. However, it was normal after thinking about it. The higher the continent's grade, the denser the laws and qi. The denser the laws and qi, the higher the grade of the human bone frame. In the East Unicorn continent, most people had normal bone frames. In the 7-color continent, the majority of people were 1 or 2 star bone frames, and there weren't many ordinary bone frames. In the Emperor's Sky continent, most of the people were probably 2 or 3 star bone frames. As such, there were naturally plenty of 4-star, 5-star, and even 6-star bone frames. Furthermore, with the abnormally concentrated law and energy, as long as there were enough high-grade cultivation techniques, for star bone frames would probably have a trace of hope to progress to the battle spirit realm. It's the same continent, but the difference is too great. Li Fuchen shook his head. The South Mountain City spanned over 1,000 miles. Due to the array restriction within the city, it was impossible to fly. After half a day, Li Fuchin had only visited a corner of the South Mountain City. Go, giddy up, get lost. On the spacious street, dozens of knights swept past like a whirlwind. Even though many commoners tried to dodge, many of them were still sent flying and vomiting blood. Fortunately, the commoners here were all at least at the origin realm or even the earth realm. A casual collision wouldn't kill them. These knights were all at the battle spirit realm, and the leaders were all at the high level of the battle spirit realm. He wasn't riding a horse, but a strange spirit beast with goat horns and wings. These spirit beasts were very famous in the South Mountain City and were called the Wind Travel Spirit Beasts. They were Class 5 spirit beasts, and once they burst forth with speed, they would be comparable to Class 6 low-tier demonic beasts. Furthermore, they were reared by the South Mountain City Lord Residents, and it was hard for outsiders to purchase them. It is the City Lord Residence's third young lady, hurry up and dodge. The commoners that recognized the identity of these knights were silently cursing their bad luck. They pulled the people beside them and quickly opened up a path. The City Lord Residence's third young lady is rather awe-inspiring. Among the crowd, Li Fuchin took a glance at the leader, who was dressed in pale yellow clothes and had an arrogant look on her face. He thought to himself, the City Lord Residence's third young lady was indeed awe-inspiring. In the Red Moon Empire, each city lord was an existence that couldn't be provoked, let alone monarch-class factions. Even monarch-class factions that had half-emperors wouldn't be willing to provoke the City Lord Residents. It could be said that in the South Mountain City, the City Lord Residence was the strongest faction, and the City Lord Residence's third young lady was naturally like a young overlord that no one dared to provoke. In the afternoon, Li Fuchin arrived outside of an 18-story restaurant. This restaurant was called the Soaring Rain Restaurant. From the passers-by, Li Fuchin found out that this Soaring Rain Restaurant was rather famous and was ranked top 30 among the thousands of restaurants in the South Mountain City. Of course, the Soaring Rain Restaurant's expenses were very high. Even on the first floor, without a few thousand low-grade spirit stones, one wouldn't be able to enjoy a meal. As for the 12th floor and above, the expenses would easily be a few tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Those that didn't have millions of wealth wouldn't dare to go up. After all, a single meal would cost tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Even if one had millions of wealth, it would only be enough to drink 100 times. The expenses were too high. If one was a little more extravagant, a single meal might cost 100,000 or a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Customer, please come in. Walking into the inn, a waiter who was at the high levels of the earth realm quickly came over to welcome him. Are the 12th floor and above full? Li Fuchin inquired. It was Li Fuchin's first time in the Emperor's Sky Continent City, and he didn't wish to be too stingy. He wanted to see why the wines here were worth so much spirit stones. The waiter said, Customer, the 13th and 14th floors are already full. There are still 5 tables on the 15th floor. But what about the expenses on the 15th floor? The expenses on the 15th floor weren't cheap. The cheapest pot of wine would cost 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones aren't a problem. Just bring me up. All right. The waiter had sharp eyes. He might not know Li Fuchin's exact cultivation level, but after seeing plenty of battle spirit realm masters, he naturally understood that Li Fuchin was a genuine battle spirit realm master. A battle spirit realm master would have a wealth of over 1 million low-grade spirit stones. As for reneging on a debt, let alone a battle spirit realm master, even a primary sea realm monarch wouldn't dare to do so. This was the South Mountain City, and not some county city. After arriving at the 15th floor, Li Fuchin was shocked again. The decorations here were very exquisite. Be it the tables, chairs, or carpets, they were all priceless. The spirit chi was condensed and didn't scatter. Some of the decorations on the walls were obviously low-class cardinal artifacts, especially those paintings or calligraphy pieces. They had profound intents and actually contained profound laws. They were at least drawn and written by a calligraphy master. As compared to the Emperor's Sky Continent, the East Unicorn Continent is simply a countryside. The Red Soil Continent is just a county city. Li Fuchen shook his head again and felt that his horizons had been broadened. Li Fuchen took a glance at the menu. The wines here were indeed very expensive. The cheapest wine was called Bamboo Leaf Green, and a pot was worth 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The most expensive wine was called Rainbow Gaudy, and it was actually worth 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Apart from the wines, there were all sorts of desserts. The desserts were much cheaper, but a stack of desserts was at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Give me a pot of multicolored sky and a small desserts banquet. Chapter 554. After a while, the wine and desserts were served. Pouring a glass of wine, Li Fuchen sized it up. In this multicolored sky, the wine lived up to its name. It was colorful, and its taste was complex and ever-changing. I wonder how it tastes. Li Fuchen finished half a cup in a single gulp. Delicious! As the alcohol entered his stomach, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He had never drunk such delicious wine before. The Red Rainbow sect might have fine wines, and some of them were even more expensive than the multicolored sky, but the taste was inferior to the multicolored sky. It made sense. The Soaring Rain restaurant was ranked top 30 among the thousands of restaurants in South Mountain City. So how could their wine be simple? The wine brewing recipe must have been modified over 1,000 times. The Red Rainbow sect's wine mainly had good brewing ingredients, but their brewing recipe was definitely inferior to the Soaring Rain restaurant. Furthermore, the Red Rainbow sect didn't have any incredible wine brewing grandmasters. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's worth it. Li Fuchen felt his mood getting better. After finishing a cup of wine, Li Fuchen poured another cup and used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of dessert and stuffed it into his mouth. The dessert melted in his mouth, and the feeling was indescribable. Amazing! How could Li Fuchen not know that the ingredients for brewing fine wine and desserts weren't considered much? The seven-color continent might not be comparable to the Emperor's Sky Continent, but the Soaring Rain restaurant was only ranked top 30 in the South Mountain City. It wasn't a top-ranked restaurant in the South Sun County or the Red Moon Empire. In terms of ingredients, the Soaring Rain restaurant wasn't superior to the Red Rainbow sect, but in terms of brewing recipes, the Red Rainbow sect was far superior. Of course, this was mainly because the two had different goals. The aim of the restaurant was to have good drinks and good food. The Red Rainbow sect's target was powerful effects, and the taste wasn't bad. After a meal of wine, Li Fuchen was not satisfied and ordered another serving. This time he ordered a pot of mid-grade wine worth 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, 7 moon days, and ordered a large dessert banquet. The taste of the 7th moon sky was even better than the multicolored sky. As for the dessert banquet, there were a few desserts that couldn't be ordered individually and were only included in the dessert banquet. The taste left Li Fuchen with endless aftertastes and felt that all the food he ate in the past was wasted. With such a good taste, it's hard for business not to be good. Li Fuchen lamented. If even he wanted to visit again, those Battle Spirit Realm masters who had tasted the delicacies would naturally come again in the future. Brother Jean, you are really lucky this time. You only spent 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to gamble for a celestial stone worth 530 mid-grade spirit stones. You should treat me to this wine. Didn't I already invite him? Besides, it's not like you don't know that I've wasted hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones in the past. What is a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? Master Wei spent 500 mid-grade spirit stones to buy a piece of heaven stone or in the south of the city yesterday and ended up with nothing. 500 mid-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 5 million low-grade spirit stones. How can I compare to Master Wei? Master Wei is a famous great master refiner who can refine top-grade Earth-level weapons. His net worth is dozens of times that of mine. The 15th floor was filled with private rooms, each of which was covered by a soundproof array formation. But with Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, the Soaring Rain restaurant's array wasn't able to stop him. In an exquisite and luxurious private room, 3 battle spirit realm masters were drinking wine. From their conversation, Li Fuchen found out that there was a stone gambling den in the South Mountain City. This stone gambling den gambled on Heavenstone ores. The so-called Heavenstone was a mystical stone that contained heaven and earth laws. When a martial artist comprehended the profound laws within the Heavenstone, it would allow one's foundation to be stronger. In the future, it would be easier to comprehend martial arts. After all, the essence of martial arts was also the profound laws. However, the stone gambling den gambled on Heavenstone ores. Heavenstone ores were innately able to isolate spiritual awareness. Even a law phase realm member would find it hard to see anything from a piece of Heavenstone ore. Therefore, no one knew if a piece of Heavenstone or had a Heavenstone or not. If there was no Heavenstone, it would definitely be a worthless piece of rock and would be worthless. If there was a Heavenstone, it would have to depend on the size and grade of the Heavenstone. Heavenstones were separated into 5 grades: subpar grade, low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and peak grade. A regular fist-sized subpar grade Heavenstone would be worth a few hundred mid-grade spirit stones. If it was a fist-sized low-grade Heavenstone, it would be shocking and would be worth at least 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In the stone gambling world, there was a saying, 1 saber in heaven, 1 saber in hell. If the gamble was won, it would be heaven. If the gamble was lost, it would be hell. After all, Heavenstone ores that looked good were worth plenty of mid-grade spirit stones. Some people gambled with their entire wealth and ended up losing everything. Some people just casually bought a piece and instantly became rich. This stone gambling is rather interesting. Li Fuchen smiled. He withdrew his spiritual awareness and entered another private room. Did you hear? 3 days ago, the Mount Wu Sword Sect, Paradise Cult, and Horizontal Saber Sect worked together and attacked the Sky Fire Hall. They killed plenty of Primary Sea realm monarchs from the Sky Fire Hall. Ultimately, the Sky Fire Hall had no choice but to leave the Emperor's Sky Continent through the teleportation array. How can I not hear about it? This matter is spreading like wildfire. I just don't know how the Sky Fire Hall provoked 3 monarch-class factions to attack together. Among them, the Paradise Cult is a half-emperor-class faction. If a half-emperor makes a move, as long as a law phase realm emperor doesn't make an appearance, they are considered invincible. Isn't it because the Sky Fire Hall Master obtained a Heaven-class artifact armor during an expedition? It is unknown how the news got leaked out and caused a huge calamity. Sigh. The Sky Fire Hall has left the Emperor's Sky Continent and the teleportation array has been destroyed. The next time they return, they will probably need at least 10 years. Isn't that right? With the vast ocean between them, even high-level Primary Sea realm monarchs would need a very long time to travel from one continent to another. If they encounter a heaven-defying demonic beast king or a demonic beast ruler, they might just perish. In this private room, a few high-level battle spirit realm masters were drinking and chatting at the same time. Sky Fire Hall? Li Fuchen frowned. The Sky Fire Hall was also a monarch-class faction in the South Sun County. It wasn't too far away from the Red Rainbow Sect and was just 2 cities away. The Emperor's Sky Continent is much more dangerous than I imagined. The monarch-class factions are all gathered together. If I don't form an alliance with a few monarch-class factions, someone might just attack the Mountain Gate and destroy the teleportation array. To a foreign monarch-class faction, the Mountain Gate was very important, because the Mountain Gate had a teleportation array. Only by using the teleportation array would they be able to send a steady stream of people over. If the teleportation array was destroyed, an array monarch would be required to come and set up the teleportation array. If an array monarch wanted to set up the teleportation array, he would have to travel slowly and cross the vast ocean. The Red Rainbow sect only arrived at the Emperor Sky continent a few hundred years ago. Back then, over a dozen primary sea realm monarchs rode a Class 7 battleship and encountered multiple demonic beast kings along the way. When they arrived at the Emperor Sky continent, half of the group perished, and they didn't encounter a demonic beast ruler. If they encountered a demonic beast ruler, it was normal for them to be wiped out. With his powerful spiritual awareness, Li Fuqin obtained plenty of information about the Emperor Sky continent and slowly had a deeper understanding of the Emperor Sky continent. Chapter 555. Sis, I beg you, lend me another 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and I guarantee I won't go stone gambling again. You have said this more than once or twice. I have 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, but not 1 million. Without spirit stones, why are you drinking on the 15th floor of the Soaring Rain restaurant? Xiao Guang, don't go overboard. In the past, I would come to the Soaring Rain restaurant once every half a month. Ever since he started stone gambling, I can only come once every 2 months. Furthermore, I only dare to order a pot of low-grade wine each time. At the staircase, there was a chatter as a man and a woman arrived at the 15th floor and entered a private room. Li Fuqin took a long time to finish the wine and desserts that were worth 750,000 low-grade spirit stones. These items might not be a lot, and the effects weren't as powerful as the Red Rainbow sect's precious wine and desserts, but they were still worth 750,000 low-grade spirit stones. After eating half of the food, Li Fuqin felt a little tipsy, and it was a very comfortable feeling. After reaching the battle spirit realm and his body refinement was at the perfection level of reincarnation realm, it was hard for him to get drunk. If it was normal wine, he wouldn't get drunk even if he drank it for a month. Li Fuqin didn't use his cultivation to dispel the tipsy feeling as he was only slightly tipsy. Ring, ring, ring. Li Fuqin shook the bell on the side. A short moment later, the waiter entered the private room. Dear customer, do you have any other requests? The waiter was very respectful. Li Fuqin's spending wasn't low. The first time, he spent 230,000 low-grade spirit stones. The second time, he spent 750,000 low-grade spirit stones. Both times, he spent close to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. It was rare to encounter such a wealthy customer. As the waiter that served Li Fuqin, he would receive a few hundred low-grade spirit stones as a reward. Help me pack up some wine and desserts. Li Fuqin ordered 2 million worth of wine and desserts and was planning to eat and drink on the way. To Li Fuqin, it wasn't a big deal to occasionally spend a large amount of money. Tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones were just sitting around. All right, the waiter was very excited. His reward this time might be over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it was much higher than the previous 2 weeks of rewards. Li Fuqin pushed open the private room's door and prepared to pay the bill. Creak! On the opposite side, the door of the siblings' private room had also opened. A handsome young man and an absolute beauty in pale blue clothes walked out. What a beauty! Li Fuqin sized up the two of them and was slightly surprised. In terms of appearance, this lady was comparable to Su Muyu and Bai Lingshuang. She was only slightly inferior to Yan Qingguo. One had to know that this was just a city of the Red Moon Empire. Rain and Bai Lingshuang were the most beautiful women in their respective continents. Big sister, in terms of background and natural talent, Dongwu Xiaonan isn't inferior to you. In my opinion, you can try to get along with him. The handsome young man acted as if no one else was present as he spoke to the blue-clothed young woman. The blue-clothed woman's brows knit together. Little Guang, tell me, how many benefits did you receive from Dongwu Xiaonan? Sister, am I that kind of person? What are you talking about? The handsome young man pretended to be unhappy. Yu, the lady in blue, glared angrily and didn't bother with the handsome youth anymore. She began to put her attention on Li Fuchen, who walked out of the private room. Originally, she was just casually sizing him up, but soon enough, she was attracted by Li Fuchen. As compared to Li Fuchen, the young elites of the South Mountain City seemed to be inferior by a few levels. It wasn't the difference in looks, it was the difference in aura. If the young elites of the South Mountain City were all radiant and had noble auras, Li Fuchen was much more reserved and was as unfathomable as the sea. No one knew that she had learned the aura observation technique. It didn't matter how the other party concealed it. She would be able to see that the other party wasn't ordinary. It was because of this she didn't think highly of the so-called Dongwu Xiaonan. In her eyes, Dongwu Xiaonan was just an empty shell. If I didn't learn the aura observation technique, I probably wouldn't be able to see through his cultivation and would treat him as an ordinary person. The blue-clothed young woman had a trace of curiosity towards Li Fuchen. She had never seen someone with an aura like Li Fuchen. Even the primary sea realm monarchs of the South Mountain City seemed to be inferior to Li Fuchen in terms of aura. Li Fuchen's aura was reserved, but it was also emitting an unimaginable dominator's dominance. This dominator's dominance was unreachable like the heaven Tao, but it was also pure and sharp like the sword Tao. Perhaps only Law Fei's realm emperors could compare with his aura? Could he be the legendary 9, Starbone Frame? The blue-clothed young woman thought to herself, "Does this brother come to the Soaring Rain restaurant often? My name is Qi Junjun." She was certain that the South Mountain City didn't have someone like Li Fuchen. If there was someone like him, he wouldn't be unknown. This was the first time she took the initiative to speak to a man, causing the handsome young man to be flabbergasted. "Big sister." The handsome young man was about to speak. "Shut up." Qi Junjun transmitted a message to berate the handsome young man. The handsome young man quickly shut up, but he couldn't see anything special about Li Fuchen that could attract his big sister to take the initiative to greet him. His big sister, Qi Junjun, was the #1 beauty of the South Mountain City. Even in the South Sun County, there wasn't anyone prettier than his big sister. "Li Fuchen, I am not a citizen of the South Mountain City. This is also my first time here at the Soaring Rain restaurant," Li Fuchen said. "Li Fuchen." Qi Junjun's eyes lit up. Without the aura observation technique, she would only feel that the name was good. But with the aura observation technique, she felt that Li Fuchen's name was simply wonderful. Floating dust, floating dust. It had an indifferent and otherworldly feeling and also had a transcendental dominance, like the heaven Tao. I wonder where Brother Li is planning to go next. This young lady is a clansman of the South Mountain City's Qi clan, and I know everything about the South Mountain City. I am willing to be your guide. Qi Junjun didn't know what was wrong with her, as she had never been interested in men. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Forget it. I am planning to go to the stone gambling den to take a look." "Xiaoguang, aren't you going to the stone gambling den? Let's go together." This big sister can also understand the situation of stone gambling. In fact, Qi Junjun had been to the stone gambling den before, but the probability of obtaining heaven stones was too low, therefore she rarely went there. The handsome young man opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. He felt like crying but had no tears. Previously, Qi Junjun didn't even bother about stone gambling, but now she took the initiative to go to the stone gambling den. Was there still justice in this world? The handsome young man snorted and said, "The stone gambling den isn't a regular place. It is separated into 3 regions. The heavenstone ores in the low-grade region will cost at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The heavenstone ores in the mid-grade region will cost at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for the heavenstone ores in the high-grade region, it will cost at least 100 mid-grade spirit stones. You better consider carefully if you want to go. Otherwise, it is common for you to lose everything." I am just going to take a look. I might not be gambling. Li Fuchen shook his head. After going downstairs, Li Fuchen and Qi Junjun were preparing to pay the bill. Young Lady Qi, you have spent a total of 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. The chief shopkeeper of the Soaring Rain restaurant smiled and said, "Put it on the tab." Qi Junjun said, "For descendants of influential clans like them, their spending in the city could be put on a tab and would be settled at the end of the month or year. It was much more convenient. This customer, you have spent a total of 98 million low-grade spirit stones. I can make the decision and wipe off the autumn out for you. You only need to pay 9 million low-grade spirit stones." When it was Li Fuchen's turn to pay the bill, everyone was shocked. Chapter 556. What kind of concept was it to spend 3 million low-grade spirit stones in one go? Even a wealthy individual with a wealth of hundreds of millions would only occasionally spend so many spirit stones. The Qi clan was one of the 4 major clans of the South Mountain City, and their clan assets were calculated in billions. But clan assets were clan assets and shouldn't be mixed with individual assets. 3 million low-grade spirit stones was something that even Qi Junjun, the most outstanding descendant of the Qi clan, wouldn't be able to take out so many low-grade spirit stones. So wealthy. Qi Guang widened his eyes. In his opinion, spending 3 million low-grade spirit stones in one go at the Soaring Rain restaurant meant that Qi Junjun's wealth was at least 100 million, and he was much wealthier than Donghua Xiaonan. Big Sister seems to be interested in him. Is there a chance? Qi Guang's eyes flickered as he thought of a great idea. The stone gambling den was located in the central region of the western part of the South Mountain City. "Welcome, young Lady Qi, young Master Qi. Please come in." At the entrance of the stone gambling den, a few reincarnation realm experts welcomed them passionately. Qi Junjun said, "Bring us to the 4th floor." The stone gambling den has a total of 10 floors. The 1st to 3rd floors are the low-class areas, the 4th to 6th floors are the mid-class areas, the 7th to 9th floors are the high-class areas, and the 10th floor is the special areas. At the 4th floor, Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. The stone gambling den might have 10 floors, but each floor was huge and had a radius of around 100 meters. In the spacious space, there were ores of various sizes that were covered with veined patterns. Some of the ores were only the size of a human head, while some were the size of a house. Some of the ores were surrounded by plenty of battle spirit realm masters who were pointing and discussing. Their faces would flash with conflicted expressions from time to time. "This is the Heaven Stone," or Li Fuchen stared at a human-sized rock with secret patterns. This giant rock had a pale azure color, and it was covered with veined patterns. Li Fuchen could see at a glance that the veined patterns contained profound laws, but the veined patterns were too fragmented. It was just like a martial art that was split into dozens or hundreds of portions. It was impossible to comprehend anything from it. Qi Junjun introduced. The Heaven Stone, or has the effect of isolating spiritual awareness. It is impossible to use spiritual awareness to see through the Heaven Stone, or some of the experienced stone gambling experts would normally observe the patterns. The patterns on this or are too fragmented. From my experience, there shouldn't be any Heaven Stones inside. Even if there is, I reckon that it would be inferior Heaven Stones that aren't even comparable to substandard grade Heaven Stones. It wouldn't be worth a few mid-grade spirit stones. Oh, this piece of Heaven Stone was priced at 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 20 middle-grade spirit stones. In Qi Junjun's opinion, it wasn't worth it. "I see." Li Fuchen nodded. "Brotherly, you've just arrived and definitely don't have much experience. Why don't I choose for you? We'll split the profit evenly." Qi Guang couldn't help but say, "Don't listen to his nonsense." Qi Junjun glared at Qi Guang. Qi Guang did not care about Qi Junjun, Brotherly, just listen to me. In this stone gambling house, Qi Guang, can be considered to have a bit of fame. I once used 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to earn 700 medium-grade spirit stones. What happened after that? I lost so much that I had to pawn my pants, Qi Junjun said unhappily. Isn't that just a slip of the hand? Qi Guang was rather angry that Qi Junjun ruined his plan. All right. Here are 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. You can go take a look by yourself and stop bothering us. Qi Junjun couldn't stand Qi Guang anymore. She took out a storage bag and tossed it to Qi Guang. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones might be too little, but I will definitely earn a lot this time. Qi Guang chuckled and turned to leave. Brotherly, Xiao Guang is always like this. He likes to boast. Please don't mind him. Qi Junjun said apologetically. Li Fuchen laughed. It's normal, he is a young man after all. Young man? Qi Junjun's mouth revealed a strange smile. Li Fuchen's age didn't seem to be older than Xiao Guang, but he actually said that Xiao Guang was a young man. Young Lady Qi, I will take a look by myself. You can do as you please. Li Fuchen didn't wish to be followed by another person. All right, since she was here at the stone gambling house, Qi Junjun wanted to test her luck. After Qi Junjun left, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and enveloped the tall heaven stone, or in front of him. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was at least at the level of a pinnacle primary C, realm monarch. Even Law Fei's realm members found it hard to see through the heaven stone or with their spiritual awareness, but he wouldn't know if he didn't try. As expected, at the next moment, Li Fuchen understood why even Law Fei's realm members found it hard to see through the heaven stone, or, even with his spiritual awareness, he was only able to penetrate half an inch into the heaven stone, or this heaven stone, or was 1 meter thick. What could it do if it was half an inch deep? Let me try the spirit soul power. Ever since his spirit soul transformed into the pale purple color, Li Fuchen's spirit soul had a new spirit soul innate ability. It was the ability to release the spirit soul power and scout everything within 10 meters. This kind of scouting was 10 times more superior than the spiritual awareness scouting. If the spiritual awareness was like gravel, then the spirit soul power was like powder, and it was even more detailed. The spiritual awareness wasn't able to penetrate the power of law on the heaven stone, but the spirit soul power might be able to. A layer of pale purple spirit soul power that could only be seen by Li Fuchen extended out and enveloped the heaven stone, Soon enough, this heaven stone, no longer had any secrets in Li Fuchen's eyes. It immediately turned into an extremely transparent pale purple color, and there was only a small piece of sky green crystal that was the size of an egg that couldn't be seen through with the spirit soul power. But there was no need to see through it anymore. Even if Li Fuchen was a fool, he would understand that the sky green crystal should be a heaven stone. However, he didn't know what grade the heaven stone was. I want this heaven stone, Li Fuchen said to the person in charge nearby. This heaven stone, is worth 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. When the person in charge saw that someone wanted to buy it, he quickly walked over. Here. Li Fuchen handed the person in charge 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. After keeping the heaven stone, Li Fuchen continued to scout the next heaven stone, with the spirit soul scouting innate ability. Even Law Fei's realm members wouldn't be able to compare with him in terms of stone gambling. To Li Fuchen, this stone gambling den simply existed for him. Of course, he didn't think that the heaven stone couldn't be penetrated by his spiritual awareness. In the past, there wasn't anything that his spiritual awareness couldn't penetrate. After all, his spiritual awareness was comparable with elite primary C realm monarchs. There were plenty of heaven stone ores on the 4th floor, and Li Fuchen arrived in front of the second heaven stone, This was a heaven stone, that was half a meter in height, and the patterns on the surface were much more complete. It was emitting power of law, and it was much more powerful than the previous one. This time, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness wasn't even able to penetrate half an inch. If Li Fuchen didn't have the spirit soul scouting innate ability, he might have bought it. But when his spirit soul power permeated in, Li Fuchen realized that there wasn't even a speck of heaven stone inside. It was obviously a piece of useless stone. It seems like heaven stone ores don't just appear when the power of law is stronger. The power of law is related to the patterns on the ore. Chapter 5:57. There were thousands of heaven stone ores on the 4th floor, but there were only 2 or 3 ores that contained heaven stones in 100 ores. Li Fuchen wasn't worried about exposing his ability and had swept all the ores that contained heaven stones on the 4th floor. He obtained a total of 58 ores. 58 pieces of heaven stone ores had cost him a total of 18 million low-grade spirit stones. Let's go to the 5th floor to take a look. Under the guidance of the attendant, Li Fuchen arrived at the 5th floor. As compared to the 4th floor, the 5th floor's heaven stone ores looked much better, but the heaven stone ores here were much more expensive and were almost 2 times more expensive than the 4th floor. Brotherly, you are here too. Let me introduce you. This is the most outstanding descendant of the South Mountain cities for major clans, the Donghua clan, Donghua Xiaonan. Brother Xiaonan, this is Li Fuchen. On the 5th floor, Qi Guang was also here, and beside him was a handsome youth wearing black embroidered clothes. Qi Guang, where is your sister? Donghua Xiaonan ignored Li Fuchen and asked Qi Guang. That's right, brotherly, where is my sister? Qi Guang asked curiously. He remembered that when he left, Qi Junjun was with Li Fuchen. Donghua Xiaonan took a glance at Li Fuchen. Qi Junjun was with him previously? Li Fuchen said, I have separated from her. I reckon that she is still on the 4th floor. Brother Xiaonan, my sister will definitely come up later. Get this stone gambling master beside you to help me take a look at this, or first. Qi Guang pointed at the ore that was half the height of a human and had peculiar patterns. Elder Lu, help him take a look then. Donghua Xiaonan said to the conceited elder beside him. The elder's eyes were very bright as he said indifferently, I don't dare to be called a stone gambling master. I merely have some experience. In the stone gambling world, there were also different grades. Those who had some reputation could be called the stone gambling elite. These people had their own style of stone gambling. Out of 10 times, there would always be 1 or 2 times that they would be able to obtain a celestial stone. Above the stone gambling elites were the stone gambling masters. A stone gambling master wouldn't make a move easily, but once he made a move, he would be able to obtain a celestial stone at least once out of 3 times. Of course, be it the stone gambling elites or the stone gambling masters, they all cherished their reputation. If they didn't have 30% or 40% confidence, they wouldn't gamble on stones. If they had to inspect every piece of heaven stone, or the possibility of failure would increase by 10 or 100 times. After all, even Law Phase realm members would find it hard to see through the heaven stone, or let alone the so-called stone gambling masters. If Elder Lu can't be considered a stone gambling grandmaster, then I guess there aren't many stone gambling grandmasters in Nanshan City, Qi Guang flattered. Elder Lu's expression did not change, but a trace of arrogance flashed in his eyes. Since young Master Qi thinks so highly of this old man will take a look for you. As he spoke, Elder Lu walked closer to the celestial stone ore and carefully observed the patterns on the surface of the ore. After a long time, Elder Lu slowly said, This ore has clear patterns that are scattered but not messy. From the direction of the patterns, there must be a node inside the ore. At that node, there will most likely be celestial stones. This old man suggests that we can buy this, or there is a high chance that it will rise. Really? Qi Guang was very tempted. This ore was worth 450,000 low-grade spirit stones. If he was able to obtain a subpar grade heaven stone, Then he would be making a profit, at least 10 times the profit. Brother Chi, this ore's patterns might be very smooth, but there are some details that have signs of fracture. The node inside probably hasn't formed, and there is a high chance of failure. Right at this moment, a voice echoed in Qi Guang's ears. Qi Guang lifted his head and saw that it was Li Fuchen. In fact, Li Fuchen didn't have any experience in stone gambling. The statement earlier might sound rather professional, but to be serious, it was just empty talk. There was a saying that successful people would always be able to convince others with their words. For a failure, no one would believe them, no matter how many times they said it. Perhaps Qi Guang didn't trust Li Fuchen right now. But after Qi Guang opened the heaven stone and realized that there wasn't any heaven stone inside, he would feel that Li Fuchen's words were rather reasonable. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't care if Qi Guang trusted him or not. He was just reminding Qi Guang as they were acquaintances. No matter what Qi Guang chose, Li Fuchen wouldn't lose anything. Ultimately, Qi Guang didn't accept Li Fuchen's suggestion and spent 450,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy this ore. Open it for me. Different from Li Fuchen, Qi Guang chose to open the ore on the spot. It was mainly because he didn't have any spirit stones on hand. If he didn't open it after buying it, he wouldn't have any capital. After hearing that there was going to be an ore opening, plenty of people gathered over. Such an ore opening scene was the best place to increase one's experience. If there was a heaven stone, everyone would study the pattern of this, or if there wasn't a heaven stone, everyone would be more cautious the next time they saw a similar pattern and wouldn't make a move easily. The heaven stone was extremely tough, and if a regular battle spirit realm master wanted to open it, they would have to use their full strength. It was obvious that this scene didn't allow for such an intense move. The stone gambling dens would normally have an ore opening knife, and it was rather expensive. A single cleave wouldn't require much strength to split the heaven stone into two and wouldn't cause a huge commotion. Young Master Qi, I am going to make my move. The ore cutter looked at Qi Guang. Qi Guang nodded. Hurry up and open it. He was very apprehensive and excited, and his mind was filled with all sorts of distracting thoughts. I must open the heaven stone. Qi Guang stared at the heaven stone ore. Crackle! The ore cutter raised his knife high and made a cleave. There was a clear and crisp sound as the heaven stone, that was half the height of a human, was split into two. The cut surface was empty, and there wasn't any heaven stone. This doesn't seem to be good. What's the hurry? This is just the beginning. The heaven stone might not necessarily appear in the center of the ore. Sometimes it might even appear at the edge. That's right. In my opinion, this ore's pattern is very mystical and refined. There is a high chance of a heaven stone. I nearly made a move earlier. In the surroundings, there were more and more people surrounding and discussing. Crackle! The stone cutter cut down again and again. The heaven stone was 10 times tougher than the ore, and the ore cutter's strength wasn't enough to damage the heaven stone. Hence, the ore cutter was very relaxed and didn't have any apprehensions. After cleaving 108 times consecutively, there wasn't even a single heaven stone dregs. This time, Qi Guang's expression turned pale. This was 450,000 low-grade spirit stones. Before stone gambling, it wasn't considered much to him, but now it was the majority of his wealth. After 360 cuts, Qi Guang had basically given up. Apart from the first cut that was split in half, the next 359 cuts were made along the edge of the ore that was split in half. Each cut would slice off a finger-thick layer of stone. After over 300 cuts, the ore was only the size of a skull. Qi Guang couldn't help but look at Elder Lu. Elder Lu grunted and was rather displeased. He didn't say that this would definitely contain a heaven stone. Donghua Xiaonan transmitted a message to Qi Guang. Qi Guang, stone gambling is like this. No one dares to confirm if there is a heaven stone inside. Even a law phase realm emperor wouldn't be able to confirm it. Therefore, Elder Lu cannot be blamed for this matter. You can only blame your bad luck. Qi Guang might be unwilling, but he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. That's right, where is Li Fuchen? Qi Guang looked around and didn't see any traces of Li Fuchen. Chapter 558. The fifth floor does contain more celestial stones. If there were 100 pieces of celestial stones on the fourth floor, there were only 2 or 3 pieces that contained celestial stones. Out of the 100 pieces on the fifth floor, there were 3 or 4 pieces that contained celestial stones. Therefore, there must be a pattern in these patterns. As long as one could grasp this pattern, one would be able to know if there were any celestial stones in the ore. Unfortunately, the veined patterns were too fragmented. No one would be able to completely comprehend the patterns. They could only roughly determine a range. After buying over 30 pieces of Heavenstone ores, Li Fuchen was already running low on low-grade spirit stones. He only had about 40 million low-grade spirit stones in total. Li Fuchen. Not far away, Qi Junjun saw Li Fuchen. Beside him was Qi Guang, Dongwu Xiaonan, and Elder Lu. When Dongwu Xiaonan saw Li Fuchen again, he was rather unhappy. He was having a good chat with Qi Junjun, but when Qi Junjun saw Li Fuchen, she immediately went over and made him very unhappy. "You're here too." Li Fuchen smiled. Qi Junjun asked, "How is it? How many pieces of celestial stone ores did you buy?" Li Fuchen replied, "I casually bought a few dozen pieces. What about you?" "Dozens?" Everyone, including Dongwu Xiaonan, was shocked. A few dozen pieces of celestial stone ores would cost at least tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, which wasn't a small sum. "Brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't joke around." Dongwu Xiaonan looked at Li Fuchen with contempt and didn't feel that Li Fuchen had the strength to purchase dozens of Heavenstone ores. He was probably trying to attract Qi Junjun. Li Fuchen ignored him. Did he need him to believe him? Dongwu Xiaonan didn't know that he didn't believe Li Fuchen, but Qi Junjun and Qi Guang believed Li Fuchen. The other party was able to consume 3 million low-grade spirit stones in a single meal, so he was more than capable of spending tens of millions to buy a few dozen ores. But the two of them were a little worried that Li Fuchen was too careless with his purchases. This was tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. If not even one of them hit the mark, then it would really be a waste of money. "Too rich," Qi Guang murmured. Previously, he was more optimistic about Dongwu Xiaonan and felt that Dongwu Xiaonan's family background and wealth were top-notch. But now, at least in terms of wealth, Dongwu Xiaonan was inferior to Li Fuchen. What's more, Li Fuchen reminded him not to buy that ore, but he didn't listen. "Li Fuchen, help me take a look at this ore." Qi Junjun had already obtained one ore and was preparing to purchase the second one. Li Fuchen followed the direction of her gaze. In his line of sight was a piece of celestial stone or the size of a water tank. The patterns on the surface of this were very messy, but the law aura was abnormally dense, giving off a very contradictory feeling. Before waiting for Li Fuchen to speak, Dongwu Xiaonan said, "Junjun, this Elder Lu beside me, is a stone gambling master. Perhaps he can give you some advice. Why do you need to find an outsider?" As he spoke, Dongwu Xiaonan turned around and said to Elder Lu, "Elder Lu, help her take a look. Remember, be careful and observe her." Elder Lu clearly knew that Qi Junjun's identity was not ordinary, so he nodded cautiously. In response, Qi Junjun didn't want to embarrass Dongwu Xiaonan and had backed off to the side. Elder Lu walked over and observed for 15 minutes before nodding slowly. "This ore has messy patterns, but the law aura is abnormally dense. From what I see, there might be more than one node inside. It also means that there might be more than one heaven stone. The chances of winning the gamble is at least 50%. It is up to young Lady Qi if she dares to take the gamble." Qi Junjun didn't say anything and looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen shook his head slightly. Qi Junjun smiled and said, "Forget it. I am not sure about this," or It is better to change to another one. Donghua Xiaonan's expression instantly turned gloomy. How could he not see that Qi Junjun was very concerned about Li Fuchen's opinion? Li Fuchen shook his head. If she wasn't going to buy it, what did she take Donghua Xiaonan for? Elder Lu's expression was also very unpleasant. He had spent so much effort to observe this, but Qi Junjun didn't want to buy it. Wasn't she playing with him? I will buy this, once the heaven stone is cut open, I will surely give it to you, Junjun. Donghua Xiaonan forced out a smile. Qi Junjun let out a faint smile and didn't say anything. There were two reasons why she didn't want to buy this, The first reason was that she felt that Li Fuchen wasn't ordinary. Since he chose to shake his head, he must have something to rely on. The second reason was that Qi Guang had told her about the previous incident. It meant that Li Fuchen wasn't a person who spoke without thinking. Li Fuchen, help me pick 2 oars then. Qi Junjun suddenly said. Li Fuchen frowned and didn't know if he should agree or not. Young Lady Qi, it isn't a wise decision to let an outsider choose the oars. Elder Lu grunted. Qi Junjun shook her hand and said, It doesn't matter. I am only here once in a while, and it doesn't matter even if I lose the gamble. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen said, Follow me. I saw 2 oars earlier and they might contain heaven stones. While speaking, he walked deeper into the 5th floor. Qi Junjun and the others followed closely. Donghua Xiaonan and Elder Lu had also followed. In just a short moment, the group arrived at the site of 2 oars. Li Fuchen had seen these 2 oars before. One had heaven stones and the other didn't. He couldn't choose 2 oars that had heaven stones, as it would be too easy to invite trouble. One had heaven stones and the other didn't. It was the best choice. All right, I want both of these oars. Qi Junjun said heroically. Elder Lu sneered and said, Young Lady Qi, you better reconsider. These 2 oars have thin patterns, and the possibility of a note appearing inside is less than 10%. Li Fuchen said, Thin patterns doesn't mean there are no heaven stones. Sometimes appearances can be deceiving. Then this old one shall wait and see. Elder Lu didn't try to persuade anymore. The final result was the best counterattack, and it was useless to say anything now. Qi Junjun spent 500,000 low-grade spirit stones on these 2 oars, and it was only 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, more expensive than Qi Guang's previous oar. It was a rather affordable price. Of course, it was mainly because these 2 oars weren't favored. Junjun, why don't we cut the oars on the spot? I also wish to see if this brother Li is truly capable. He better not be a silver spear with a wax head that looks good but is useless. Donghua Xiaonan suggested. Qi Junjun actually didn't wish to cut the oars. It was fine if she could cut out a heaven stone, but if she couldn't, it would be too embarrassing for Li Fuchen. Unexpectedly, Li Fuchen also said, I have yet to see the process of cutting oars. It is a good opportunity to witness it. All right then. Qi Junjun nodded. At the oar-cutting scene, a large number of people crowded around again. Why did she choose these 2 oars? I remember that these 2 oars have been placed on the 5th floor for a few days, and no one bought them. It is the Qi clan's young lady Qi Junjun. No wonder she is the #1 beauty of the South Mountain City. Her looks and aura are both top-notch. I reckon that she is just playing around. The surrounding people were in a heated discussion. They were discussing the oars and Qi Junjun. Young Lady Qi, do you want to cut the oars? The oar cutter asked. Yes. Qi Junjun nodded. Crackle. After receiving the reply, the oar cutter split open the oar. There wasn't any heaven stone on the cut surface. The oar cutter wasn't in a hurry as he cut open the outer layer of the oar. The oar was getting smaller and smaller until it was the size of 2 wash basins. It seems like she lost the gamble. Isn't that so? If an oar with such patterns can produce heaven stones, then every oar on the 5th floor will produce heaven stones. Everyone shook their heads, seeing that the first didn't produce any heaven stones. Dongwa Xiaonan mocked, "Brotherly, it seems like your foresight isn't good. Jun, don't interact with such people in the future. I have seen plenty of such people who exaggerate and they don't have any true capabilities." Elder Lu echoed, "Stone gambling is a form of knowledge. Some people think they can see the patterns, but in our stone gambling world, they probably don't even know the most basic knowledge." Jun retorted, "It is very normal not to produce heaven stones. Is Elder Lu confident that every will produce heaven stones?" Elder Lu paused. "This old man naturally cannot do that, but this old man will not randomly pick an ore." "Young Lady Qi, do you want to cut the second ore too?" When this ore was only left with a pile of dregs, the ore cutter looked at young Lady Qi. "Cut it then," Li Fuchen said. "Then cut it." Jun sighed. In fact, she didn't mind if these two ores didn't produce heaven stones, but she was afraid that the dozens of ores that Li Fuchen bought earlier would be wasted. In her opinion, tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones were at least half of Li Fuchen's wealth. Crackle, crackle, the ore cutter's speed was very fast. After more than 100 cuts, the second ore was already halfway through. It was a pity that there were still no heaven stones. "Everyone disperse. It is impossible to cut out heaven stones." Hearing everyone's voices, Dongwa Xiaonan and Elder Lu's smiles were getting brighter. Could he have guessed it earlier? Qi Guang looked at Li Fuchen with a doubtful gaze. Li Fuchen wasn't moved. In his vision, there was a heaven stone that was 1 foot thick on the left side. There was a heaven stone that was azure in color. As long as the ore cutter made a few more cuts, he would be able to see the heaven stone. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As the ore got smaller, everyone was disappointed. Ding! Right at this moment, the ore cutter's cutting knife encountered resistance. What is that sound? Some of the people who were preparing to leave turned around abruptly with astonished eyes. This is the sound of the cutting knife slashing on the heaven stone. Someone said with excitement, "Young Lady Qi, there is a heaven stone inside." After cutting heaven stone ores for so many years, how could the ore cutter not know that this ore was going to rise in value? And continue. Jun revealed a smile. In just a short moment, a heaven stone that was the size of half a fist was exposed in front of everyone. This heaven stone was azure in color, and from the purity, it should be a subpar grade heaven stone. But some attentive people noticed that the purity of this subpar grade heaven stone was much purer than most of the subpar grade heaven stones. It was probably a high grade, subpar grade heaven stone. "Young Lady Qi, I am willing to pay 500 mid-grade spirit stones for this heaven stone. I will pay 550 mid-grade spirit stones." "Meng Laosan, do you have to contest with me?" "You are the one who wants to contest with me. Obtaining this heaven stone for 500 mid-grade spirit stones? You are simply dreaming. A high-grade, subpar-grade heaven stone that was the size of half a fist might be able to be auctioned for 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This was a profitable business. Chapter 559. Apologies. I am using this heaven stone for myself. Jun rejected these people's request. What a joke! She didn't even have a piece of subpar-grade heaven stone. How could she sell it to others? With this heaven stone, her future cultivation of martial arts might not be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort, but it would at least be 15% more efficient. Li Fuchen, many thanks. Jun looked at Li Fuchen with a strange expression. She didn't think that Li Fuchen was blindly guessing and definitely had something to rely on. Big Brotherly, help me choose 2 ores too. Qi Guang had already started to address Li Fuchen as Big Brother while his eyes were filled with flattery. One had to know that his sister had only invested 500,000 low-grade spirit stones and had earned more than 500 mid-grade spirit stones. This was more than 10 times the profit. Li Fuchen laughed and didn't say anything. At the side, Dongwu Xiaonan and Elder Lu had gloomy expressions. Elder Lu spoke with a cold tone. It is just good luck. Who doesn't have a few lucky encounters in their life? That's right, I think it is just luck. Cut open this, or for me too. Dongwu Xiaonan took out the ore that he bought earlier and placed it in front of the ore cutter. All right, the ore cutter nodded. He had to be paid for helping others to cut open ores. Each ore would be 100 low-grade spirit stones. The more ores he cut, the more low-grade spirit stones he would get. Dongwu Xiaonan's ore was worth 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Some of the stone gambling elites nodded silently and felt that this ore had a high chance of rising. Once it rose, it wouldn't just be one piece of heaven stone. It would be at least 2 pieces of heaven stones. Dongwu Xiaonan was originally apprehensive, but after seeing so many people had high hopes for this ore, he couldn't help but calm down. Crackle! The ore cutter executed the first cleave. Clank! The ore cutter was met with resistance from the first cleave. It rose, it rose. Young Master Dongwu is going to make a huge profit this time. Once it rises, it will be a few pieces of heaven stones. The profit will be at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Oh, the surrounding people were excited. Dongwu Xiaonan's expression was as interesting as it could be. It was one thing for it to rise, but it was also another to suppress Li Fuchen. It was best to have the best of both worlds. Dongwu Xiaonan couldn't conceal the smile on his face. He looked at Qi Junjun and said, Junjun, you really shouldn't listen to him. This ore originally belonged to you. Of course, if you can cut out 3 pieces of celestial stones, I will give you 1 piece. He wasn't so generous as to give everything to Qi Junjun. After all, she wasn't his woman yet. No need, I already have one. Qi Junjun said indifferently. Of course, the one who was the happiest was Elder Lu. As a master of stone gambling, whether or not he could make a profit was the key to maintaining his status. One had to know that he didn't follow the Dongwu clan for free. Every year, the Dongwu clan would give him 5 million low-grade spirit stones as a reward. That was on the premise that he was able to gamble frequently. If the spirit stones he earned in a year were less than the spirit stones he invested, then he would definitely be kicked out of the Dongwu clan. Furthermore, his status in the stone gambling world would also plummet, and no major clan or power would be willing to hire him again. Compared to risking his life to gamble on stones, following a big family was undoubtedly better. He didn't need to risk his life and could still obtain a large amount of spirit stones as a reward. Why not? Just as the situation was going well, the stone cutter separated the ores and reminded, It isn't a subpar grade heaven stone. It is an inferior grade heaven stone that is the size of a fist. What? An inferior grade heaven stone? There were 5 grades of celestial stones, which were substandard, low grade, mid grade, high grade, and peak grade. The inferior grade celestial stones couldn't even be considered as substandard. A fist-sized piece would only be worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones at most. This wasn't gambling for a profit, it was gambling for a loss. It was better than gambling for a loss. Right now, Dongwu Xiaonan's expression was as unpleasant as it could be. What could a single piece of inferior grade heaven stone do? He didn't even care about 8 or 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Continue to cut, Dongwu Xiaonan said in a deep voice. If he was able to cut out a subpar grade heaven stone, then the previous joke wouldn't be considered anything. The stone cutter's forehead was sweating profusely as he continued to cut. Cling! After dozens of cuts, the stone cutter encountered another obstacle. It must be a subpar grade heaven stone. Dongwu Xiaonan stared at the ore and wished he could see through it. Among the crowd, Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. There were indeed heaven stones in this ore, but there were only 3 pieces of inferior grade heaven stones. The fist-sized heaven stones were the biggest, while the other 2 were the size of half a fist and the size of an egg. They were only worth a total of 20 mid-grade spirit stones, and it wasn't enough to cover the cost. Apologies, it is still an inferior grade heaven stone. The stonecutter's voice echoed in Donghua Xiaonan's ears. Damn it. Donghua Xiaonan clenched his fist tightly. There should be one more heaven stone. Elder Lu comforted. He was actually more nervous than Donghua Xiaonan. Sister, it is fortunate that we didn't listen to that Elder Lu. Qi Guang transmitted a message to Qi Junjun. He had a grudge against Elder Lu, even though he knew that it was due to luck if he couldn't cut out a heaven stone. Qi Junjun reprimanded, "You better not interact with this Donghua Xiaonan in the future." "Don't worry, with Big Brotherly around, I will not interact with Donghua Xiaonan in the future." Qi Guang now treated Li Fuchen as a golden thigh. He didn't expect to be able to cut out a heaven stone every time, but it would be enough for him to do it once in every 5 times. How could Qi Junjun not know what Qi Guang was thinking and was feeling frustrated? Cling! After more than 100 cuts, the 3rd heaven stone was cut out too. Just like what Li Fuchen saw, this heaven stone was still an inferior grade heaven stone, and it was only the size of an egg. It was only worth 2 or 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Donghua Xiaonan had an ashen expression as he felt that Qi Junjun was laughing at him. Li Fuchen was also laughing at him. Everyone was laughing at him. He couldn't help but glare at Elder Lu. Elder Lu shrunk his neck and felt wrong too. He thought to himself, I didn't say that I would definitely be able to cut out a subpar grade heaven stone. I only have a 50% chance of cutting out a heaven stone. Now that I have cut out 3 inferior grade heaven stones, it means that I still have a good eye. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame Qi Junjun for being the first to make a comparison. It is a loss, but it is still fine. I can still earn back 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Young Master Donghua, I am willing to offer 21 mid-grade spirit stones for these 3 pieces of inferior grade heaven stones. It was unknown what the person who made the offer was thinking. Perhaps he wanted to befriend Donghua Xiaonan. Donghua Xiaonan snorted and said, I am not selling. These 3 pieces of heaven stones can be made into pendants. While speaking, Donghua Xiaonan turned to look at Li Fuchen. Brotherly, you said that you bought dozens of heaven stone ores. Why don't you cut out a few pieces on the spot? It will be a good opportunity for Junjun and me to broaden our horizons. Qi Junjun frowned. This Donghua Xiaonan was too much of a sore loser. He had already suffered a crushing defeat. All right, I am planning to cut the ores. Li Fuchen had depleted all his low-grade spirit stones and was only left with over 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was time for him to obtain some spirit stones. Li Fuchen took out 5 pieces of heaven stone ores and said to the ore cutter, Cut them all. All right. The ore cutter was filled with enthusiasm. From left to right, the ore cutter started to cut out the first ore. After dozens of cuts, the first ore didn't produce a heaven stone. After 100 cuts, there was still nothing. After 200 cuts, everyone knew that this ore was almost a lost bet. Donghua Xiaonan's gloomy expression had eased up a lot. He was waiting to see Li Fuchen make a fool of himself. If all 5 ores were lost, he would see if Li Fuchen still had the face to act dumb. Without any suspense, the first ore was a lost bet. Li Fuchen didn't mind at all. Earlier on, he was preparing to cut out the ores on the spot. However, he couldn't cut out every single ore. If that was the case, it would be the same as telling others that he had a unique method to distinguish if there was a heaven stone in the ores. It was fine if he was a Law Phase Realm Emperor, but now that he was a Battle Spirit Realm Master, once he exposed his unique ability, he would definitely be captured by some major factions. He would have to help them identify the heaven stone ores and wouldn't have his freedom anymore. The second ore didn't have a heaven stone either. The third ore didn't have one either. Elder Lu couldn't help but laugh. 3 ores in a row didn't produce a heaven stone. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's standards were much inferior to him. Soon enough it was the fourth ore. Cling! On the 68th cut, the ore cutter cut into a hard material. It is a subpar grade heaven stone, the ore cutter said excitedly. He made a profit from the bet. He is truly lucky. I wonder how big it is. As the ore cutter cut open the outer layer of the heaven stone, a bowl-sized crystal that was emitting a sky-green color appeared in everyone's eyes. TSK, a bowl-sized subpar-grade heaven stone is worth at least 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, right? This is 20 million low-grade spirit stones, and the profit is more than 50 times. Let alone the previous 3 losses. Even if he loses 10 times, he will still be able to make a profit this time. Everyone was extremely envious. Damn it. Why is his luck so good? Dong Xiaonan was extremely angry. He was like a gambler who lost so much that his eyes turned red and he was getting irritable. This brother, give this heaven stone to me. I am willing to offer 2,100 mid-grade spirit stones. Someone started to bid. Li Fuchen said, "There's still one more. There is no hurry." That is true. Let's talk about it after the last ore is cut open. Everyone might be saying so, but no one believed that the 5th ore would also contain a heaven stone. Crackle. The ore cutter continued to work. The crackle sounds didn't stop, and everyone was watching absent-mindedly. Most of the eyes were staring at the bowl-sized subpar-grade heaven stone in Li Fuchen's hand. Cling! A nightmarish sound echoed. Donghua Xiaonan's expression changed, while Elder Lu's expression changed several times. Another celestial stone appeared. Isn't his luck too good? The ore cutter looked through the cracks and saw a dreamy sky-green luster emitting out. He said with a trembling voice, "This might be a low-grade heaven stone." What? Low-grade heaven stone? Hurry up and cut it open. Don't keep us in suspense. Under everyone's urging, the ore cutter cleanly removed the ores on the surface of the heaven stone. Immediately, a fist-sized and magnificent heaven stone appeared in everyone's vision. This heaven stone was too beautiful and extremely pure. No one was willing to shift their eyes away. Low-grade heaven stone. It is actually a low-grade heaven stone. Heavens! Low-grade heaven stones were extremely rare. In the South Mountain cities, stone gambling den, there might not even be one low-grade heaven stone in a month. The previous low-grade heaven stone that appeared was only the size of an egg and was incomparable to Li Fuchen's piece. Donghua Xiaonan had all sorts of expressions on his face. There was anger, frustration, and greed. Taking a deep breath, Donghua Xiaonan smiled and transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. "Brotherly, I am willing to offer 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones for this low-grade heaven stone. It might be too little, but I can give you the status of an esteemed guest of the Donghua clan. What do you think?" Chapter 560. Gosh, these 2 celestial stones add up to 10 or 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 1 or 200 million low-grade spirit stones. Qi Guang's eyes bulged out. As an important descendant of the Qi clan, he could only spend a few million low-grade spirit stones every year. As compared to Li Fuchen, it was simply insignificant. A random strand of Li Fuchen's hair would be thicker than his thigh. "Little brother, my Greenwood Pavilion is willing to offer 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones to purchase these 2 pieces of celestial stones. My Scattered Person Hall is willing to pay 16,000 middle-grade spirit stones." The representatives of the local forces all offered their prices. How could they not know the value of these 2 pieces of celestial stones? It would not be an exaggeration to say that if it was sold to someone who needed it, it could easily fetch 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones. I am willing to sell this subpar grade heaven stone to the highest bidder. Li Fuchen only had over 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones and was in urgent need of replenishing. Since he had plenty of ores that contained heaven stones in his storage bag, there wasn't a need to hoard them all. 2150, 2180, 2200, 2300. A subpar grade heavenstone that was the size of a big bowl was very attractive, and the price was soaring. 2400. My Scattered Person Hall bids 2500. If anyone bids more than 2500, my Scattered Person Hall will withdraw. A middle-aged man with a deep voice, who was at the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm, looked around and spoke. 2500 is a little too high. Even if I get it, I won't be able to make much profit. Forget it. 2500 is not a small number. Everyone fell silent. 2600. Suddenly a voice rang out. The one who made the bid was Dongwa Xiaonan. Li Fuchen took a glance at Dongwa Xiaonan, but I am paying now. Don't worry, not to mention 2600. Even if it's 6,700, I have it here. Dongwa Xiaonan said confidently. The Dongwa clan and the Qi clan were different. The Dongwa clan's involvement in the stone gambling world was deeper. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hired a stone gambling grandmaster. As the representative of the Dongwa clan, Dongwa Xiaonan would carry a few thousand mid-grade spirit stones with him. This subpar grade heaven stone is yours. Li Fuchen indicated for the middle-grade spirit stones to be taken out. Here, Dongwa Xiaonan tossed over a storage bag. Li Fuchen opened it, and there were indeed 2,600 mid-grade spirit stones inside. Not only this substandard heaven stone, but I also want that low-grade heaven stone. Dongwa Xiaonan sent a voice transmission after he put away the subpar grade heaven stone. Li Fuchen said, "Apologies, low-grade heaven stones are not for sale." Even if he were to sell it, he wouldn't sell it to Dongwa Xiaonan. What's the meaning of this? Dongwa Xiaonan's face sank. Li Fuchen found it funny and said, "When did I say I was going to sell low-grade heaven stones?" Li Fuchen, it is best to know when to stop. Why do you think I spent 2,600 mid-grade spirit stones to purchase subpar mid-grade heaven stones? Don't feign ignorance. Dongwa Xiaonan threatened. Buying a bull-sized substandard heaven stone for 2,600 wasn't considered a loss, but it wasn't much profit either. After all, this substandard heaven stone's purity was only ordinary and couldn't be compared to Qi Junjun's. I advise you to stop when to stop. Firstly, I have never said that I am going to sell low-grade heaven stones. Secondly, I didn't request for you to bid. You are the one who came over impatiently. If you aren't willing, I will return the mid-grade spirit stones to you, and you can return the substandard heaven stone. Li Fuchen, are you really going to oppose me? Dongwa Xiaonan had a trace of murderous intent. If you think so, I don't mind. Li Fuchen could see that no matter what choice Li Fuchen made, this Dongwa Xiaonan wouldn't give in to him and would only treat Li Fuchen as a target to bully. There was no need to be polite with such a person. It was useless to be polite. I hope you don't regret it. Dongwa Xiaonan glared at Li Fuchen and didn't conceal the murderous intent in his eyes. I, Li Fuchen, will never regret it. Li Fuchen said resolutely. All right, Li Fuchen. I admit defeat today, but your good days are coming to an end. Dongwa Xiaonan snorted and left. As the duo were only transmitting messages, no one else knew what they were talking about. But everyone could see that Dongwa Xiaonan was very unhappy, and the duo seemed to have fallen out. It isn't wise to offend Dongwa Xiaonan. Not necessarily. I can see that this person has a rather good relationship with the Qi clan's young lady and young master. With the Qi clan's support, there isn't a need to worry about the Dongwa clan. Everyone was discussing softly. Li Fuchen, Dongwa Xiaonan is a vengeful person. You need to be careful. Qi Junjun reminded. Li Fuchen nodded. I know my limits. The Dongwa clan might be one of the 4 major clans of the South Mountain City and had plenty of primary Sea Realm monarchs. But their strongest expert was only at the mid-level of primary Sea Realm and wasn't comparable with the Red Rainbow sect. In terms of strength, even the South Mountain City's city, Lord Residence, wasn't comparable with the Red Rainbow sect. The strongest expert in the South Mountain City's city, Lord Residence, was only a high-level primary C realm monarch. The Red Rainbow sect had at least 5 high-level primary C realm monarchs, especially the Red Rainbow monarch, who was definitely considered a top-class primary C realm monarch. The Red Rainbow sect couldn't afford to offend the city, Lord Residence, but they could afford to offend the Dongwa clan. Of course, Li Fuchen understood that the Red Rainbow sect was the Red Rainbow sect, and he was himself. There were plenty of times when he could only rely on himself. After all, if the opposition sent experts to assassinate him, the Red Rainbow sect wouldn't be able to do anything. I wonder if your Qi clan is interested in this low-grade heaven stone? Li Fuchen suddenly asked. He still had 5 pieces of low-grade heaven stones in his storage bag, and it didn't matter if he sold one. Qi Junjun was surprised. You want to sell it to my Qi clan? Let's see if you are interested. Li Fuchen laughed. Yes, of course. Qi Junjun was instantly tempted. Low-grade heaven stones were something that even primary C realm monarchs would be interested in. The entire South Mountain City would only produce over a dozen pieces of low-grade heaven stones every year, and all the major clans would do their best to contest for them. But I don't have that many mid-grade spirit stones on me right now. Qi Junjun said apologetically. Li Fuchen said, There is no hurry. Let's talk about it when you have it. Big Brother Li, you have already picked 2 pieces of ores for my elder sister. Please pick one for me too. Qi Guang pleaded from the side. Li Fuchen said, I should have some innate talent for stone gambling, but I don't dare to guarantee that it will work every time. If you have a few million low-grade spirit stones, I am 70% or 80% confident that you will win 1 piece. He was already in the limelight previously, and if he maintained the same pace, the consequences would be unimaginable. A few million low-grade spirit stones? Qi Guang blinked his eyes and looked at Qi Junjun. He only had a few tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, and it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood. Qi Junjun said helplessly, I have 3 million low-grade spirit stones here. With the addition from before, you owe me a total of 8 million low-grade spirit stones. Remember to repay them in the future. While speaking, Qi Junjun took out a storage bag and tossed it to Qi Guang. Of course, of course. Qi Guang beamed with joy. Seeing that Qi Guang had spirit stones, Li Fuchen started to bring Qi Guang to choose ores. This one isn't bad. This one isn't bad either. And this one. In just a short moment, Qi Guang's 3 million low-grade spirit stones were spent cleanly and exchanged for 7 pieces of heaven stone ores. Next was the cutting of the ores. The first piece was a failure. The second piece was a failure. The third piece was a failure. The fourth piece was also a failure. The fifth piece was finally a heaven stone. But this heaven stone was only the size of a cup and was worth around 300 to 400 mid-grade spirit stones. The sixth and seventh pieces were also failures. As such, Qi Guang's 3 million low-grade spirit stones would at most earn 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Qi Guang was a little flabbergasted. He thought that he could be like his elder sister, Qi Junjun, earning 8 million low-grade spirit stones in one go. Qi Junjun reprimanded. Do you think stone gambling is so simple? It is already good enough for you to earn. You can't blame Brother Li even if you make a loss. Yes, elder sister is right. Qi Guang nodded repeatedly. He might be a little disappointed, but he knew that Li Fuchen was already incredible. If it was someone else, they might make him lose everything. After strolling through the 5th floor, the trio arrived at the 6th floor. Li Fuchen was a little disappointed as the 6th floor had fewer low-grade heaven stones than the 5th floor. There were only 3 pieces. However, it was normal. The stone gambling den could only roughly distinguish the quality of the heaven stone ores. There was no way to know what kind of heaven stone would appear in the heaven stone ores. In fact, they didn't even know if there were any heaven stones. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen, whose spirit soul quality was superior to law phase realm emperors and had developed 2 spirit soul innate abilities. Li Fuchen didn't hold back and spent close to 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones to sweep through all the ores that contained heaven stones on the 6th floor. Li Fuchen didn't plan to dissect the ores. It was mainly because he didn't buy a lot of useless ores and it would be easy for others to see through him. I wonder how many low-grade heaven stones there are on the 7th floor and if there are any mid-grade heaven stones. Li Fuchen didn't have many mid-grade spirit stones left. After thinking about it, he still didn't head to the 7th floor. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself when he saw the mid-grade heaven stones. A fist-sized mid-grade heaven stone was worth a few 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If it was a mid-grade heaven stone with the highest purity, it would be easy to sell it for 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. After leaving the stone gambling den, the trio split up. Qi Junjun returned to the clan to apply for mid-grade spirit stones, while Li Fuchen returned to study the heaven stones. The Green Pine Inn was one of the top few inns in the South Mountain City. There were rows of courtyards at the back of the inn, and it could provide the most comfortable resting environment for the guests. In one of the courtyards, Li Fuchen took out a piece of heaven stone ore. Shatter! Bursting with chi and sword intent, Li Fuchen slammed his palm on the heaven stone ore. Bang! The celestial stone ore exploded and a sky blue stone flew out. This was a subpar grade heaven stone, and it was around the size of a palm. I wonder what kind of profound laws are contained in this subpar grade heaven stone. Holding the subpar grade heaven stone, Li Fuchen closed his eyes and sensed carefully. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. No wonder it is a subpar grade heaven stone. Apart from the sword Dao laws that are rather weak, the rest of the laws are rather concentrated. By relying on these heaven stones, I might be able to create a few more heaven-class sword moves. A single heaven-class sword move was too weak, and when encountering a formidable opponent, it was inevitable that it would be restricted. Chapter 561. In order to comprehend the profound laws within the heaven stone, the spiritual awareness was required to make contact with the heaven stone. As the spiritual awareness made contact with the heaven stone, the color and luster of the heaven stone would gradually decrease. Li Fuchen reckoned that this heaven stone would at most allow him to comprehend for 3 days. After 3 days, it would probably turn into a piece of useless stone. I shall open up the other ores. Li Fuchen took out the ores and burst out with chi and sword intent. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen's storage bag had over 100 heaven stones. There were 158 subpar grade heaven stones and 8 low grade heaven stones. The total value was at least 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. But in normal situations, no one would be willing to exchange mid-grade spirit stones for low-grade spirit stones. After all, mid-grade spirit stones could be used as low-grade spirit stones, but low-grade spirit stones couldn't be used as mid-grade spirit stones. From the 7th floor of the stone gambling den, only mid-grade spirit stones could be used to purchase ores. On the next morning, Li Fuchen and Qi Junjun agreed to meet at the Soaring Rain restaurant. Li Fuchen, this is 18,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It might be able to fetch a higher price in the auction, but you should know that it is rather time-consuming and laborious. On the 15th floor, in a private room, Qi Junjun handed Li Fuchen a storage bag. This price is very reasonable. Li Fuchen nodded and received the storage bag. He then handed over the low-grade heaven stones to Qi Junjun. Many thanks. Qi Junjun revealed a delighted expression. As the young lady of the Qi clan, she knew how difficult it was for a clan to establish itself in the Emperor's Sky Continent. The South Mountain City might be ruled by the 4 major clans, but there were plenty of powerful clans below the 4 major clans. Among these clans, there would be 1 or 2 primary sea realm monarchs. If one of these clans produced an extremely powerful primary sea realm monarch, it would definitely impact the 4 major clans. In fact, the 4 major clans a century ago weren't the current 4 major clans. Even the Qi clan only became one of the 4 major clans 200 years ago. To a clan, connections, resources, and descendants with potential were important. But most importantly, there must be a primary sea realm monarch who could control the situation. The contest between clans was usually a contest between the strongest experts. Of course, if the strongest experts were of equal strength, then the competition would be the comprehensive strength of the clan. A piece of low-grade heaven stone would definitely be able to increase the clan's primary sea realm monarch's comprehension of laws. With more comprehension, there might be a day when they would break through and have a huge improvement in strength. After treating Qi Junjun to a meal, the 2 of them went their separate ways. Li Fuqin immediately returned to his courtyard. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, Li Fuqin had consumed 6 pieces of subpar-grade heaven stones and comprehended plenty of profound laws. Among them, he comprehended the fire laws and sword Dao laws the most, followed by other miscellaneous laws and profound mysteries. With my current law foundation, it shouldn't take too long for me to create a heaven-grade sword move with the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration as the foundation. Li Fuqin thought to himself, the subpar grade heaven stone might be the lowest grade heaven stone, but it was still of great help to Li Fuqin. There's no hurry. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. Let's comprehend more celestial stones. Li Fuqin continued his seclusion. Unknowingly, another month had passed. The first 12 subpar grade heaven stones were of great help to me. Starting from the 13th one, the effects decreased sharply. At the 18th one, the effects are almost negligible. Next, I can only use low-grade heaven stones to increase my law comprehension. After letting out a breath, Li Fuqin took out a piece of low-grade heaven stone from his storage bag. The low-grade heaven stone was extremely pure and was emitting a dreamy sky green luster. Li Fuqin released his spiritual awareness and enveloped the surface of the low-grade heaven stone. Boom, boom. There was a loud boom, and Li Fuqin could vaguely see countless strange scenes. There was water, fire, wind, thunder, light, darkness, sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. This is the legendary Great Dao Boom. Li Fuqin revealed a delighted expression. The Great Dao Boom was a scene that would only appear in legends. It was said that in this world, there was a place that was closest to the world source. The Great Dao Boom there would allow people to directly feel the profound mysteries of heaven and earth laws. Law Phase realm emperors would only have a chance to break through to the saint by heading there. The Great Dao Boom only lasted for a single breath. After a single breath, the Great Dao Boom vanished. It seems like low-grade heaven stones can only sustain the Great Dao Boom for a single breath. Top-notch, low-grade heaven stones might be able to sustain it for 2 breaths, but it won't last for too long. Even though it was just a single breath of the Great Dao Boom, it was of greater help to Li Fuqin than 10 pieces of subpar grade heaven stones. Li Fuqin felt his spirit soul getting intoxicated and entering a numb state. In his mind, all sorts of laws appeared. Among them, the Fire Dao laws and Sword Dao laws were the most active. Flowing merciless edge. Li Fuqin drew with his finger, and a scarlet thread appeared out of nowhere and slashed on the courtyard's array. The pine tree inn's courtyard's array was a quasi-class 7 array. Even a low-level monarch would need to use his full strength to break the array. Li Fuqin didn't draw the flaming snake sword and just used his finger strength to slash open the array. However, it was enough to make the array tremble. The flowing merciless edge is now perfected. After opening his eyes, Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. Previously, the flowing, merciless edge might contain the heaven-class sword intent. But the sword intent was rather coarse, and the sword move's proficiency was at the sub-perfection stage. Right now, it was at the perfection stage and was just a step away from the trance stage. This allowed Li Fuchen's strength to increase by 1 level. If he was just an incredible great master previously, he was now considered a pinnacle great master. A pinnacle great master was enough to contest with weaker low-level monarchs. Li Fuchen might not be a match for them, but he wouldn't be defeated in a single clash. After consuming 1 piece of low-grade Heavenstone, Li Fuchen took out the 2nd piece. Soaring Rain Restaurant, here are 5 pieces of subpar-grade Heavenstones. Li Fuchen took out 5 pieces of subpar-grade Heavenstones from his storage bag and handed them to Qi Junjun. 18,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones might seem like a lot, but it wouldn't take a long time. Li Fuchen decided to sell 5 more pieces of subpar-grade Heavenstones to Qi Junjun. As for the rest, he would sell them when he reached another city. Many thanks then. When Qi Junjun received the Heavenstones, she handed the storage bag to Li Fuchen. The Qi clan was willing to purchase these 5 pieces of subpar-grade Heavenstones for 8,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones. This was mainly because these 5 pieces of subpar-grade Heavenstones were rather big. On average, each piece was around the size of 2 or 3 fists. Li Fuchen, you are now rather famous in South Mountain City. Many people have conferred you as a stone gambling master. Qi Junjun laughed. Li Fuchen purchased over 100 pieces of Heavenstone ores and spent a total of around 100 million low-grade Spirit Stones, which was equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones. After selling them, Li Fuchen obtained close to 30,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones and earned twice the amount of Spirit Stones. It didn't seem like a lot, but it was already extremely incredible. Of course, Qi Junjun didn't know that if Li Fuchen sold all the Heavenstones, it wouldn't just be close to 30,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones. It would be at least 300,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones. 300,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones was already comparable to the entire wealth of a second-rate clan in South Mountain City. After the meal, the duo was separated again. Incineration Sword. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen used his finger as a sword and drew a slash. Countless scarlet bubbles appeared out of nowhere and immediately exploded. The destructive power caused the air to tremble. Incineration Sword was a heaven-class sword move created with the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration as the foundation. This move could be gathered and dispersed. It wasn't just superior to the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration in terms of exquisiteness, it was also superior in terms of power. If Li Fuchen was willing, a single slash was enough to form a super bubble and destroy everything within the bubble. It is a pity that I am unable to use the Meteor Sword art as the foundation to create a sword move that contains the Heaven-class sword intent. The Meteor Sword art was very special, and it had been following Li Fuchen from a Mystic-class low-tier sword art to an Earth-class peak-tier sword art. This sword art didn't disappoint Li Fuchen. It was considered invincible among sword arts of the same class. Be it speed or power, it was extremely horrific. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to upgrade the Meteor Sword intent to the Heaven class. Sky Ring Sword Armor. Li Fuchen might not be able to create the Heaven-class Meteor Sword art, but he used the Sky Ring Sword art as the foundation to create the Heaven-class sword move, Sky Ring Sword Armor. The Sky Ring Sword art was a non-attribute sword art. It meant that it only contained Sword Dao laws and didn't contain any other laws. Li Fuchen drew a circle in the air with his right sword finger. Layers of sword light revolved around his body and quickly formed a layer of sword armor. This layer of sword armor contained astounding sword intent. This sword intent was mainly for defense, and its offensive ability was mainly for defense and counterattack. As such, Li Fuchen currently possessed 3 Heaven-class sword moves. The Heaven-class sword move, Flowing Merciless Edge, was at the perfection stage. The Incineration Sword and Sky Ring Sword armor were at the sub-perfection stage. With the 3 Heaven-class sword moves, Li Fuchen was definitely more well-rounded. When encountering an evenly matched opponent, he didn't have to worry about the sword moves being monotonous. The 3 sword moves, 2 for offense and 1 for defense, were enough to sustain for a long period of battle. I have not been to the 7th floor of the Stone Gambling Den. It is time to take a look. With 26,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen was much more confident. This time his targets were low-grade and mid-grade heaven stones, especially the latter. Of course, it was still unknown if the Stone Gambling Den had any mid-grade heaven stones, but Li Fuchen didn't have any expectations. According to what he knew, the South Mountain City would only produce 1 mid-grade heaven stone every 3 years. He didn't exclude the possibility of someone secretly obtaining a mid-grade heaven stone, but it was enough to prove how rare mid-grade heaven stones were. After arriving at the Stone Gambling Den, Li Fuchen headed straight for the 7th floor. Master Li is here. Someone recognized Li Fuchen. 2 months ago, it was rather sensational when Li Fuchen obtained a low-grade heaven stone. During this period of time, plenty of factions had their eyes on Li Fuchen. But after knowing that Li Fuchen had sold the low-grade heaven stone to the Qi clan, these factions ceased their activities and didn't do anything drastic. Now that Li Fuchen had arrived at the Stone Gambling Den, he naturally wouldn't be as unknown as 2 months ago. Li Fuchen could only laugh bitterly. Chapter 562. The 7th floor had less heaven stone ores than the 6th floor by more than half. All the heaven stone ores that could be placed on the 7th floor had excellent appearances and would easily cost 100 mid-grade spirit stones or even a few hundred mid-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen circulated his spirit soul power to observe and noticed that the 7th floor did have more heaven stone ores. Out of 100 ores, there were around 4 or 5 ores that contained heaven stones. Especially the low-grade heaven stones. There were 7 of them. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen didn't buy all the ores that contained heaven stones on the 7th floor. If he was to buy all the ores that contained heaven stones in the Stone Gambling Den, it would cause a huge commotion sooner or later. Ultimately, Li Fuchen bought 12 ores. 7 of them contained low-grade heaven stones, while the other 5 contained larger, subpar-grade heaven stones. 12 ores cost Li Fuchen 2,500 mid-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, Li Fuchen arrived at the 8th floor. The 8th floor's ores were half as compared to the 7th floor. The starting price of the ores here was 200 mid-grade spirit stones, and the higher ones would go up to 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After looking at every ore, Li Fuchen picked 9 ores. Among the 9 ores, 6 contained low-grade heaven stones, and 3 contained subpar-grade heaven stones. Li Fuchen spent a total of 4,800 mid-grade spirit stones. The 8th floor doesn't even have as many low-grade heaven stones as the 7th floor. It seems like the difference in appearance is rather huge. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at the 9th floor. This was the limit of the floor that Li Fuchen could reach. The 10th floor was a place that only primary sea realm monarchs could enter. It was said that the heaven stone ores had a starting price of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, every 10 ores would contain at least 1 heaven stone. Among the mid-grade heaven stones produced in the South Mountain City, 9 out of 10 were from the 10th floor. As for the other floors, they might not even produce a single mid-grade heaven stone in 10 or 20 years. A total of 12 low-grade heaven stones. The 9th floor was indeed worthy of its name. The number of heaven stone ores was the least, but the number of low-grade heaven stones was the most. Ultimately, Li Fuchen spent 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones to purchase 18 ores. As such, Out of the 26,000 mid-grade spirit stones that Li Fuchen brought, he was only left with 4,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was more than 80% gone. Without cutting open the ores, Li Fuchen immediately left the stone gambling den. While walking on a spacious street, Li Fuchen suddenly stopped. On the other side, two young men walked over. The young man on the right was none other than Dongwu Xiaonan. As for the young man on the left, his cultivation had actually reached the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm, and his disposition was slightly similar to Dongwu Xiaonan. It was probably the Dongwu clan's younger generation expert. I'm Dongwu Zhenyan. I heard that Brother Li's ability in stone gambling is extraordinary. I, Dongwu Zhenyan, hope that Brother Li is able to help my Dongwu clan in stone gambling. The reward is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones a year. Dongwu Zhenyan spoke indifferently. Sorry, not interested. Li Fuchen remained indifferent, wanting to buy his freedom with just 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, was looking down on him. Of course, even if the other party offered him 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones a year, he would not agree. Brotherly, there are some things that I don't want to say a second time. The first time I invited you. The second time, I won't discuss it with you. Dongwu Zhenyan was the strongest expert of the Dongwu clan below the age of 100, and his strength had already attained the level of a top-rate grandmaster. He was one of the 10 great experts of the younger generation of South Mountain City. Are you threatening me? Li Fuchen let out a sneer. You can think whatever you want. I just want the result. Dongwu Zhenyan said, If you are a primary sea realm monarch, I might be threatened by you, but you are just a battle spirit realm master. Li Fuchen's figure flashed and brushed past Dongwu Zhenyan. Such speed! Dongwu Zhenyan's eyes contracted. For that instant earlier, he wanted to stop Li Fuchen, but he was already a step too late. Big Brother Zhenyan, why don't you capture him and bring him back to the Dongwu clan? Dongwu Xiaonan didn't understand. The South Mountain City didn't allow killing, but the Dongwu clan was one of the 4 major clans. If the killing didn't cause too big of a commotion, the city lord residents would normally turn a blind eye. Dongwu Zhenyan said, This child must not be underestimated. If I wish to capture him, I will need to use at least 50% of my strength. It will cause too big of a commotion. Then we are just going to let it go like this. Dongwu Xiaonan was unwilling. Dongwu Zhenyan said coldly, It isn't convenient for me to make a move in the city. Once we exit the city, it isn't up to him anymore. I still didn't obtain any mid-grade heaven stones after all. Perhaps only the 10th floor of the stone gambling den has mid-grade heaven stones. After returning to the courtyard, Li Fuchen let out a sigh. If he had mid-grade heaven stones, he was 90% certain that he would be able to increase the flowing, merciless edge to the trance stage. By then, his chi cultivation strength would definitely reach the monarch-class master level. A monarch-class master was already able to contest with low-level primary C realm monarchs. Great masters were only able to exchange moves with weaker, low-level primary C realm monarchs, and were still far from being able to kill them normally. It seems like it is time to leave the South Mountain City and visit other cities. Li Fuchen had the intention to leave. On this day, Li Fuchen checked out of the courtyard and left the South Mountain City. Young Master Zhenyan, he has left the city. Inside a restaurant, Dongwu Zhenyan obtained a piece of information regarding Li Fuchen. Is he finally leaving the city? Dongwu Zhenyan finished the wine in his cup and immediately went downstairs. Young lady, Dongwu Zhenyan has caught up. In the opposite restaurant, Qi Junjun had also obtained the information. Is he really going to make a move on Li Fuchen? But Dongwu Zhenyan alone isn't a match for Li Fuchen. With the Qi observation technique, Qi Junjun knew that Li Fuchen wasn't as simple as a regular battle spirit realm master. She must not be deceived by his cultivation. But just in case, it is better to go take a look. Fifth uncle, follow me to take a look, Qi Junjun said to a corner. It seems like my Junjun is tempted. There was originally no one in the corner, but when the voice echoed, a figure appeared in Chi Junjun's vision. It was a handsome, middle-aged man. If someone was here, they would definitely be able to see that the handsome, middle-aged man was a Primary Sea Realm monarch. Because only Primary Sea Realm monarchs could alter the natural environment and conceal their traces. Chi Junjun's face revealed a trace of redness. Fifth uncle, I have yet to make a decision. I am purely curious. Curiosity is the first step to falling. Forget it. Let me see what is so special about this child and why he is worthy of your attention. The handsome middle-aged man grabbed Chi Junjun and flashed before vanishing without a trace. Outside of the South Mountain City, it was boundless and spacious. A figure skimmed across the sky like a divine flame with extreme speed. At the back, there was a thunderbolt that was chasing at an even faster speed. The divine flame stopped and revealed its figure. Who else could it be other than Li Fuchen? The thunderbolt behind had also dispersed, and it was Dongwu Zhenyan. Brotherly, let me ask you again. Are you willing to serve my Dongwu clan? Dongwu Zhenyan had an unfeeling expression. Just you alone? Li Fuchen asked. I alone am enough, Dongwu Zhenyan said confidently. He was one of the top 10 youth experts of the South Mountain City. Apart from a few individuals below the Primary Sea Realm, no one was a match for him. If he couldn't do it, then he would probably have to ask for help from a Primary Sea Realm monarch. But the Dongwu clan's Primary Sea Realm monarchs weren't so free. If they had to make a move against a Battle Spirit Realm master, wouldn't they be extremely busy? Unless Li Fuchen was worthy for them to make a move. If you are alone, then you better return. You aren't a match for me, Li Fuchen said indifferently. Shameless boasting. It seems like you are going to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Dongwu Zhenyan clenched his right fist tightly, and it was emitting thunderbolts while a thunder flood dragon gathered on his right arm. I will ask you again. Are you willing or not? Dongwu Zhenyan said word by word. Of course not. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression. Since that is the case, I shall capture you and make you serve my Dongwu clan for 100 years. As for the reward, there is not a single cent. Dongwu Zhenyan had a sinister expression as he blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. Roar! There was a sonorous dragon roar. The thunder flood dragon that was coiled around Dongwu Zhenyan's right arm swam around like a thunderbolt and instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Just this fist was something that regular elite masters wouldn't be able to block. I said it before, you aren't a match for me. Li Fuchen didn't even draw his sword. He raised his right index and middle finger and thrust. PFFF. Chapter 563. Such incredible sword intent. In midair, there was a barrier that was the same color as the void. The handsome middle-aged man and Chi Junjun stood there. The handsome middle-aged man revealed a surprised expression. He might be a Primary Sea Realm monarch, but in terms of martial art proficiency, he was probably inferior to Li Fuchen. The sword intent contained in Li Fuchen's finger earlier had obviously made contact with the heaven-class laws. It was extremely exquisite and horrific. Junjun, your friend, isn't simple. If I didn't guess it wrongly, he should be an absolute prodigy from a monarch-class sect. The handsome middle-aged man said to Chi Junjun. Chi Junjun nodded. Dongwu Zhenyan is confident that he has the strength of a pinnacle master and can sweep the youth generation. He doesn't know that in the eyes of true prodigies, pinnacle masters aren't considered anything. Above pinnacle masters are great masters, monarch-class masters, and even heaven-class masters. Monarch-class masters could contest with regular low-level Primary Sea Realm monarchs. Heaven-class masters had the strength to kill regular low-level Primary Sea Realm monarchs. Impossible. Dongwu Zhenyan was alarmed and burst out with thunderous power. A thunderous seal that was coiled with 5 dragons appeared above his head. 5-dragon thunder seal. Dongwu Zhenyan burst out with a thunderous divine ability and smashed the thunderous seal at Li Fuchen. If he didn't use the thunderous divine ability, his strength wouldn't reach the pinnacle master level. But once he burst out with the thunderous divine ability, his strength would increase by at least 50%. Bang boom! When the thunder and lightning seal suddenly appeared, the heaven and earth were filled with electric arcs. The plants on the ground were all turned into ashes by the electricity. If there was a reincarnation realm martial artist here, he would probably be electrocuted to death. It was imaginable how powerful the thunder and lightning power contained in the thunder and lightning seal was. When facing Dongwu Zhenyan's powerful attack, Li Fuchen still didn't draw his sword and pointed with his sword finger. Just like before, this sword finger still contained the sword intent of the incineration sword. PFFF! Like a bubble, the thunderous seal instantly burst open. The powerful force had sent Dongwu Zhenyan flying and vomiting fresh blood. "You are a great master!" Dongwu Zhenyan roared. Only a great master could defeat him easily. But Li Fuchen's cultivation was only at the 4th level of Battle Spirit Realm. There were no more than 20 martial grandmasters among the younger generation in South Sun County, but he knew all of them. Only the martial grandmasters of the King's sex did not recognize most of them. In the next moment, Dongwu Zhenyan realized something. He finally knew who Li Fuchen was. The other party was definitely a disciple of a monarch-class sect, and he was at least a top-notch monarch-class disciple. He might even be an emperor-class disciple. Instantly, Dongwu Zhenyan seemed as if he'd eaten a dead fly, and he felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. The Dongwu clan wasn't the city lord residents. The city lord residents could make use of the Red Moon Empire's influence to suppress monarch-class sects. But if the Dongwu clan wanted to suppress monarch-class sects, it would be courting death. Any monarch-class sect would have a large number of primary Sea Realm monarchs, while the Dongwu clan merely had 1 or 2 mid-level monarchs. The entire clan might not be able to contest a single high-level monarch, unless the Dongwu clan was able to draw support from the forces of the city governor's estate. But the city governor's estate wasn't an idiot to offend a king-level sect for no reason or rhyme. If the monarch-class sect was truly infuriated, they might even destroy the city governor's estate and leave the Emperor's Sky continent. In the past, there were incidents where the city governor's estate was destroyed. Li Fuchen didn't deny it and said indifferently, "The Dongwu clan hasn't reached the stage where they can cover the sky with one hand. This time, I will give face to the Dongwu clan, but it might not be the same next time. Behave yourself." Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen turned and left. Damn it! Dongwu Zhenyan slammed his fist on the ground and cracked it open. If he relied on himself, he wouldn't be able to retaliate against Li Fuchen, unless he mobilized the clan's primary Sea Realm monarchs. But it was impossible for the clan to make a move against a monarch-class disciple of a monarch-class sect, unless there was a reason to make a move. Just you wait, this isn't the end. Dongwu Zhenyan wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth and flew towards the South Mountain City. Jun, you have to be cautious when making friends with monarch-class sects disciples. These monarch-class sects are too unstable, and they might just be eradicated one day. The preeminent middle-aged man sighed and said, "Monarch-class sects might be powerful, and the city governor's estate wouldn't be willing to provoke them. But there were too many monarch-class sects, and most of them had enmity with one another. It was impossible for them to be as aloof as the city governor's estate." Chi Junjun said, "Fifth uncle, I know my limits." She naturally knew that monarch-class sects weren't stable, but they were precisely the ones with the most potential. These monarch-class sects gathered the absolute prodigies of the various continents. As long as there were enough fated opportunities, someone might progress to the Lawfei's realm and become an emperor. A long time ago, the emperor-class factions on the Emperor's Sky continent weren't just these 7. Emperor-class factions weren't unchanging. When a powerful Lawfei's realm emperor appeared, an emperor-class faction would also be formed. In fact, the so-called 7 Emperor-class factions on the Emperor's sky continent were just the strongest Emperor-class factions. Apart from the 7 Emperor-class factions, there were also some weaker Emperor-class factions. Of course, these weaker Emperor-class factions were under the rule of the 7 Emperor-class factions and didn't dare to offend them. Otherwise, they would just be destroyed overnight. In Qi Junjun's opinion, Li Fuchen's bone frame was at least 8-star, and he had a great chance to progress to the Law Phase realm and become a ruler. Red Lake City, one of the 10 cities in the South Sun County, and it was nearby the South Mountain City. Just like the South Mountain City, the Red Lake City also had a stone gambling den. But before heading to the stone gambling den, Li Fuchen was preparing to sell a portion of the heaven stones in his possession. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so much capital. This Red Lake City should have an underground trade market, right? There would always be a dark side in any place. Light and darkness would always coexist. After asking around, Li Fuchen found an underground trade market, the Black Horn Pavilion. The Black Horn Pavilion had the backing of a primary sea realm monarch. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to maintain the order of an underground trade market. As for whether there were any factions supporting them on the surface, Li Fuchen didn't know. Wind Lookout Alley. After arriving at a shop, Li Fuchen walked in with a disguise. "What is the customer's request?" the shopkeeper asked lazily. "Selling precious materials," Li Fuchen replied. "How precious?" the shopkeeper asked. Li Fuchen took out a subpar grade heavenstone that was the size of a wash basin and asked, "Is it precious enough?" "This way, please." The shopkeeper invited Li Fuchen into the inner room and slammed on the wall. The wall instantly split open and there was a passage inside. Li Fuchen raised his brows and realized that the wall was actually made of heavenstone ores. No wonder his spiritual awareness couldn't permeate it. After entering the passage, the wall closed up. The passage spiraled downwards. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived at a spacious stone hall. There were 3 individuals seated in the stone hall. The one in the middle was a man with a black face. His right hand was constantly rotating the gem ring on his left thumb. He looked calm and composed, but there was a trace of dangerous qi presence that was like a venomous snake. On the left and right were a scarred man and an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman. The scarred man was carrying a large saber on his back. His body was emitting a ferocious qi presence that was like the calm before the storm, violent and oppressive. As compared to the 2 of them, the middle-aged woman looked much more ordinary. But Li Fuchen noticed that there were plenty of iron hairpins on her head that would flash with a bright luster at a specific angle. It was obvious that they were dipped in poison. The trio's cultivation was at the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm, but Li Fuchen could see that they weren't ordinary 9th level Battle Spirit Realm Masters. Of course, it didn't matter how extraordinary they were, Li Fuchen didn't bother. As long as they weren't primary sea Realm Monarchs, they wouldn't pose any threat to him. "What materials do you want to sell?" The man with a black face was the first to speak. Li Fuchen took out the subpar grade heavenstone that was the size of a wash basin. "How many mid-grade spirit stones is this subpar grade heavenstone worth?" If they weren't too greedy, Li Fuchen wouldn't mind selling more. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The man with a black face replied, "Isn't it too little? If this subpar grade heavenstone was sold outside, it would be worth at least 5,000 or 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones." The middle-aged woman laughed and said, "This is the underground market, and the price will be 50% lower than the normal price, unless you are selling a lot of heaven stones." "What about 20 pieces?" Li Fuchen took out another 19 pieces of subpar grade heaven stones, and each of them had to be at least the size of a bowl, 70% of the normal price. The man with the black face's eyes flashed with radiance. "What about 30 pieces?" Li Fuchen took out another 10 pieces, 80%. The man with the black face's breathing was a little unstable. The scarred man beside the man with a black face had instantly lowered his eyes. Li Fuchen noticed that there was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. The underground market is still the underground market, after all. It only cares about strength and doesn't care about rules. Li Fuchen said to himself. What about 50 pieces? Li Fuchen didn't give up until he shocked the man to death. He then took out another 20 pieces of subpar grade heavenstones. Haha, 90% of the normal price is my limit. The man with a black face laughed heartily and was rather happy. It seems like you aren't sincere. Li Fuchen suddenly raised his hand and thrust at the void with his sword finger. Pff. A black figure that was wielding a short saber was sent flying while his chest burst out with a stream of blood. The eyes of the man with a black face contracted. Li Fuchen's reaction was too fast, and the Black Horn Guard didn't even have the time to brandish his saber. The Black Horn Guard short saber was a stone-cutting saber, and it could even split heavenstone ores with ease. This stone hall was set up with a quasi-class 7 chi restriction array. Chi wouldn't even be able to flow out of the body. In such a situation, the stone-cutting saber's lethality could be maximized. The prerequisite was to be able to hit the target. Sincerity is only effective when the target is of equal value. The scarred man stood up and instantly drew the large saber on his back. With a flash, he suddenly cleaved at Li Fuchen. Is that so? Li Fuchen didn't move, and when the saber light swept over, Li Fuchen's body swayed like a willow branch while his right sword finger thrust at the opponent's chest. Pff. An arrow of blood burst out while the scarred man was sent flying with a horrified expression. With Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, the scarred man's every move felt like it was in slow motion. He wasn't even qualified to exchange moves with Li Fuchen. Swish, 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 swish. Right at this moment, the middle-aged woman lowered her head abruptly while the iron hairpins in her hair poured down like a storm at Li Fuchen. These iron hairpins were actually made from the stone-cutting saber. Chapter 564. Fall! Li Fuchen drew a circle in the air with his right sword finger. A layer of sword armor and sword intent formed a barrier in front of him. Cling, 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 cling. The iron hairpins were repelled and couldn't get close to Li Fuchen. Such powerful sword intent. The middle-aged woman's eyes contracted. The Qi Prohibition Array was able to restrain Qi, but it wasn't able to restrain intent. Li Fuchen was able to use his sword intent to repel her attack. His strength was truly shocking. Swish, 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 swish. The most lethal attack came from the black-faced man. To be exact, it came from the gemstone ring on his thumb. The ring was emitting a resplendent green light, and a green flame was shot at Li Fuchen. The Qi Prohibition Array was obviously able to restrain Qi and all kinds of energy, but it wasn't able to restrain the green flame. Li Fuchen could see at a glance that the gemstone ring was a cardinal artifact. Furthermore, it should be an Earth-class high-tier cardinal artifact. A single attack from an Earth-class high-tier cardinal artifact would at least be at the pinnacle master level. It wasn't strange for it to be at the great master level. If Li Fuchen was just a regular great master, he would definitely be dead now. But Li Fuchen wasn't a regular great master. He was a pinnacle great master. Even if his qi couldn't be released from his body, his sword intent still had the strength of a great master. The scarlet red thread flickered. Bang, 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 bang. There was an explosion of the green flame. Li Fuchen's sword intent was much stronger than the black-faced man imagined. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's sword intent was different every time he made a move. No one knew how many powerful sword intents Li Fuchen possessed. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Li Fuchen drew with his right hand, and the scarlet red thread sliced open the stone hall's wall. The black-faced man's expression changed several times. Li Fuchen's strength was simply outrageous. In fact, the black-faced man doubted if a primary Sea Realm monarch could reach such a level without qi being released from the body. It was a pity that the black-faced man didn't know that if Li Fuchin wanted to break the Qi prohibition array, it would just take an instant. With the spiritual awareness of a pinnacle primary sea realm monarch, Li Fuchin was able to see the flaws of the Qi prohibition array with a single glance, let alone the fact that this Qi prohibition array was a quasi-class 7 array. Even if it was a class 7 array, Li Fuchin was confident he could break it. "Brother, you have the qualifications to make a deal with my Blackhorn Pavilion." The black-faced man extended his hand to stop the middle-aged woman and the knife-scarred man who were about to attack again. This was just a branch of the Blackhorn Pavilion, and there weren't any primary sea realm monarchs overseeing this place. It wasn't impossible to kill Li Fuchin, but the three of them would have to be buried along with Li Fuchin, and it wasn't worth it. "All right, give me a price." Li Fuchin took out 50 pieces of subpar grade heaven stone. 50 pieces of subpar grade heaven stones. With 90% of the normal price, it will be a total of 95,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I wonder, what do you think? The black-faced man sized up the subpar grade heaven stones that were floating in front of Li Fuchin and said, "Sure." Li Fuchin nodded. The price was fair, although he doubted if it was even 90% of the normal price. However, there was no other way, as these celestial stones couldn't be sold and could only be traded underground. With 95,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchin left the Blackhorn Pavilion branch. As soon as Li Fuchin left, the black-faced man immediately notified the nearest primary sea realm monarch from the Blackhorn Pavilion. In just a short moment, a black-clothed monarch who was at the second level of primary sea realm arrived at the branch. After carefully inspecting the Qi presence left behind by Li Fuchin, the monarch chased after Li Fuchin. Half a day later, the black-clothed monarch returned with nothing. Li Fuchin's Qi presence vanished once it reached the outside. After searching for half a day, the monarch couldn't sense Li Fuchin's Qi presence again. It was as though Li Fuchin had vanished instantly. No wonder he dares to come to the Blackhorn Pavilion branch. The black-clothed monarch was rather unhappy. It would be great if he was overseeing the branch back then. This was a transaction worth 95,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and even he was tempted. With the addition of over 4,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchin had 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones and openly arrived at the Red Lake City's stone gambling den. After Li Fuchin left, 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones were exchanged for hundreds of heaven stone ores. It was a pity that there were still no traces of mid-grade heaven stones. Li Fuchin didn't give up and headed to another city, the Greenwood City. At the Greenwood City's underground market, Li Fuchin encountered the same situation as the Red Lake City. These underground markets would only talk about rules with people of equal strength. For example, if it was a primary sea realm monarch that headed to the underground market wouldn't dare to have any thoughts and would only conduct a fair transaction. After all, it was too difficult to deal with a primary sea realm monarch. Even if there was a primary sea realm monarch overseeing the underground market, it wasn't very realistic. Furthermore, once a fight broke out, the entire underground market would be destroyed and the losses would outweigh the gains, unless the underground market was set up with a Class 7 array. With the power of a Class 7 array, it would be able to deal with a primary sea realm monarch with ease. But in the long run, there would be plenty of missing primary sea realm monarchs, and no one would dare to go there to trade. If they offended a primary sea realm monarch with a powerful background, they might just be wiped out. With Li Fuchin's methods, he naturally wouldn't be scammed. With 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchin successfully left the underground market and arrived at the Greenwood City's stone gambling den. After spending 35,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchin took away another few hundred heavenstone ores. Unknowingly, Li Fuchin had already visited 5 cities. He had 250 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and close to 1,000 celestial stones. This was definitely a huge sum of wealth. If Li Fuqin was to sell all of these heaven stones, he would have a few million mid-grade spirit stones. A few million mid-grade spirit stones were already comparable with the first-rate clans in various cities. Copper Mountain City, the number 2 city in the South Sun County. It is just inferior to the county city, South Sun City. On this day, Li Fuqin arrived at the Copper Mountain City. As compared to the South Mountain City, Red Lake City, Greenwood City, and other cities, the Copper Mountain City was at least twice the size and had a population of more than 100 million. According to the usual practice, Li Fuqin first found an underground market. Li Fuqin was brought to a hidden underground palace. How many heaven stones do you want to trade? The host was a 9th-level battle spirit realm master, who was even more dangerous than the dark-faced man. On his 2 sides, there were 4 other 9th-level battle spirit realm masters. 100 heaven stones. Li Fuqin was already a little dissatisfied with the small transactions and was prepared to trade 100 heaven stones at once. Take it out and let me see. The host was rather anxious. The 4 people on his 2 sides revealed murderous intent. Li Fuqin sighed silently, and it seemed like he was going to have to fight again. He just wanted a fair trade. Why was it so difficult? Please take a look. Li Fuqin took out 100 heaven stones. Do it. The host waved his hand, and the 4 people on both sides lunged at Li Fuqin like eagles. All of them were using their kill moves and had already drawn their stone-cutting weapons. After keeping the heaven stones, Li Fuqin drew with his finger, and a scarlet thread appeared in front of the 4 of them. PFFF. One of them couldn't dodge in time and had his arm severed. The other 3 screamed out miserably as their bodies were charred and cracked. In the face of Li Fuqin's flowing merciless edge, numbers were useless. If Li Fuqin didn't show mercy, the 4 of them would have been decapitated. Fire prohibition. The host made a move, and it was unknown when a scepter appeared in his hand. With a swing of the scepter, a giant fireball was blasted at Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin could feel the intense fire Dao laws from the fireball. It was a pity that the host still underestimated Li Fuqin's flowing merciless edge. The scarlet thread flashed and split the fireball into 2. What a great heaven-class sword intent. I, Earth-Fire Monarch, shall try you. A powerful Qi presence burst out from the side hall of the palace. Immediately after, a valiant figure arrived at the palace. 2nd-level Primary C, Realm Monarch. Li Fuqin's eyes contracted. He didn't expect for this underground trading center to be overseen by a Primary C Realm Monarch. No matter how weak a Primary C Realm Monarch was, it was still a Primary C Realm Monarch. Without the strength of a Monarch-class master, it was impossible to fight with them normally. Great masters might be able to exchange moves with weaker low-level Primary C Realm Monarchs. But if the fight dragged on, great masters would definitely perish, and it was hard for them to survive. Die. The Earth-Fire Monarch had a head of withered yellow hair. His long hair was fluttering as he pointed at Li Fuqin. As the finger was pointed, it felt as though the void distance was shortened. This finger that contained horrific power instantly filled up the entire palace hall, and there was nowhere to dodge or hide. A Quasi-Class 7 array was unable to restrict a Primary C Realm Monarch's Qi. Of course, it could weaken the Qi transmission to a certain extent and prevent the destruction of the underground trading center. Clang! After drawing the flaming snake sword, Li Fuqin's divine flame red rainbow Qi instantly transformed into bronze sword Qi before he slashed with a flowing merciless edge. Before this, Li Fuqin flicked his left pinky finger, and a sword intent instantly destroyed the array core of the Qi restriction array. The moment Li Fuqin drew his sword and slashed, the Qi restriction array had already collapsed and didn't have the ability to restrict Qi anymore. Rumble. The palace hall collapsed, and Li Fuqin took 8 steps back. It was obvious that he wasn't a match for the Earth-Fire Monarch. However, the Earth-Fire Monarch's combat strength wasn't much stronger than Li Fuchen and wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen in a single attack. Strength of a pinnacle great master. The Earth-Fire Monarch raised his brows and had a gloomy expression. He was confident he could deal with a pinnacle great master, but the prerequisite was that the battlefield was large enough. He was certain that before he killed Li Fuchen, this underground trading center would definitely be destroyed and the shockwaves would spread to the outside world. This was something he didn't wish to see. "You deserve death," the Earth-Fire Monarch said in a deep voice. "Why, are you allowed to disregard the rules and I am not allowed to resist?" Li Fuchen sneered. After a moment of silence, the Earth-Fire Monarch said to the manager, "Buy these heaven stones at 80% of the normal price." This place wasn't a battlefield, and it wouldn't be too late to chase after the Earth-Fire Monarch after he left. Li Fuchen suddenly said, "I have changed my mind. I will sell a total of 220 pieces of subpar grade heaven stones at 90% of the normal price." Since he had already offended a primary C realm monarch, Li Fuchen might as well go all out and transact more heaven stones. It didn't matter how many heaven stones Li Fuchen transacted. The Earth-Fire Monarch wouldn't let him off. What would happen next would depend on their capabilities. The Earth-Fire Monarch's eyes concealed his murderous intent as he indicated for the manager to nod. Ultimately, Li Fuchen left the collapsing underground palace with 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Chapter 565. Once he exited the underground market, Li Fuchen immediately activated his spirit soul ability and concealed his chi presence before blending into the crowd. After losing Li Fuchen's chi presence, the Earth-Fire Monarch wasn't in a hurry. He released his spiritual awareness and checked carefully. A short moment later, the Earth-Fire Monarch found Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sighed. His spirit soul ability to conceal his chi presence was only effective from a distance. If he was a few hundred miles away, the enemy wouldn't be able to see him. If the enemy used their spiritual awareness to scan him, they would ignore him or treat him as a rock. But if the distance was too close, it would be easy to find him with sight and spiritual sense. After all, he couldn't hide himself. They didn't dare to fight in the city, so they left the Bronze Mountain City one after another. In fact, the Earth-Fire Monarch was rather hesitant. If he was Li Fuchen, he would never leave the Bronze Mountain City, because once he left the Bronze Mountain City, he would be pursued by a primary C realm monarch. Could the opposition have a trump card to deal with primary C realm monarchs? Or could it be that the other party was very confident in his ability to hide his aura and believed that it was impossible for him to track him? I am a dignified primary C realm monarch. Why would I be afraid of him? When thinking that he was a second-level monarch, the Earth-Fire Monarch was rather ashamed. In that instant, he actually had a trace of hesitation. He shouldn't be hesitating when facing a battle spirit realm master. The eastern suburb of Tong Mountain City was desolate and uninhabited. Spirit destroying finger. Without the restriction of the quasi-class 7 array, the Earth-Fire Monarch's chi wasn't restricted by the distance. He struck out with his finger, and a mountain-like flaming finger smashed at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. The distance between the duo that was a few miles was instantly ignored. Good timing. Li Fuchen stopped running and turned around to cleave. When the scarlet-red thread collided with his finger, it immediately caused a violent explosion. Boundless chi waves spread out, and Li Fuchen flew back 100 meters. "Kid, you are very strong, but you are overly confident. You think that with a heaven-class sword art, you can contest with monarchs. It is a pity that your cultivation is too low. If you are at the 6th or 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm, I might be apprehensive of you. Now, it is better for you to surrender." After repelling Li Fuchen with a single finger, the Earth-Fire Monarch grinned. That finger attack just now was just an ordinary move. He wasn't considered an expert among the low-level primary sea realm monarchs, and his bone frame was only a 6-star bone frame. He might not be comparable with those 7-star monarchs, but it was still a piece of cake to deal with a battle spirit realm great master. Is that so? I wonder if your true soul is as strong as your strength. Avian Thorn. As he spoke, a bird-shaped spiritual awareness shot out from Lifuchin's glabella and entered the Earth-Fire Monarch's mind. The Earth-Fire Monarch let out a groan as his expression changed drastically. Primary Sea Realm level spiritual awareness attack. The Earth-Fire King was bewildered. In that instant, although his true spirit wasn't injured, it was still impacted. If this happened a few more times, he couldn't guarantee that his true spirit wouldn't be damaged. Do you think you can restrain me by relying on your spiritual sense attack? In your dreams, my true spirit is a king true spirit. Soul extermination finger. Earth-Fire Monarch roared and struck out with his finger once again. This time, the flames on the giant finger were restrained and filled with a bright red luster, as if it was covered with a layer of magma. No wonder it is a monarch true spirit. It is much stronger than a 7-star bone frame true spirit. Li Fuchin nodded silently. If 1 time isn't enough, what about 3 or 10 times? Li Fuchin had a solemn expression as he brandished his sword to clash with the giant finger. Fresh blood flowed out as Li Fuchin was sent flying. While flying back, Li Fuchin executed 3 avian thorns in a row. The Earth-Fire Monarch originally wanted to follow up with another attack, but his face turned pale. The finger chi that was just condensed couldn't help but stagnate. Avian King Thorn, an extremely violent spiritual awareness that was like 1,000 birds chirping, suddenly crashed into the Earth-Fire Monarch's mind. This time, the Earth-Fire Monarch finally let out a miserable groan. He felt as though his mind was going to split open. 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were extremely precious, and even Emperor-class factions rarely had them. The Earth-Fire Monarch had only learned the 6-star spiritual awareness secret technique, the awareness concentration technique. This secret technique wasn't considered a spiritual awareness defense secret technique. It was only a spiritual awareness enhancement secret technique. After being attacked by Li Fuchin's Avian Kingthorn, the Earth-Fire Monarch's spiritual awareness was torn apart, and there was a very shallow on the surface of his true spirit. If the true spirit was a human, this small that would at most be a small wound, and it wouldn't be a big deal. It was a pity that the true spirit was connected to the spirit soul. Even a trace of damage would cause immense pain. Under the pain, the Earth-Fire Monarch couldn't concentrate on the battle. Who exactly are you? The Earth-Fire Monarch put on a fierce expression, but was actually cowardly. Such a powerful spiritual awareness attack. It meant that he either cultivated a 7-star spiritual awareness attack secret technique, or his spiritual awareness was extremely powerful and was comparable with formidable primary sea realm monarchs. No matter which it was a threat to the Earth-Fire Monarch. It isn't important who I am. The important thing is that the battle between us is meaningless. Li Fuchin might be able to suppress the Earth-Fire Monarch for a short period of time, but he wasn't naive enough to think that the Earth-Fire Monarch didn't have any strength to retaliate. Primary Sea realm monarchs were monarch class in all aspects. Monarch class masters might be able to fight against low-level monarchs, but there were certain aspects that were inferior to low-level monarchs. Is there no meaning to it? You are too naive. The Earth-Fire Monarch reached out his hand and grabbed. Countless fire elemental yuan qi gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the fire elemental yuan qi within a radius of a few miles had condensed, causing the space within a few miles to turn scarlet red. It was like a giant scarlet amber, controlling the nature power. This was the most basic ability of a primary sea realm monarch. With this valiant ability, a primary sea realm monarch could easily suppress those with inferior cultivation. I have forgotten about this. Li Fuqin felt his body getting several times heavier, and his qi circulation was much slower. In fact, his qi was even showing signs of dissipating. If Li Fuqin had to describe it, he was like a mosquito that was trapped in amber and it was getting more strenuous. Again, the Earth Fire Monarch was still absorbing more fire Dao Qi. When dealing with a powerful battle spirit realm great master like Li Fuqin, using heaven and earth power to suppress him was the best method. Great masters and monarch-class masters only had powerful attack power, but their adaptability to the environment was several times or even 10 times inferior to primary C realm monarchs. You want to try again? Li Fuqin's eyes flashed with a horrific luster. The avian kingthorn was shot out and buried into the Earth Fire Monarch's mind. During this period of time, the Earth Fire Monarch used the fire Dao Qi to create plenty of clones. But when scanned by Li Fuqin's spiritual awareness, it was obvious which clones were real and fake. It was basically useless. Ah! The Earth Fire Monarch yelled out miserably. The avian kingthorn was considered an improved version of the quintessence, and its lethality was 30% stronger than the avian kingthorn. Even a second-level monarch, like the Earth Fire Monarch, couldn't withstand it. I don't believe how many times can you execute the spiritual awareness attack. The Earth Fire Monarch forcefully endured. In his opinion, it was already good for a regular person to execute the spiritual awareness attack 3 to 5 times. Even if Li Fuqin executed the spiritual awareness attack over a dozen times, the Earth Fire Monarch's true spirit would only be damaged. Therefore, the Earth Fire Monarch felt that he could withstand it. Is that so? Li Fuqin shot out bundles of avian kingthorns while the sharp bird cries echoed and didn't stop. After over a dozen times, the Earth Fire Monarch's expression changed. Li Fuqin's spiritual awareness wasn't just of high quality and was comparable with formidable primary C realm monarchs. Even the density of his spiritual awareness wasn't inferior to formidable primary C realm monarchs. Impossible. The Earth Fire Monarch didn't dare to believe this fact. Even a person with spirit-soul aptitude shouldn't possess so much spiritual awareness. From the looks of Li Fuqin, it was obvious that over a dozen spiritual awareness attacks weren't the limit. How could the Earth Fire Monarch know that Li Fuqin had devoured the spiritual awareness of a primary C realm monarch and a demonic beast ruler? The density of his spiritual awareness was at least at the level of an elite primary C realm monarch. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Fuqin's cultivation level was too low and it was hard for him to utilize his spiritual awareness to the limit, a single attack would be enough to turn the Earth Fire Monarch into an idiot. Thousand illusion eyes oblivion. Just as the Earth Fire Monarch was in a daze from the intense pain, a pair of giant pupils appeared in his vision. Immediately after, he felt his spirit soul leaving his body and being dragged into a glowing world. Ha! A mere battle spirit realm great master dares to contest with me. There are so many mid-grade spirit stones and heaven stones. I have finally progressed to the 5th level of primary C realm. The heavens are truly biased towards me. I, the Earth Fire Monarch, actually have the chance to become a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Red Moon Emperor, you actually don't give me any face. It seems like your reign as an emperor is coming to an end. In the glowing world, the Earth Fire Monarch's chi fate was like a rainbow and his cultivation was constantly rising. In just a short period of time, he went from a regular primary C realm monarch to a powerful Law Phase Realm Emperor. In the Emperor's sky continent, he was on the same level as the Red Moon Emperor and might even be able to suppress him. After the fire, Dao Qi dispersed, Li Fuqin flashed and appeared in front of the Earth Fire Monarch. The flaming snake sword drew across and a scarlet thread flashed. Cling! A finger pressed against the bright scarlet thread. At the crucial moment, the Earth Fire Monarch woke up. His forehead was drenched in sweat and the Earth Fire Monarch was filled with fear. If his body didn't instinctively sense danger, he wouldn't be able to wake up from the illusion. If he didn't wake up, he would probably be separated from his body. Li Fuchen didn't just have incredible spiritual awareness attacks. Even his illusion art attacks were terrifying. There was no justice in this world. It is a pity. Li Fuchen flew back. He knew that primary sea realm monarchs were hard to kill, but he didn't expect it to be this hard. Kid, I will remember you. I will let you off for now. Next time, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. Without any hesitation, the Earth-Fire monarch retreated frantically and turned into a flaming light that vanished without a trace. Li Fuchen was rather flabbergasted. The Earth-Fire monarch escaped too cleanly. Wasn't he going to try again? How could Li Fuchen know that when his spiritual awareness attack and illusion art attacks were combined, it was too intimidating to the Earth-Fire monarch? If it was just a simple, powerful spiritual awareness attack, the Earth-Fire monarch wouldn't have left so easily. Huff! After forcefully exhaling a turbid breath, Li Fuchen's face flashed with confidence. Just a moment ago, he had repelled a second-level monarch. This second-level monarch might be rather weak and didn't cultivate heaven-class martial arts or seven-star secret techniques. It seemed like even his bone frame was rather low-class. Chapter 566. This child's overall strength is considered strong even among the monarch-class masters. After returning to the Bronze Mountain City, the Earth-Fire monarch was extremely sullen. He was a second-level monarch, and he was actually chased away by a battle spirit realm master. If this news got out, he would definitely become a joke. If I didn't lend my green fire lamp to Big Brother, it would be enough to burn this child to death. The green fire lamp was an Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifact and was able to emit destructive green fire. When activated by his primary sea realm chi, it was enough to burn a regular third-level monarch to death, let alone a mere Li Fuchen. I wonder when Big Brother is coming back. I have to get back the green fire lamp quickly. According to Li Fuchen's previous plan, he would head to the Bronze Mountain City's stone gambling den after exchanging the heaven stones at the underground market. Now that the plan had changed, Li Fuchen was planning to head to the county city's South Sun City's stone gambling den to take a look. 9 days later, at the southern entrance of South Sun City, 10 low-grade spirit stones per person. Don't even think of getting away with it. As the county city of the South Sun County, the entrance fee for the South Sun City was 10 low-grade spirit stones. Other cities would only have 2 or 3 low-grade spirit stones. After all, the city might be huge, but it couldn't accommodate too many people. The South Sun City had a permanent population of around 200 to 300 million, while the entire South Sun County had a population of over 10 billion. Furthermore, the entrance fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones was just the beginning. In any main city of the Emperor's Sky Continent, people weren't allowed to stay on the streets. Those who stayed on the streets would normally be chased out of the city. Therefore, they had to find an inn to stay, and by then, they would have to pay a considerable amount of low-grade spirit stones. After entering the South Sun City, Li Fuchen headed straight for the stone gambling den. It was also a 10-floor stone gambling den, but the South Sun City's stone gambling den was much more imposing. Li Fuchen took a quick glance and arrived at the 7th floor of the stone gambling den. The ores here would cost at least 300 mid-grade spirit stones per piece, and it was twice as expensive as other cities. No mid-grade heaven stones. After purchasing 10 ores that contained low-grade heaven stones, Li Fuchen headed to the 8th floor. Li Fuchen originally thought that the 8th floor wouldn't have any mid-grade heaven stones. But when he purchased 11 ores that contained low-grade heaven stones, he arrived in front of an inconspicuous ore and held his breath. Within this inconspicuous ore, there was a cup-sized celestial stone that was suffused with a resplendent azure luster. Compared to this piece of heaven stone, substandard grade heaven stones and low-grade heaven stones were just like coarse stones that were hard to look at. Mid-grade heaven stone. Even if Li Fuchen was a fool, he would understand that this was a mid-grade heaven stone. A fist-sized mid-grade heaven stone would be worth at least a few 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It wouldn't be strange for it to be worth more than 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This piece of mid-grade heaven stone was only the size of a cup, but its value would not be lower than 200,000 to 300,000. As for high-grade heaven stones, Li Fuchen didn't dare to think about it. High-grade heaven stones were no longer priced using mid-grade spirit stones, but high-grade spirit stones. A piece of fist-sized high-grade heaven stone was worth at least 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. If converted to mid-grade spirit stones, it would be more than 100 million. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones was an astronomical figure. The South Mountain cities Qi clan only had a few million mid-grade spirit stones. A piece of high-grade heaven stone was more than enough to buy 30 Qi clans. With this mid-grade heaven stone, it shouldn't be a problem for the flowing, merciless edge to reach the trance stage. Li Fuchen revealed a smile and spent 500 mid-grade spirit stones to purchase this inconspicuous ore. Ninth floor, there was a pleasant surprise. Li Fuchen had only strolled through half the floor and discovered another mid-grade heaven stone. This mid-grade heaven stone was the size of a bowl, and its clarity was one level higher than the previous one. It was at least a mid-grade clarity. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he auctioned this mid-grade heaven stone, it wouldn't be a problem for his wealth to increase by 1 or 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Of course, mid-grade heaven stones were extremely precious, and it was better to keep them for his own use. After harvesting over 30 low-grade heaven stones and 2 mid-grade heaven stones, Li Fuchen left the stone gambling den and found an inn to stay in. On one of the streets of South Sun City, Qi Junjun and the handsome middle-aged man were walking side by side. "Fifth uncle, I heard that the finale item of this Purple Sun auction is a heaven-class low-tier weapon. I wonder if it is true." Qi Junjun said. The handsome middle-aged man said, "The Purple Sun auction is held once every 3 years. Each time, the finale item would be extremely precious. Previously, it was a mid-grade heaven stone that was a few feet in size. It is normal for it to be a heaven-class low-tier weapon this time. But these aren't things that we can get our hands on. Our target is just some Earth-class peak-tier equipment or cardinal artifacts. Be it the mid-grade heaven stone that was a few feet in size or the heaven-class low-tier weapon. They were all items that elite primary sea realm monarchs or half-emperors would fight for. Even if regular primary sea realm monarchs had the wealth, they wouldn't dare to bid for it." Qi Junjun nodded. Her Qi clan was only a first-rate clan in the South Mountain City and was only a third-rate monarch-class clan in the entire Red Moon Empire. This Purple Sun auction had attracted the attention of the entire South Sun County. Let alone third-rate monarch-class clans, there were plenty of second-rate monarch-class clans and plenty of monarch-class sections. Snow Dance Restaurant was one of the top 10 restaurants in South Sun City. On the highest floor of the restaurant, in a private room, the Red Rainbow Monarch and the Three-Eyed Saber Monarch were drinking wine. Great wine. Every time I drink the wine here, it will remind me of my youth. The Three-Eyed Saber Monarch put down the wine cup and lamented. The Red Rainbow Monarch laughed and said, "Life has its ups and downs. Wine has its ups and downs too." The Three-Eyed Saber Monarch nodded. "Tasting wine is like tasting life. But life isn't tasting wine. There are plenty of monarchs in this Purple Sun auction. It won't be an easy task to bid for that heaven-class low-tier artifact sword. Even if you manage to bid for it, you will probably provoke some formidable foes." The Red Rainbow Monarch raised his wine cup but didn't drink it. He said slowly, "Heaven-class equipment is rare in the Emperor's Sky Continent. Every time it appears, there will be a bloodbath. But if I have the heaven-class artifact sword, I won't be afraid even if I encounter a half-emperor. In fact, even without the heaven-class low-tier artifact sword, the Red Rainbow Monarch wasn't too afraid of half-emperors. If he couldn't defeat them, he could simply leave. With the heaven-class low-tier artifact sword, with his strength, he wouldn't be weak even among the half-emperors. Li Fuqin didn't know anything about the Purple Sun auction. Right now, he was completely immersed in the comprehension of the mid-grade Heaven Stone. The heaven and earth laws contained within the mid-grade Heaven Stone were too concentrated and clear. Li Fuqin felt like an infant crying piteously for food as he greedily absorbed the laws. Fire Dao Law, Sword Dao Law, Wind Dao Law. Li Fuqin comprehended the most of these three laws. It was mainly because Li Fuqin's sword art had these three laws. Of course, these three laws had differences in strength. The Fire Dao Law and Sword Dao Law were on par, while the Wind Dao Law was much weaker than the other two laws. Li Fuqin had also comprehended a lot of other miscellaneous laws. It might not be comparable to the three laws, but as compared to those 7-star geniuses, he might even be stronger. Flowing Merciless Edge. When the Fire Dao Law and Sword Dao Law were comprehended to a certain level, Li Fuqin was enlightened. He raised his right index and middle finger and formed a sword finger before drawing lightly. A scarlet thread appeared and didn't dissipate even after a long time. Trance Stage. At this moment, Li Fuqin pushed the Flowing Merciless Edge to the trance stage, and his sword intent was reaching perfection. At the same time, Li Fuqin's combat strength had also reached the Monarch class master level and was enough to contest with regular low-level monarchs. If he complemented it with his spiritual awareness attack and illusion art attack, he would be able to sweep his opponents. Incineration Sword. After the Flowing Merciless Edge was the Incineration Sword. As Li Fuqin thrust with his finger, a scarlet bubble appeared in the void. If it was in the past, this bubble would instantly burst open. But this time it didn't burst open for a long time and quietly floated in the void. Trance Stage. The Incineration Sword was originally at the Subperfection stage, but it had jumped 2 levels and reached the Trance Stage. Immediately after, the Sky Ring Sword armor had also jumped 2 levels and reached the Trance Stage. With 3 Heaven class sword moves at the Trance Stage, Li Fuqin's combat strength was unprecedentedly powerful. If he was to go against the Earthfire Monarch, he didn't even need to use his spiritual awareness attack and illusion art attack. Li Fuqin was confident he could contest and even suppress the Earthfire Monarch. Meteor Fall. Before the 3 Heaven class sword moves reached the Trance Stage, there was a burst of inspiration in Li Fuqin's mind, and the Meteor Sword intent had finally reached the Heaven class. With a point of his finger, a dazzling sword chi drew across the sky and shot at the courtyard's array. TSS. A small hole was drilled in the courtyard's array, and it was nearly broken. Time has slowed down? Li Fuqin raised his brows. When he executed the meteor fall earlier, Li Fuqin felt that time had slowed down a little. He knew clearly that it wasn't time that had slowed down, but the sword chi's flying speed was too fast. When the speed was at the extremity, it would create the illusion that time had slowed down. Li Fuqin's spiritual awareness was at the pinnacle level of primary Sea Realm monarchs, and even he felt that time had slowed down. If it was a regular low-level monarch, the effects would probably be even more exaggerated. Of course, Li Fuqin would only know after experimenting. 3 days later, Li Fuqin exited from seclusion. Purple Sun Auction? Heaven-class low-tier weapon? After obtaining the information about the Purple Sun Auction, Li Fuqin raised his brows. He currently had close to 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones in his pocket. These spirit stones would only take up space and wouldn't bring him any benefits. Only by using the spirit stones was the way of the king. Heaven-class low-tier weapons aren't something that I can covet, but Earth-class peak-tier artifact swords are still worth competing for. Earth-class high-tier equipment and Earth-class peak-tier equipment might seem to have a difference of 1 level, but they were 2 different worlds. Chapter 567. The triennial Purple Sun Auction was held as scheduled. The sky had just turned bright, and South Sun City had already gathered a large number of primary Sea Realm monarchs. No one knew how many primary Sea Realm monarchs there were in the South Sun County. If the clans of the Red Moon Empire were to be graded, they would be classified into 5 classes. They were the Emperor-class clans, first-rate Monarch-class clans, second-rate Monarch-class clans, third-rate Monarch-class clans, and unrated Monarch-class clans. The South Sun County wasn't considered a major county, but it had 5 second-rate Monarch-class clans and around 40 to 50 third-rate Monarch-class clans. As for the unrated Monarch-class clans, there were plenty of them, around 500 if not 800. If the unrated Monarch-class clans only had 1 or 2 primary C realm monarchs, the third-rate Monarch-class clans would have over a dozen monarchs. Second-rate Monarch-class clans would have dozens of monarchs. As such, just the major clans in the South Sun County had close to 2,000 primary C realm monarchs. If the monarchs from Monarch-class sects were included, and some of the lone monarchs were a few times more. In the face of the Purple Sun auction that was held once every 3 years, no one wouldn't be tempted. All the major factions had dispatched primary C realm monarchs over, and in just 1 hour, over 100 monarchs had appeared in everyone's vision. As time elapsed, there would be more primary C realm monarchs. Among the crowd, the disguised Li Fuchin lamented. The Emperor's Sky Continent was indeed worthy of its name. A county's primary C realm monarchs were already more than the 7 color continents' primary C realm monarchs. A county's size was obviously inferior to the entire 7 color continent and was probably several times smaller than the red soil continent. All of a sudden, Li Fuchin saw the red rainbow monarch and the 3-eyed saber monarch. The Red Rainbow Monarch was the sect patriarch of the Red Rainbow sect, while the 3-eyed Saber Monarch was the supreme grand elder of the Red Rainbow sect. The 2 of them were considered the top 2 monarchs in the Red Rainbow sect. Even the sect patriarch and supreme grand elder are here. It seems like they are here for the Heaven-class low-tier weapon. A Heaven-class low-tier weapon was equivalent to a weaker Heaven-class low-tier martial art. For example, if a person without a Heaven-class low-tier martial art had a Heaven-class low-tier weapon, they would be able to push the power of an Earth-class peak-tier martial art to the Heaven-class low-tier. Of course, it was just in terms of power. In terms of skill and profundity, it was still inferior to Heaven-class low-tier martial arts. Even so, it was still terrifying. And if one had already mastered a low-tier Heaven-class martial art, then a low-tier Heaven-class weapon would be enough to push the power of this low-tier Heaven-class martial art to the level of a mid-tier Heaven-class martial art. This would be a success in battles of the same level. Soon enough, Li Fuchin noticed Qi Junjun and the handsome, middle-aged man. During his battle with Dongwu Junyan that day, he'd clearly sensed that someone was spectating the battle. And if he wasn't wrong, it ought to be Qi Junjun and this handsome, middle-aged man. At this time, the sky was already bright, and thousands of people gathered in the nearby streets. Apart from a considerable number of primary C realm monarchs, there were more battle spirit realm masters. There were many young grand masters among them. Everyone, the auction is about to begin. Please come in. Right at this moment, the doors of the auction house opened one after another, and the host raised his voice. It's finally begun. After 3 years, the Purple Sun auction is finally here. I hope I can obtain a valuable treasure in this auction. Amidst the clamor, everyone filed in. The interior of the Purple Sun auction house was massive and was in the shape of a giant bowl. According to individual requirements, the auction house had set up 4 classes of seats. They were normal seats, VIP seats, private room seats, and supreme seats. Apart from the normal seats, the other 3 classes of seats were set up with isolation arrays that could isolate spiritual awareness from scouting. However, the VIP seats could only isolate battle spirit realm master scouting, while the private room seats and supreme seats could isolate primary C realm monarch scouting. According to the different classes, the spirit stones collected were different too. Normal seats would cost 5 mid-grade spirit stones. VIP seats would cost 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Private room seats would cost 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, while the supreme seats were only for esteemed individuals like the various monarch-class sects patriarchs and supreme elders, the various second-rate monarch-class clans patriarchs, or the upper echelons of the city lord residences. As a precaution, Li Fuqin picked a private room. After all, 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones wasn't considered much to him. The auction house that could accommodate up to 10,000 individuals was quickly filled up. After waiting for 15 minutes, a first-level primary C, realm, gray-haired auctioneer walked up the stage. Everyone, welcome to the Triennial Purple Sun Auction. This old man is Luo Qiong, the auctioneer of this auction. There are a total of 126 auction items in this year's auction. This is the richest auction in the past 100 years. This old man congratulates everyone in advance that you will be able to obtain the items you want. After clearing his throat, Luo Qiong spoke loudly. Time is tight. This old man shall not waste any more time. Bring out the first auction item. In response, two beautiful ladies carried a large tray and walked up the stage. Luo Qiong lifted the cloth on the tray and spoke with a resounding voice. Mountain collapsing hammer. 25,000 kilograms. Earth class peak tier weapon. 1-star valuation. Starting price of 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be lower than 10 mid-grade spirit stones. The bidding shall begin. The difference between Earth-class peak-tier weapons and Heaven-class low-tier weapons was too great. Therefore, they were separated into 4 classes. They were normal, 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star. In normal situations, primary C realm monarchs would use 2-star or 3-star Earth-class peak-tier weapons and wouldn't bother about normal and 1-star weapons. 2,100, 2,200, 2,400. The bidders were all battle spirit realm masters, and primary C realm monarchs wouldn't lower themselves to the point of bidding for 1-star Earth-class peak-tier weapons. Ultimately, this mountain collapsing hammer was purchased by a battle spirit realm master in the VIP seats for the price of 2,800 mid-grade spirit stones. The second auction item was much more precious than the mountain collapsing hammer, and the starting price was only 500 mid-grade spirit stones. It was normal after thinking about it. The first auction item would normally be an artifact with mid-grade value. As such, it would be able to liven up the atmosphere and wouldn't be too depressing. 29th auction item, Thunder Bracelet. Earth-class high-tier cardinal artifact. Starting price of 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be lower than 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Boom! The auction hall was in an instant commotion. In the Emperor Sky continent, Earth-class high-tier weapons and Earth-class peak-tier weapons were two different worlds. Earth-class mid-tier cardinal artifacts and Earth-class high-tier cardinal artifacts were also two different worlds. Earth-class mid-tier cardinal artifacts would only be able to exhibit the power of a regular high-level battle spirit realm master when activated by the battle spirit realm. Earth-class high-tier cardinal artifacts would be able to exhibit the power of pinnacle masters or even great masters when activated by the battle spirit realm. Great masters were already comparable with weaker first-level primary C realm monarchs. 3,500 3,800. For 1,000. As compared to the previous auction items, the competition for the Thunder Bracelet was more than 2 times more intense. Plenty of primary C realm monarchs were participating in the bidding. After all, even if they couldn't use it, they could give it to their juniors. 4,500. In a private room, the handsome, middle-aged man beside Qi Junjun shook the bell and called out the price of 4,500. The bidding was still ongoing. An Earth-class, high-tier, offensive cardinal artifact wasn't going to be bought at the price of 4,500. When the price exceeded 6,000, most of the people had given up. 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. Regular primary C realm monarchs would only have a few tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Those that were still bidding were the primary C realm monarchs from the major, third-rate monarch-class clans. As for the monarch-class sects and second-rate monarch-class clans, they weren't interested in Earth-class high-tier cardinal artifacts. Their target was Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifacts. Of course, it was mainly because the price was too high. This was just the first Earth-class high-tier cardinal artifact, and there wasn't a need to bid crazily. In the end, the Thunder Bracelet was won by the handsome, middle-aged man beside Chi Junjun at the price of 7,500 mid-grade spirit stones. Many thanks, fifth uncle. Chi Junjun knew that her fifth uncle bid for the Thunder Bracelet for her. The handsome, middle-aged man said, "Junjun, you are our Chi clan's most talented descendant. This Thunder Bracelet shall be temporarily used for self-defense." Chi Junjun's cultivation was only at the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm, and her strength was only at the Elite Master level. She was still lacking when compared to a Pinnacle Master, let alone a Great Master. There wasn't just one Earth-class high-tier cardinal artifact. Subsequently, there were a few more Earth-class high-tier cardinal artifacts, and each of them were sold for at least 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones. There was an Earth-class high-tier cardinal artifact that could be used for both offense and defense that was sold for 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Auction item number 55, Earth-class peak-tier artifact sword, Red Lotus Sword. 2-star evaluation. The starting price is 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be at least 10 mid-grade spirit stones. When the 55th auction item was presented, Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. A 2-star Earth-class peak-tier artifact sword was definitely the most suitable for him. A 3-star Earth-class peak-tier artifact sword might be better, but it might not appear in the auction. Even if it appeared, there would definitely be plenty of primary C realm monarchs participating in the bidding, and there would probably be high-level monarchs among them. Li Fuchen didn't wish to become a thorn in the eyes of some primary C realm monarchs because of a 3-star Earth-class peak-tier artifact sword. There were times when one had to know when to give up. 5,500, 6,000. 6,500, 7,000. The 2-star Earth-class peak-tier artifact sword was rather attractive, and the price was constantly climbing. Those who made bids were basically primary C realm monarchs. Of course, they were mostly low-level monarchs or a few mid-level monarchs. High-level monarchs were only interested in 3-star Earth-class peak-tier weapons. 10,000. Li Fuchen shook the bell and made a sky-high bid. With close to 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, he wasn't afraid at all. 11,000. In a private room, a 3rd-level primary C, realm robust, middle-aged man emitted sword intent and said ruthlessly. 12,000. Li Fuchen followed up with a bid. Bang! The armrest was smashed, and the robust middle-aged man scanned Li Fuchen's private room with his spiritual awareness. It was a pity that the private room was enveloped by an isolation array and his spiritual awareness wasn't able to enter. Humph. The robust middle-aged man didn't make another bid as 12,000 mid-grade spirit stones had already exceeded his desired price. Soon enough, the Red Lotus Sword was delivered to Li Fuchen's private room. The Red Lotus Sword was just like its name. It was scarlet red like blood, and there were lotus flowers carved on the blade. It gave off a scorching and enchanting feeling. Great sword. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Chapter 568. The auction continued, and one treasure after another was revealed, triggering an intense bidding war. The 65th auction item is a top-rank Earth realm armor, the Red Lotus armor, rated as 2 stars. This armor and the Red Lotus Sword are a set, and the craftsman is the famous king of crafting, Safflower Crafting King. The starting price is 10,000 mid-rank soul stones. As the auctioneer Luo Qiong's voice fell, bids were continuously made. At this time, no one cared whether the Red Lotus sword and the Red Lotus armor were a set or not. Anyway, it did not affect the use. In particular, some kings who were not swordsmen were not interested in the Red Lotus sword, but they were very interested in the Red Lotus armor. 15,000, 18,000. The price of the Red Lotus armor continued to rise and soon approached 20,000, 25,000. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to give up the Red Lotus armor. Since the Red Lotus sword and the Red Lotus armor were a set, the effect of the two combined should be beyond that of a single piece. Therefore, he added 7,000 yuan at once. Who is this? So domineering. Those that are seated in private rooms are mostly primary C realm monarchs. You are wrong about this. When the auction started, I saw a young man at the Battle Spirit realm entering this private room. A Battle Spirit realm martial artist dares to contest for the Red Lotus armor? What is his background? Li Fuchen's bid had caused a controversy. No one believed that Li Fuchen didn't have any background. A Battle Spirit realm master without any background wouldn't have so many spirit stones. These days, there were times when young masters were even more dangerous to provoke than primary C realm monarchs. Some time ago, a mid-level monarch killed a young master. In the end, this young master was an emperor-class disciple of a certain monarch-class sect. Now that things were over, the monarch-class sect sent out all the monarchs to investigate. In the end, this mid-level monarch and his clan were eradicated overnight. Back then, even the city lord residence that was maintaining order didn't dare to say anything as they were afraid of infuriating the monarch-class sect. 26,000. In a private room that wasn't far from Li Fuchen, a fifth-level primary C realm cultivator with a fierce and ugly appearance made a bid. 30,000. Li Fuchen was determined to obtain the Red Lotus armor. Damn it. The ugly king crushed the teacup in his hand and stopped bidding. The others also stopped bidding. 30,000 was too high. In an auction, the final price of an item would only exceed the starting bid by about half. More than double was already a premium. If the price reached 2 times, it would be an extreme premium. Only some popular auction items would have a premium price, but 2 times was almost the limit. More than 2 times was completely against the spirit stones. The 82nd auction item, Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifact, Sun Ring. This ring is extremely rare, and once chi is poured in, the Sun Divine Needle can be shot out. When activated by the Battle Spirit Realm, it can kill low-level Primary C Realm monarchs. When activated by the Primary C Realm, it can kill mid-level Primary C Realm monarchs. The starting price is 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Luo Qiong's face was filled with confidence. He believed that this sun ring would definitely cause an uproar. 35,000, 40,000, 45,000. As expected, when the extremely dazzling sun ring appeared in everyone's eyes, everyone went into a frenzy. Even some of the mid-level monarchs revealed an interested expression. When a Battle Spirit Realm expert was wearing this ring, it meant that he had the means to kill low-level monarchs. When a low-level monarch was wearing this ring, it meant that he had the means to kill mid-level Primary C Realm monarchs. Even if a mid-level Primary C Realm monarch was wearing this ring, it would allow him to have more methods. During the crucial moment, he might be able to defeat the enemy. After all, there were times when cardinal artifacts were much more reliable than chi. In the chi restriction array, chi wouldn't be able to flow out of the body, but cardinal artifacts could release chi attacks. 50,000. What is 50,000? I will bid 55,000. I, Golden Spear Monarch, will bid 60,000. Anyone who dares to bid against me is not giving me any face. Golden Spear Monarch was a 4th-level Primary C Realm monarch and was considered an influential figure in the South Sun County. Most importantly, the Sun Ring might be good, but it wasn't very useful against mid-level Primary C Realm monarchs. Therefore, he dared to be so arrogant. Golden Spear Monarch, others might be afraid of you, but I, Wind Saber Monarch, isn't. 62,000. Wind Saber Monarch, there will be a day when I beat you up into the Mad Saber Monarch. The Golden Spear Monarch had a vicious expression and didn't bid anymore. Golden Spear Monarch's entire wealth was only around 500,000 to 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but most of them were useful items. He didn't even have 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and there wasn't a need to fight to the death with the opposition. Of course, if this sun ring wasn't an Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifact, but a quasi-heaven-class cardinal artifact, he would have to buy it even if he had to sell his entire wealth. But by then, with his strength and wealth, he wouldn't be qualified to contest for the quasi-heaven-class cardinal artifact. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. The next few items are all Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifacts. The 83rd auction item is the Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifact, Wind Thunderwings. This is a flying cardinal artifact and can increase the martial artist's flying speed. Its limit speed is almost equivalent to mid-level primary C realm monarchs. The starting price is 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If the appearance of the sun ring was enough to make low-level primary C realm monarchs go crazy, then the appearance of the Wind Thunderwings was enough to make low-level primary C realm monarchs lose control. The sun ring only had the power to kill mid-level primary C realm monarchs, but it didn't mean that the sun ring could contest with mid-level primary C realm monarchs. But the Wind Thunderwings were different. With the Wind Thunderwings, even if one couldn't defeat a mid-level primary C realm monarch, one would still be able to escape quickly. Unless one was unlucky enough to encounter a mid-level primary C realm monarch that was adept at speed. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, there was an endless stream of bids. The Golden Spear Monarch and the Wind Saber Monarch were also making bids. The two of them were only at the 4th level of primary C realm, and the items that low-level primary C realm monarchs required were also useful to them. 100,000. There was a stern voice that echoed. Everyone looked up. It was the private room that purchased the Red Lotus sword and Red Lotus armor. The one who made the bid was indeed Li Fuchin. He didn't care about the sun ring as he had the strength of a monarch-class master. If the sun ring was in the hands of a battle spirit realm master, it would only be able to exhibit the power of a monarch-class master, and it was useless to him. Once he progressed to the primary C realm, his strength would probably be at the mid-level primary C realm, and he didn't need the sun ring anymore. Therefore, he wouldn't spend a large number of spirit stones to purchase something that he didn't really need. But the Wind Thunderwings were different. Speed had always been his shortcoming. In fact, for those absolute prodigies that could surpass levels to fight, speed was everyone's shortcoming. Attack power could be enhanced by weapons and martial arts. However, there weren't many items that could enhance speed. This is too exaggerated. This is 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It is equivalent to 1 billion low-grade spirit stones, and it is equivalent to half of the clan wealth of some unrated clans. It is truly infuriating to compare with others. I don't even have 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones on me, and he can casually take out 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. On the ordinary seats, many of the battle spirit realm masters revealed envious expressions. 110,000. If it was something else, the price of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones would probably scare everyone away. But the Wind Thunderwings were too important to low-level primary C realm monarchs. One of the low-level primary C realm monarchs made a bid with a deep voice. These people are all lunatics. The Golden Spear Monarch thought about it and still didn't make a bid. He only had over 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and it wasn't worth it to use them to purchase the Wind Thunderwings. Of course, if he was at the low-level primary C realm, he would probably risk it too. The Wind Saber Monarch also did make a bid. The current price was too ruthless, and it wasn't worth it. 130,000. Li Fuchen continued to bid. Damn it, damn it. In a private room in the corner, there was a first-level primary sea realm man with a curly beard who was fuming with rage. For the sake of this auction, he had sold off many treasures that he didn't have much use for, all for the sake of obtaining something that was extremely useful to him. Without a doubt, the Wind Thunderwings were extremely useful to him. He was only at the first level of primary sea realm and was definitely at the bottom among the monarchs. The Wind Thunderwings were enough for him to escape from the pursuit of regular mid-level primary sea realm monarchs. When he was out on an adventure, he would also be able to escape faster. It could be said that the Wind Thunderwings had increased his survivability by several times. I don't care who you are. If you snatch my artifact, you will have to pay the price. The curly, bearded man gritted his teeth. Ultimately, Li Fuchen purchased the Wind Thunderwings for 130,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Inside the private room, Li Fuchen was sizing up the pale blue wings that were emitting electric arcs. He thought to himself, with this Wind Thunderwings, my shortcoming in speed is considered to be compensated. The Wind Thunderwings were obviously a cardinal artifact that was forged with the wing feathers of demonic beasts. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, the owner of the feather was at least a mid-tier demonic beast king. Otherwise, it wasn't that easy to reach mid-level primary sea realm in terms of extreme speed. The rest of the cardinal artifacts were all Earth-class peak tier. There was a defensive cardinal artifact that even mid-level primary sea realm monarchs were involved. The final price was even higher than the Wind Thunderwings, and was at an astonishing 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 100th auction item, 7-star secret technique, Heavenly King Battle Chi Dao. This secret technique can allow battle spirit realm masters to burst out with chi frenziedly and exceed their limits. It can allow primary sea realm monarchs to surpass one level in combat. The starting price is 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The 100th auction item was actually a 7-star secret technique. To monarch class sects, 7-star secret techniques might not be considered much as they had 1 or 2 chi amplification secret techniques. But to the Emperor Sky Continent's factions, 7-star secret techniques were generally in the hands of first-rate Monarch-class factions and Emperor-class factions. Regular second-rate Monarch-class factions would rarely have 7-star secret techniques. Therefore, when this 7-star secret technique was revealed, the price rose drastically and soon reached a sky-high price of 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 7-star secret techniques and cardinal artifacts were different. Cardinal artifacts had limits. 7-star secret techniques didn't have limits at the primary sea realm. The Heavenly King Battle Chi Dao was useful for first-level monarchs and 9th-level monarchs. Therefore, its value was far beyond any other Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifact. Chapter 5, 69. The auction only had a total of 126 auction items. Once the 100th auction item was obtained by the Sima clan's primary sea realm monarch, the auction entered a white-hot phase. Everyone was looking forward to the next auction item. The 108th auction item is a piece of mid-grade heavenstone. This piece of mid-grade heavenstone is about 2 inches in size. I don't have to explain its effects, as everyone should know. The starting price is 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. Luo Qiong lifted the cloth on the tray and said with a smile, "There are indeed mid-grade heaven stones. We must capture him." Mid-grade heaven stones were too important for primary sea realm monarchs, be it for the monarchs to comprehend martial arts, comprehend the bone frame pattern, or increase their martial Tao foundation. The heaven stones were of utmost importance. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the heaven stones were enough for a martial artist's path of martial Tao to be smoother. Low-grade heaven stones were already rather useful to primary sea realm monarchs. but mid-grade heaven stones were 10 times more useful to primary C realm monarchs. Right now, even high-level monarchs or peak-level monarchs were tempted. 180,000, 200,000, 250,000. The Golden Spear King and the Wind Saber King, who had been clamoring earlier, did not dare to bid at all. What a joke! They were just 4th-level monarchs, and bidding with high-level monarchs was the same as courting death. 300,000. The Red Rainbow Monarch, who was seated together with the 3-eyed Saber Monarch, made a bid indifferently. Red Rainbow Monarch, 300,000 isn't enough to buy this mid-grade heaven stone. I will pay 350,000. In the private room next door, the bald, middle-aged man sneered. For 100,000, the Red Rainbow Monarch knew who the other party was. This person was the South Sun County's Yonji sect patriarch, Celestial Pole Monarch. His strength was extremely formidable and wasn't inferior to the Red Rainbow Monarch. 450,000. Celestial Terminus King grinned. 500,000. The two of them increased the bid by 50,000 every time, causing the people in the other private rooms to be dumbfounded. One of the 5 major second-rate monarch-class clans in the South Sun County, the high-level monarch from the Sema clan, smacked his lips and said, "These monarch-class sects are too wealthy. In my opinion, this mid-grade heaven stone is only worth 400,000 at most. Any more, and it isn't worth it." 550,000. The Heaven's Limit King continued to bid. 600,000. This price was the Red Rainbow Monarch's bottom line. He might have plenty of middle-grade spirit stones, but he wouldn't waste them like this. As for whether this price exceeded the limit of mid-grade heaven stones, the Red Rainbow Monarch didn't care. As the Red Rainbow sect patriarch, he had always had an immense sense of crisis, and the best way to resolve the crisis was naturally to increase his strength. In fact, it wasn't just the Red Rainbow Monarch that was in danger. All the external monarch-class sects in the Emperor's Sky Continent were in danger too. After all, there were too many monarch-class sects in the Emperor's Sky Continent, and there were plenty of Emperor-class factions that were pressuring them. There might be a day when they would be chased out of the Emperor's Sky Continent. This mid-grade heaven stone is yours. Heaven's Terminus King pursed his lips in displeasure. Ultimately, this mid-grade heaven stone was purchased by the Red Rainbow Monarch for 600,000. The price is a bit too high, but there should still be people fighting for 400,000 medium spiritual stones. The mid-grade heaven stone that Li Fuchin used earlier was also the size of a cup, and the clarity was similar to this piece. It also meant that if Li Fuchin put it up for auction, he would be able to obtain at least 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I still have a mid-grade heaven stone that is the size of a bowl and has a mid-grade clarity. I wonder how many mid-grade spirit stones I can obtain if I put it up for auction. Originally, Li Fuchin felt that 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones was considered a lot. But as the auction progressed, he understood that 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones were nothing in the eyes of true experts. He really didn't know how much the Heaven-class low-tier weapon would fetch when it was auctioned. 2 million? 5 million? The 115th auction item is a quasi-Heaven-class artifact saber, Green Flame Artifact Saber. This Green Flame Artifact Saber is actually forged with Heaven-class low-tier materials. But everyone knows that the failure rate of forging a Heaven-class artifact saber is extremely high. This Green Flame Artifact Saber is considered a failure. Despite the case, its power is roughly half of a Heaven-class low-tier artifact saber. The starting bid is 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. When the 115th auction item was presented, some of the monarchs who used sabers had eyes that lit up. Even monarchs who didn't use sabers had revealed an interested expression. Among them, most of them didn't have Heaven-class martial arts. If they could obtain a quasi-Heaven-class artifact saber, They could simply search for Earth-class peak-tier saber art manuals to cultivate. By then, their combat strength would definitely be much stronger than now. If you don't have enough mid-grade spirit stones, I can lend you some. The Red Rainbow Monarch said to the Three-Eyed Saber Monarch. The Three-Eyed Saber Monarch shook his head. Your spirit stones still need to bid for a heaven-class, low-tier artifact sword. Don't worry, my spirit stones are more than enough to bid for this green flame artifact saber. The bidding had already started, and in just a few breaths, the price of the green flame artifact saber had already climbed to 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 500,000. The Three-Eyed Saber Monarch made a bid. As the oldest high-level monarch in the Red Rainbow sect, the Three-Eyed Saber Monarch's wealth might not be inferior to the Red Rainbow Monarch. 520,000. 55. 600,000. The price continued to climb. The bidders were either the upper echelons of monarch-class sects or the upper echelons of second-rate monarch-class clans in the South Sun County. Only these two factions had the confidence to contest for the quasi-heaven-class artifact saber. 650,000. Everyone, I am Tao Guang and I am the Tao clan head. I hope that everyone can give me some face. From one of the supreme private rooms, an imposing voice echoed. The Tao clan was one of the 5 second-rate monarch-class clans in the South Sun County. The Tao clan head, Tao Guang, was at the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm and was a famous saber monarch in the South Sun County. After hearing Tao Guang's statement, some of the high-level monarchs who didn't use sabers thought about it and stopped bidding. 700,000. The Three-Eyed Saber Monarch sneered and didn't give any face to Tao Guang. Humph. 750,000. Tao Guang took a glance at the supreme private room that the Three-Eyed Saber Monarch and the Red Rainbow Monarch were in and increased by 50,000. 1,000,000. The Three-Eyed Saber Monarch didn't say anything, but the bid that he made shocked everyone. Increasing by 250,000 at once, was mid-grade spirit stones really the same as low-grade spirit stones? 1.05 million. Tao Guang didn't wish to give up. He knew clearly that even if a heaven-class low-tier artifact saber appeared, the chances of him obtaining it were very low. Therefore, he had to obtain this green flame artifact saber. 1.2 million. The Three-Eyed Saber Monarch's voice was very calm and no one could see through it. Are you really not going to give me, Tao Guang, any face? Tao Guang had an unpleasant expression. 1.2 million mid-grade spirit stones was almost half of a third-rate monarch-class clan's wealth. His Tao clan might be a second-rate monarch-class clan, but the clan's wealth was only around 10 to 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. To spend 10% of the wealth to purchase a saber, it was imaginable how much pressure he was under. Most importantly, he was certain that even if he continued bidding, the other party wouldn't give up. What use do I have for your face? The Three-Eyed Saber Monarch said. Good, very good. Tao Guang didn't say anything else and had already memorized the Three-Eyed Saber Monarch in his heart. If the green flame artifact saber's auction price was shocking, then the following auction items would let everyone know how wealthy a true expert was. A pseudo-heaven-class elixir, the Sea Ascension elixir that could allow high-level monarchs to advance by 1 level, was sold for a sky-high price of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. A pseudo-heaven-class artifact armor was sold for a sky-high price of 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones. A pseudo-heaven-class cardinal artifact was sold for a sky-high price of 2.9 million mid-grade spirit stones. For the following auction items, none of them were lower than 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Most of them were around 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. 125 auction item, a high-tier demonic king's demonic core. Everyone knows how difficult it is to kill a high-tier demonic king. Even half-emperors wouldn't dare to say that they could kill a high-tier demonic king. This high-tier demonic king isn't a regular high-tier demonic king. It is a one-eyed cloud python that contains the bloodline of the cloud-devouring python ruler. Its strength is comparable to a half-emperor, and even 3 to 5 half-emperors might not be able to kill it. The starting price is 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones. The higher the grade of the demonic core, the higher the price. A demonic king's demonic core contained the demonic king's power essence, and it was very helpful for primary C realm monarchs to progress. This one-eyed cloud python's demonic core was several times more valuable than a regular high-tier demonic king's demonic core. Whoever bid for it might be able to extract a trace of the cloud-devouring python ruler's power essence. That was a demonic ruler's power. Even a trace was enough for a primary C realm monarch to enjoy. As expected, the one-eyed cloud python's demonic core was highly sought after. The price soon reached 2 million mid-grade spirit stones and was rapidly approaching 3 million mid-grade spirit stones. Ultimately, this one-eyed cloud python's demonic core was purchased by one of the 5 second-rate monarch-class clans, the Yun clan, for 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. As the one-eyed cloud python's demonic core was sold to the Yun clan, the entire hall went silent. Everyone knew that the real finale item was about to be auctioned. Cough, cough! The auctioneer cleared his throat while his eyes were bursting with radiance. Everyone, this year's auction is about to end. Just like what everyone has inquired, this year's auction's finale item is a Heaven-class low-tier weapon. Our Purple Sun Trading Company had auctioned Heaven-class low-tier weapons in the South Sun County 20 years ago. Right now, there is another Heaven-class low-tier weapon that is about to be auctioned. Everyone, please don't miss it, otherwise you will have to wait for another 20 years to present it. Luo Cheong gestured to the back of the auction stage. In response, 2 burly men carried a large tray and walked to the front of the stage. Lifting the cloth on the tray, Luo Cheong yelled, "Heaven Realm low-rank sword, Heaven Rainbow sword, weighing 99,000 pounds. It is the masterpiece of Cloud State's #1 blacksmith king, the Black Flame Weapon King. It is said that in order to forge this Heaven Rainbow sword, the Black Flame Weapon King lost 20 years of his life. On the day that the Heaven Rainbow sword was successfully forged, a lightning tribulation descended from the heavens and struck for 9 days and 9 nights. When the lightning tribulation was exhausted, the Heaven Rainbow sword's sword chi burst out and split a mountain in half. Its power is immeasurable, so the person who bids for it has to think about it carefully. I will not waste any more time. Heaven Realm low-rank sword, Heaven Rainbow sword, the starting price is 3 million mid-rank soul stones. If you have enough high-rank soul stones, you can discount it by 10%. Everyone held their breaths while looking at the magnificent artifact sword that had astounding sword intent on the tray. A Heaven-class low-tier artifact sword was something that many people might not be able to see in their entire lives. If a high-level primary C realm monarch was to possess this sword, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill half-emperors. No wonder it is a Heaven-class low-tier artifact sword. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with astonishment. His spiritual awareness could clearly sense the extremely horrific Sword Dao Law and Fire Dao Law from the Heaven Rainbow sword. If such laws were to be released, it would cause the world to change in color. I have already comprehended 98% of the Joint Heaven sword's second seal. I wonder what grade the Joint Heaven sword will reach after comprehending it. Soon enough, Li Fuchen thought of his Joint Heaven sword. Chapter 570. For million. The first bidder was Taisher Shao, the leader of the Taisher family, one of the 5 second-rate king-level families in the South Sun County. Taisher Shao was at the 9th level of primary C realm and was also an extremely formidable sword king. In the South Sun County, his sword Dao cultivation was at least top 5, or even top 3. Of course, if he could obtain this Heaven Rainbow sword, his sword Dao strength would be unrivaled in the South Sun County. 4.5 million. The next to bid was the sect master of the Nantion Sword Sect, Nantion Sword King. The South Heaven Sword Sect was established with the sword and was purer than the Red Rainbow Sect. In terms of sword Dao cultivation, in the entire South Sun County, only the South Heaven Sword Monarch was comparable to the Red Rainbow Monarch. Ouyang Haotian bid 5 million. A voice rang out, and everyone fell silent. Ouyang Haotian, the older brother of the Crimson Lake City Lord. The City Lord's mansion was a sharp sword hanging above everyone's head. King-class sects and second-rate king-class clans were nothing in front of the City Lord's mansion. If they really angered the City Lord's mansion, a single order of arrest could make a king-class faction disappear into thin air. After all, the entire Red Moon Empire stood behind the City Lord's mansion. 5 million. The Southern Heaven Sword King's expression turned cold. Did he want to use the City Lord's estate to pressure him? Dream on. He didn't believe that after bidding for this Heaven Rainbow Sword, the Red Lake City Lord residents wouldn't do anything to him. At most, he would withdraw from the Emperor Sky Continent and look for another continent. In this world, there wasn't just one Emperor Sky Continent. 6 million. Ouyang Haotian's voice was somewhat gloomy. 5 million. The Southern Heaven Sword Monarch did not back down. For the sake of this Heaven's Rainbow Sword, he was willing to offend the Crimson Lake City Lord's estate. 7 million. Right at this moment, the Red Rainbow Monarch made a bid. Originally, he could have let Sword King Nantion and Ouyang Haotian fight head-on. When Ouyang Haotian gave up, he would then compete with Sword King Nantion. However, the Red Rainbow Monarch had his own pride. If he was to do so, it would be the same as telling others that he didn't dare to provoke Ouyang Haotian. It would be detrimental to his sword Dao. The cultivation of the sword Dao required one to cut through thistles and thorns in the first place. Even if there was a cliff in front of them, they had to carve out a path. Ouyang Haotian's expression was very unpleasant. It was fine if the South Heaven Sword Monarch didn't put him in his eyes, but now there was the Red Rainbow Monarch. He was different from the two of them. The two of them were willing to spend a massive amount of spirit stones for the Heaven Rainbow Sword, but he merely wanted to take advantage of his status and pick up some scraps. After all, he was only at the 6th level of Primary Sea Realm and wasn't that desperate for the Heaven Rainbow Sword. Even if he obtained the Heaven's Rainbow Sword, he wouldn't dare to go out in the future. Who knew if someone would kill him and rob him? The two of you have good financial resources. I, Ouyang Haotian, am convinced. Ouyang Haotian gave up bidding. He wasn't as wealthy as the two of them. Even the mayor of Crimson Lake City might not be as wealthy as the two of them. The City Lord's mansion amassed a lot of wealth every year, but most of it had to be handed over. Seriously speaking, the City Lords were just some minions under the Red Moon Emperor's command. 8 million. Ouyang Haotian withdrew from the bidding, and Taisher Shao appeared again. Saying that he was afraid of Ouyang Haotian was an injustice to him. If he was alone, he definitely wouldn't be afraid. However, he had the support of the Taisher family. After all, the Taisher family was a local clan and wasn't like the foreign monarch-class sects that could leave as they pleased. 10 million. The Red Rainbow Monarch couldn't be bothered to increase by 500,000 or 1 million and immediately bid 10 million. 12 million. The South Heaven Sword Monarch followed closely without hesitation. Just as Taisher Shao wanted to bid, he was disappointed. As expected, competing with the sect patriarchs of the monarch-class sects was just asking to be humiliated. These monarch-class sects might only be in a regular mid-grade continent, and the resources were far inferior to a top-notch mid-grade continent like the Emperor Sky Continent. They probably wouldn't even be comparable to the Emperor Sky Continent's 1,000. However, 10% of the resources of a regular mid-grade continent would at least be equivalent to the resources of a city on the Emperor Sky Continent. How many resources did a city have? Even if it didn't have 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, it would at least have 80 million mid-grade spirit stones. As time elapsed, the resources would only increase at least until the resources were depleted. 15 million. The red rainbow monarch's eyes turned sharp. 16 million. The South Heaven sword monarch's eyes turned sharp too. With so many spirit stones, it was already his limit. 18 million. The red rainbow monarch's body burst out with a faint sword intent. He didn't do it intentionally, but it was an involuntary action. 19 million. The supreme private room that the South Heaven sword monarch was in had a stagnant array, and there was a slight explosion sound. This was the sign of the array collapsing. The isolation array was an array used to isolate spiritual awareness, and to a certain degree, it was very fragile. Therefore, even though it was a Class 7 array, when a top-notch primary C realm sword monarch leaked his sword intent, it still couldn't withstand it. 19 million. Everyone was flabbergasted. Most of them couldn't even produce a few thousand mid-grade spirit stones. But these two individuals could produce 10 to 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. 19 million. Just like everyone else, Li Fuchin was also rather flabbergasted. Originally, he thought that 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones was a lot and was comparable with regular primary C realm monarchs. But now he knew that a true elite primary C realm monarch would have an unimaginable amount of mid-grade spirit stones. Even if he sold all his heaven stones, he wouldn't be able to produce so many mid-grade spirit stones. Of course, in the future, his spirit stones wouldn't be lesser than any other primary C realm monarch. After all, with his spirit soul force, all the stone gambling dens were just piles of spirit stones in his eyes. Sect Patriarch, the opposition should be reaching his limit soon. The three-eyed saber monarch said. The red rainbow monarch nodded and immediately made a bid. 21 million. Crackle! A crack appeared in the supreme private room and revealed the South Heaven sword monarch's figure. Good. After saying good, the South Heaven sword monarch left. He had thoughts of snatching the Heaven Rainbow sword, but his rationality told him that if he did so, the consequences would be unimaginable. Firstly, the Purple Sun Merchant Association wasn't a regular merchant association, and the guild leader was a Law Phase Realm Emperor. There might not be any Law Phase Realm Emperors in the auction hall, but there were definitely elite Primary C Realm Monarchs. It wasn't impossible for there to be half-emperors overseeing the auction hall. Snatching the Heaven Rainbow sword was the same as slapping the Purple Sun Merchant Association's face. Secondly, the Red Rainbow Monarch who was bidding against him wasn't inferior to him in strength. If he dared to snatch it, the Red Rainbow Monarch would definitely make a move. Once the South Heaven Sword Monarch left, no one else competed with the Red Rainbow Monarch for the Heaven Rainbow sword. 21 million going once, 21 million going twice, 21 million going thrice. Congratulations to the Red Rainbow Monarch. Luo Qiong revealed a smile and was very satisfied with the price of the Heaven Rainbow sword. Before the auction started, he believed that the Heaven Rainbow sword would at most be sold for 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. It seemed like he had underestimated these Monarch class sections. Here are 21 million mid-grade spirit stones. The Heaven Rainbow sword is mine. The Supreme Private Room's door opened and the Red Rainbow Monarch tossed out a storage bag. He then extended his hand and sucked the Heaven Rainbow sword over. Luo Qiong opened the storage bag and took a glance before nodding. The spirit stones are just right. The Heaven Rainbow sword is indeed yours. Just like that, the auction ended abruptly with a thrilling bidding war. The biggest winner was undoubtedly the Red Rainbow Monarch. But there were some who believed it was the Purple Sun Merchant Association. After all, there were plenty of auction items that were overpriced. The final finale item, the Heaven Rainbow sword, was overpriced by around 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. The auction has ended, but the influence of the auction hasn't ended yet. Li Fuchin's spiritual awareness was able to see the expressions of many people. There were 126 auction items, and every single one of them was precious. Those who didn't have enough wealth and weren't willing would definitely not give up. For a long period of time, the South Sun City wouldn't have peace. Chapter 571. Just as Li Fuchen expected, after the auction ended, the South Sun City wasn't in peace. There were some Battle Spirit Realm Masters and Primary Sea Realm Monarchs who had some gains. They might have disguised themselves or tried to sneak out of South Sun City and return to their own territories. However, only a minority of them were able to leave successfully. Most of them were discovered, and there was a shocking battle outside the city. The most eye-catching one was the Red Rainbow Monarch. As soon as the Red Rainbow Monarch and the Three-Eyed Saber Monarch left the South Sun City, they were surrounded by over a dozen high-level monarchs. Originally, they thought it would be a thrilling battle, but the outcome was shocking. The Red Rainbow Monarch fought against 10 alone, killing 3 and injuring 7. The Three-Eyed Saber Monarch fought against 4 and injured 4. These were 14 high-level monarchs, and they weren't nobodies. They could even deal with half-emperors. The Red Rainbow Monarch and the Three-Eyed Saber Monarch's strength was truly shocking. This battle made everyone understand that no one in the entire South Sun County would be able to stop these 2 monarchs. Even the South Sun County Protector was only a half-emperor. Everything had nothing to do with Li Fuchen. After disguising himself and concealing his qi presence, he left the auction hall and entered a restaurant. After exiting, Li Fuchen had restored his true appearance and revealed his qi presence. While walking on the street, Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. As expected, the spiritual awareness that was observing him had vanished. What is going on? Why isn't he out yet? The Golden Spear Monarch had been waiting outside the restaurant. No one knew that the Golden Spear Monarch had 2 identities. One was the Golden Spear Monarch's identity on the surface, and the other was the Blood Hand Bandit's identity in the dark. As the Golden Spear Monarch, he was just a regular 4th-level monarch. But as the Blood Hand Bandit, he had even killed 6th-level monarchs before. If I knew this, I would have followed him in. The Golden Spear Monarch endured his patience and sat down in the opposite restaurant. He would occasionally glance at the entrance of the restaurant across the street. There were plenty of people that were eyeing Li Fuchen, but everyone had a bad premonition. It had already been half a day, and Li Fuchen hadn't come out yet. After returning to the inn, Li Fuchen started to refine the Red Lotus Sword, Red Lotus Armor, and Wind Thunder Wings. The Red Lotus sword contained a blazing sword intent. This blazing sword intent belonged to a type of blazing fire sword Dao Law. As Li Fuchen refined it successfully, scarlet illusory lotus flowers bloomed and were emitting a bewitching murderous qi presence. As expected of a 2-star Earth-class top-rank sword, wielding the Red Lotus sword, Li Fuchen poured in the flowing, merciless edges sword intent. With a casual swing, the void felt as though it was being sliced apart. The courtyard's array was letting out a cracking sound. Li Fuchen's sword move didn't even release any sword qi. It was just a casual swing. Next, Li Fuchen started to refine the Red Lotus armor and the Wind Thunder Wings. After refining the Red Lotus armor, Li Fuchen realized that once the Red Lotus sword and the Red Lotus armor were combined, it would allow his offense and defense to increase by a small level. Whenever he brandished the sword, the Red Lotus armor would help the Red Lotus sword to condense qi. Whenever he poured qi into the Red Lotus armor, the Red Lotus sword would also help the Red Lotus armor to condense qi. Li Fuchen estimated that when the 2 items were combined, it was equivalent to increasing his cultivation level by 1 level. It didn't seem like much, but it was very precious. After all, this was an additional increase in strength. The last item that Li Fuchen refined was the Wind Thunder Wings. The Wind Thunder Wings contain the Wind Thunder Law intent. Once qi was poured in, the Wind Thunder intent would be activated, allowing Li Fuchen's speed to increase drastically. Bang! In the small courtyard, there was a huge explosion of wind and thunder. Li Fuchen felt as though he was teleporting, and within a few dozen meters, he could arrive in a single thought. With the wind thunder wings, my speed isn't much slower than regular low-level primary sea realm monarchs. Primary sea realm monarchs were still primary sea realm monarchs, and their chi was several times purer than battle spirit realm masters. Furthermore, primary sea realm monarchs could control the nature power. Therefore, their speed should be greatly enhanced. It was rather unrealistic for Li Fuchen to rely on the wind thunder wings to catch up with low-level primary sea realm monarchs. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen's cultivation was too low and was only at the 4th level of battle spirit realm. If his cultivation was at the high level of battle spirit realm, he believed that his speed wouldn't be inferior to regular low-level primary sea realm monarchs. Secret techniques can comprehend quintessence. Earth-class peak-tier martial arts can derive heaven-class sword moves. Logically, cultivation techniques can be derived from higher levels of cultivation content. Li Fuchen felt that everything had reached the limits. Even the sword pattern on the second seal of the joint heaven sword was comprehended to 98%. He started to put his energy into the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique and had a total of 33 ranks. Logically, the 33rd rank was the highest rank, but Li Fuchen knew clearly that high-class cultivation techniques were derived from low-class cultivation techniques. During the initial stage of human development, there were probably only the most basic yellow-class low-tier cultivation techniques. Later on, higher-class cultivation techniques were gradually derived. The reason why higher-class cultivation techniques were derived was because if humans wanted to pursue higher levels of martial Dao, cultivation techniques were of utmost importance. For example, only by cultivating an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, a martial artist would be able to progress from the reincarnation realm to the battle spirit realm. Only by cultivating an Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique, a martial artist would be able to progress from the battle spirit realm to the primary sea realm. Only by cultivating a heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique, a martial artist would be able to progress from the primary sea realm to the law phase realm. With every increase in cultivation realm, the requirements for the cultivation technique would gradually increase. Heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques were nowhere to be found. Li Fuchen only knew that law phase realm emperors would definitely have heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques, but who would dare to ask for them? Once they opened their mouths, they would probably be eliminated. Since there was nowhere to find it, Li Fuchen could only derive it himself. He believed that since he was able to create a heaven-class sword move, it was very possible for him to derive another rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. The difficulty of deriving a cultivation technique might be higher than creating a martial arts move. After all, a cultivation technique wasn't just to increase one's strength, it also had to assist in increasing one's cultivation level. If a cultivation technique couldn't increase one's cultivation level, it wouldn't be wrong to say that it was a useless cultivation technique. Deriving a cultivation technique wasn't something that could be done in a day. Li Fuchen felt that his perception was sufficient, but his understanding of the human body wasn't sufficient. The so-called understanding of the human body wasn't something that could be obtained with a scan of the spiritual awareness. It was also necessary to know the functions of every acupoint, every meridian, the functions of the acupoints and meridian. There were too many things, and there were almost endless variations. After leaving the inn, Li Fuchen headed for the ancient street. Every city had an ancient street, and most of the ancient streets were filled with grocery stores. Inside the grocery stores, there were all sorts of things. Perhaps this item was useless to you, but to others, it might be of great use. This was the meaning of the existence of grocery stalls. Li Fuchen arrived at the ancient street of the South Sun City's Western City. This ancient street was a few dozen miles long, and there were hundreds or even thousands of grocery stalls. It was different from what Li Fuchen imagined. This ancient street was rather lively, and Li Fuchen could occasionally see a few primary sea realm monarchs. After arriving at a rather imposing grocery store, Li Fuchen asked, "Are there any books that explain the human body here?" The shopkeeper replied, "Yes, of course there are. On that bookshelf, there are a few books that explain the human body. Each book costs 50 low-grade spirit stones." The items in the grocery store weren't expensive. Of course, it was only for formidable martial artists. For reincarnation realm martial artists, it was still very expensive. "I want all of them." Li Fuchen couldn't even be bothered to bargain and immediately took all the books. After Li Fuchen left, the shopkeeper placed a few more books on the human body. He had made plenty of copies of such books on the human body. He wasn't worried that others would imitate him. Firstly, such books on the human body were available in almost every grocery store. It was just a matter of who had the most. Secondly, people who came to purchase such books wouldn't even bother to make copies to sell for spirit stones. It was too shameful, and they wouldn't be able to earn a lot of spirit stones. The meaning of a grocery store wasn't to be refined, but to be comprehensive. They had to have all sorts of miscellaneous items. After visiting dozens of grocery stores, Li Fuchen was disappointed to find out that all the books on the human body were roughly the same. Some of them were a little more clever and would change the order of the explanations, but the content was actually the same. It was fortunate that these books were still useful to Li Fuchen. Some of the effects of acupoints and meridians were only understood by Li Fuchen after reading them. In a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived at the largest grocery store on the ancient street. It might be called a grocery store, but it was actually a grocery store. This grocery store had 5 floors, and each floor was more precious than the previous floor. Li Fuchen even saw a few heaven-class weapon shards in the display cabinets on the first floor. It was obvious that the grocery store was taking them out to attract customers. "I want books on the human body. It would be best if they aren't available in other grocery stores." Li Fuchen stated his intention as soon as he entered. "Follow me." The shopkeeper didn't waste any time and brought Li Fuchen to the 4th floor of the grocery store. The grocery stores on this floor were already at the extremely precious level. Taking out a jade scroll, the shopkeeper said, "This is the information on the human body. But you will need to refine the jade scroll and insert your spiritual awareness to obtain the information. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for each scroll. Do you want it?" "Yes." Li Fuchen wasn't worried that the contents of the jade scroll were fake. If the shopkeeper could lie to him once, would he be able to do it again? At most, he would just lose 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After purchasing the jade scroll, Li Fuchen immediately refined it and inserted his spiritual awareness into it. You get what you pay for indeed. As a large amount of information entered his mind, Li Fuchen's face flashed with a satisfied expression. "Li Fuchen, you are here too?" Right at this moment, there was a pleasant voice that echoed from the side. After transferring the information, Li Fuchen turned around and said, "So it is young Lady Qi." It was Qi Junjun, but there wasn't any handsome, middle-aged man beside her. "You are also here to participate in the auction, right? It is a pity that I didn't see you. There are so many people in the auction hall. It was normal that Qi Junjun didn't notice Li Fuchen." "That's right." Li Fuchen didn't deny it. After the duo chatted for a moment, Qi Junjun suddenly said, "That's right, Li Fuchen. 3 days later, the County Protector's son is going to host a gathering at the South Sun Garden. During that time, most of the young elites from the South Sun County will be attending. I heard that the County Protector's son is going to take out a few spirit ascension elixirs as a prize. Why don't you attend with me?" Spirit ascension elixirs. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Chapter 572. All right. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen agreed. He felt that he was about to progress to the 5th level of battle spirit realm soon. If he could obtain a spirit ascension elixir, He might be able to progress to the 6th level of battle spirit realm in 1 or 2 months. To others, advancing by 1 level wasn't a big deal, but to Li Fuchen, advancing by 1 level meant a lot. Advancing by 1 level wouldn't just allow his strength to improve slightly. It would also allow him to control his spiritual awareness more meticulously. His spiritual awareness might be comparable with a top-class monarch, but in terms of control, he was still inferior to a top-class monarch. In addition, the limits of his spiritual awareness were probably beyond the level of a top-class monarch. But due to his cultivation level, he wasn't able to fully control it. The gathering would only be held 3 days later. After returning to the inn, Li Fuchen started to study the information on the human body in his mind. If the contents of those books on the human body were only basic knowledge, then the content of the human body in the jade slip was more advanced knowledge. It involved the changes of yin and yang, the operation of the 5 elements, the heavenly stems and earthly branches, and even the knowledge of the circulation of qi and blood. If Li Fuchen had an ordinary perception, he might not be able to comprehend anything within a short period of time. But Li Fuchen's perception was extremely astounding. Even regular law, phase, realm emperors might not be able to suppress him in terms of perception. After studying the information, Li Fuchen felt as though he had opened the door to a brand new world and was completely immersed in it. 1 day later, Li Fuchen awakened from the mystical state. The human body is much more complicated than I imagined. According to the introduction, the human body can be considered a small world. It is all-encompassing and doesn't tolerate anything. No one knew what Li Fuchen had comprehended from the information. Only Li Fuchen knew that this jade scroll had an immeasurable value to him. Let alone 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even 10 billion low-grade spirit stones would be enough to purchase it. It wasn't because the information on the jade scroll was precious. After all, if it was precious, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to purchase it for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was the contents of the jade scroll that opened up Li Fuchen's perspective and allowed Li Fuchen to have a clear understanding of himself. He had a feeling that his body refinement had been stuck for a long time and he should be able to break through within a month at the latest. On the next day, Li Fuchen started to fuse the human body knowledge with the blazing flame law and the divine flame red rainbow technique. In order to create the 34th rank of the divine flame red rainbow technique, the human body knowledge had to be proficient. Secondly, one must have a deep understanding of the law of fire. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed and Li Fuchen already had some signs. South Sun Garden. In the largest garden in South Sun County. The garden covered an area of 100 miles and was filled with all kinds of flowers. Among them, there was no lack of precious earth-grade flowers. Anyone could enter the South Sun Garden as long as they paid a certain amount of spirit stones. However, only a few people could enter the central garden of South Sun Garden. As for holding a gathering in the central garden, only the son of the prefectural governor and a few others were qualified. Under Qi Junjun's lead, Li Fuchen arrived at the South Sun Garden. Looking at the sea of flowers, Li Fuchen praised, "No wonder this is the #1 garden in the South Sun County." Within the South Sea Garden, there was a very unique charm, and the heaven and earth spirit qi was abnormally dense. Being in the middle of the sea of flowers, it made one forget all worries and all the unhappiness. Boom! His mental state entered into a wondrous state. Li Fuchen broke through. Without any signs, Li Fuchen broke through to the 5th level of Battle Spirit Realm. In fact, it wasn't without any signs. Li Fuchen had been in the Emperor's Sky continent for a very long time, and it had already been half a year since he broke through to the 4th level of Battle Spirit Realm. According to the density of the Emperor's Sky continent's laws and his perception, even if he didn't break through now, he would break through soon. He actually broke through. Qi Junjun might already have a high opinion of Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen's innate potential still shocked her. A person who could break through at any time and place couldn't be treated with common sense. At least, When she came to the South Sun Garden, she only had some thoughts, and wasn't like Li Fuchin, who broke through as he pleased. "Brother Junyan, who is that person?" Just as Li Fuchin was breaking through, a group of people arrived at the South Sun Garden, and one of them was actually Dongwa Junyan. As one of the top 10 young experts of South Mountain City, Dongwa Junyan was naturally qualified to participate in the gathering. "Brother Tao Hai, that person is called Li Fuchin and has the strength of a great master. It is best not to provoke him. I think Qi Junjun is just an ordinary friend of him." Those who weren't familiar with Dongwa Junyan would think that he was a person who didn't wish to stir up trouble. But those who were familiar with him would definitely be able to guess that he might seem to be flattering Li Fuchin, but he was actually trying to divert the trouble. Who didn't know that Tao Hai had been pursuing Qi Junjun? Tao Hai was the #1 youth expert of the Tao clan, which was one of the 5 second-rate monarch-class clans and had the strength of a great master. Humph! As expected, Tao Hai snorted and walked towards Qi Junjun and Li Fuchin. How could he not know that Dongwa Junyan was trying to sow discord? But he didn't mind. He was concerned that Qi Junjun and Li Fuchin looked rather intimate. In addition, Tao Hai, was also a great master and didn't have to fear Li Fuchin. "Junjun, it has been a long time. I wonder who is this?" "Your friend." When Tao Hai greeted Qi Junjun, he shot an obscure intent at Li Fuchin. It was to interrupt Li Fuchin's breakthrough. When a martial artist was breaking through the cultivation realm, they had to be wholeheartedly focused. If it was forcefully interrupted, it would result in the loss of the breakthrough opportunity. If it was severe, it would result in the qi going berserk, resulting in severe injuries. If it was severe, it was possible for the martial artist to go berserk. Bang! There was an explosion in the air. Li Fuchin's body appeared with a layer of sword intent to block Tao Hai's obscure intent. After opening his eyes, Li Fuchin stared at Tao Hai and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Tao Hai sneered, "Whatever you think it means." At the same time, he was rather shocked that Li Fuchin actually broke through the cultivation realm so quickly. Furthermore, it looked very stable, and it didn't feel like he was breaking through the cultivation realm. "It seems like you are intentionally targeting me." Li Fuchin was able to withstand Tao Hai's intent with ease because his cultivation foundation was firm enough. Furthermore, his spiritual awareness was tough enough too. Breaking through the cultivation realm was completely within his control. If it was anyone else, that person's qi would definitely go berserk during that moment and would definitely suffer severe injuries. After all, Li Fuchin didn't interrupt Tao Hai's breakthrough, but used an intent to sneak attack him. "So what if I am targeting you?" The mocking expression on Tao Hai's face was getting more intense. He was trying to infuriate Li Fuchin. As long as Li Fuchin made the first move, Tao Hai wouldn't just knock Li Fuchin down, he would also punish Li Fuchin. Making a move in the South Sun Garden was provoking the son of the county protector and also the rules of the South Sun City. Li Fuchin, don't fall for the trap. Qi Junjun quickly transmitted a message to Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin nodded silently. How could he not know Tao Hai's intention? But it was impossible for Li Fuchin to suffer in silence. Gathering his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchin shot out the thorn of spiritual awareness at Tao Hai. The mocking expression on Tao Hai's face froze. Immediately after, he let out a miserable scream. It was true that his true spirit was powerful, and so was his spiritual awareness. But if he was caught off guard, it was absolutely impossible for him to resist Li Fuchin's thorn of spiritual awareness. If he was prepared and executed his spiritual awareness defense secret technique in advance, Li Fuchin's thorn of spiritual awareness would only make him suffer a little. After all, he had the 7-star bone frame and was also a great master. In terms of true spirit strength, he wasn't inferior to regular low-level primary C realm monarchs. Of course, he didn't guard against Li Fuchin's spiritual awareness attack. This wasn't a spiritual awareness attack that a battle spirit realm expert could produce. It was at least a mid-level primary sea realm. You dare to injure me? Tao Hai yelled out miserably. I injured you. Which eye of yours saw that? Li Fuchen sneered. Courting death, sea-splitting saber. Tao Hai was enraged. This kind of spiritual awareness attack couldn't be seen and could only be sensed. But among everyone present, only he could sense the spiritual awareness attack. There was no way to find a witness. A narrow and long battle saber appeared in Tao Hai's hand as he cleaved at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was originally able to dodge this saber, but Qi Junjun was at the side. If he dodged, Qi Junjun would definitely be severely injured. The flaming snake sword was unsheathed, and Li Fuchen cleaved apart Tao Hai's saber prowess. The powerful force caused Tao Hai to take 3 steps back. Li Fuchen didn't wish to cause trouble in South Sun City, even if Tao Hai made the first move. Therefore, he only used half of his strength for this sword move. Giant whale splitting sea. But Tao Hai didn't have any intention to stop as he cleaved at Li Fuchen with an even stronger saber. Li Fuchen's eyes turned cold as he welcomed the attack with the flaming snake sword. Stop! A figure suddenly appeared above Li Fuchen and thrust down with a spear that was like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave. The opposition was obviously biased. It was obviously Tao Hai who made the first move, but he stared at Li Fuchen and called out. After all, Li Fuchen had the strength of a monarch-class master. Even if he had to face 2 great masters, Li Fuchen didn't have any fear. He brandished his sword and blocked the attack from the person and Tao Hai. Such strength! The person's eyes contracted. He used the force to retreat and landed on the ground. The person yelled out, "This is the South Sun City. You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to make a move here. Brother Tao Hai, let's work together to take down this person and hand him over to the County Young Lord to convict him." This person was 8 feet in height and had a ferocious expression. From the looks of it, he seemed to have a close relationship with Tao Hai, otherwise he wouldn't be standing up for Tao Hai. Qi Junjun said, "Wang Daochang, Tao Hai made the first move. Don't act indiscriminately." Wang Daochang was a young expert from one of the 5 major second-rate monarch-class clans in the South Sun County, the Wang clan. The Tao clan and the Wang clan were influential clans, and they were connected by marriage. Tao Hai's lineage and Wang Daochang's lineage were connected by marriage. Therefore, the 2 of them had a rather good relationship. Wang Daochang sneered and said, "I didn't see brother Tao Hai making a move, but I did see him making a move. Qi Junjun, this matter has nothing to do with you. You better not interfere." The Qi clan might only be a 3rd-rate monarch-class clan, but they were connected by marriage with the plentiful grain city's city lord residents. Therefore, Wang Daochang didn't dare to reprimand Qi Junjun. Furthermore, Qi Junjun was a great beauty. Just as both sides were about to draw their swords. The County Young Lord has arrived. Chapter 573. While being escorted by everyone, a slightly plump and dignified youth walked into the South Sun Garden. County Young Lord Lin's show. If the South Sun County was a kingdom, the County Young Lord would be the prince. He would be second only to one person and above everyone else. Lin Shou's eyes were calm and no one could see through him. He took a glance at everyone and said, "It doesn't matter who is in the wrong. I will forgive all of you this time. Follow me to the center garden." While speaking, Lin Shou took the lead and walked towards the center garden of the South Sun Garden. A large group of people followed behind. Wang Daochang and Tao Hai glared at Li Fuchen with a sinister look before following too. Qi Junjun said in a soft voice, "This person is the county protector's son, Lin Shou. It is said that his strength is only at the pinnacle master level, but he has multiple Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifacts and a quasi-heaven class cardinal artifact. He is considered invincible below the primary sea realm. Perhaps only heaven-class masters are comparable with him. but he has a rather peaceful personality and isn't as overbearing as Tao Hai and Wang Daocheng. Multiple Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifacts and a quasi-heaven-class cardinal artifact? Li Fuqin was rather speechless. Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifacts were worth around 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. A quasi-heaven-class cardinal artifact was even more exaggerated, and it was impossible to obtain one without at least 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. No wonder he was the county protector's son and was overflowing with wealth. Just the cardinal artifacts on him were already comparable with the entire wealth of a third-rate monarch-class clan. The center garden was several times more beautiful than the outside. The flowers here were all Earth-class grade, and there were plenty of Earth-class high-tier flowers. Just by smelling the fragrance of the flowers, Li Fuqin could feel his qi growing, and it made him feel refreshed. In the center garden, there was a cluster of buildings. The buildings were connected to pavilions along long corridors. In the center was a giant garden plaza. After sitting down in the most luxurious pavilion, County Young Lord Lin Shou waved his hand and said, "Everyone doesn't have to be so courteous. Take a seat." Someone served the tea and snacks. As the County Young Lord, Lin Shou's wealth was naturally extraordinary. As the beautiful female attendants served tea and desserts, Li Fuqin realized that the value of the tea and desserts weren't inferior to the famous tea houses. With so many people enjoying the tea, the consumption of low-grade spirit stones would be at least 100 million low-grade spirit stones, and wouldn't be any less. After everyone sat down, Lin Shou continued, "I invited everyone over for a gathering. Firstly, it's to get to know each other. Secondly, it's to exchange insights on martial arts. Thirdly, it's my personal matter. It won't be too late to talk about it at the end." Lin Shou swept his gaze around and took in everyone's expressions before he continued. "I've prepared 4 spirit ascension elixirs for this gathering. During the exchange, whoever can win 4 rounds in a row will obtain 1 spirit ascension elixir. If anyone can defeat my guard, Lin Hu, I'll reward him with a royal Dao Golden elixir." King Dao Golden Core? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The Monarch Dao Golden elixir was an Earth-class peak-tier elixir and could assist in breaking through to the primary sea realm. Even for 7-star bone frames or 8-star bone frames, it wasn't that easy to break through to the primary sea realm. It required a long period of accumulation. 8-star bone frames were still fine, but 7-star bone frames would normally require around 10 years of accumulation before they could step into the primary sea realm. But the Monarch Dao Golden Elixir could shorten the time by several times. The earlier one broke through to the primary sea realm, the greater the potential. When most people broke through to the primary sea realm, their potential would be almost depleted. They would only be able to reach the mid-levels of the primary sea realm in their lifetime. If they could become a monarch earlier, it wouldn't be a problem to reach the high-level levels of the primary sea realm. If they could break through to the primary sea realm earlier and have a heaven-class, low-tier cultivation technique, they might be able to step into the law phase realm one day and might even become an emperor or ancestor. The County Young Lord is indeed the County Young Lord. He can even take out the Monarch Dao Golden Elixir. The County Protector is considered one of the upper echelons in the Red Moon Empire and is able to come into contact with Elixir Kings. A single Monarch Dao Golden Elixir shouldn't be considered anything. Elixir Kings were existences that were even more esteemed than primary sea realm monarchs. Of course, in most situations, Elixir Kings were primary sea realm monarchs. After all, there were some top-notch concoction grandmasters that were already primary sea realm monarchs. Everyone's breaths were a little rushed, and they unconsciously looked at Lin, who was beside Lin Shou. After realizing that Lin, who was a primary sea realm monarch, everyone felt as though a basin of cold water was poured over their heads, and they were completely awakened. What a joke! Even a monarch-class master would find it hard to defeat a primary sea realm monarch. Only heaven-class masters would be able to do it easily. The prerequisite was that the opponent was a regular low-level primary sea realm monarch. Only at the first level of primary sea realm, but there were a few who were tempted. They weren't weaklings among the great masters. If Lin, who was a second-level primary sea realm monarch, their chances of victory would be minute. But Lin, who was only a first-level primary sea realm monarch, if they didn't engage in a life-and-death battle, there was still some hope to defeat Lin, who... "Ha! Wu Mang is only a 6-star bone frame. I shall be the first to join in the fun." A figure landed in the garden plaza, and it was a young man with a stalwart body. Among the crowd, most of them were 6-star bone frames, and there were only a small group of 7-star bone frames. Wu Mang's self-proclaimed 6-star bone frame was definitely a scheme. He was a 6-star bone frame, and even if a 7-star bone frame defeated him, there wouldn't be any glory. "I, Huang Tao, am also a 6-star bone frame. I shall come up and spar with you." A slender figure jumped up and fought with Wu Mang. Both of them wanted the Spirit Ascension elixir. Therefore, they weren't going to hold back. After over a dozen moves, both of them burst out with extraordinary power and executed extraordinary divine abilities. Boom, boom, boom. The garden plaza was enveloped by an array, and the chi forces of their attacks weren't leaked out, but it was still extremely intense. In the end, Wu Mang was superior and won the first spar. 1 match, 2 matches, 3 matches, Wu Mang's strength was indeed formidable. He was obviously a 6-star bone frame, but he wasn't considered weak among the pinnacle masters. In just a short moment, he had already won 3 matches in a row. If he won another match, he would be able to obtain a Spirit Ascension elixir. Yuan Zhua. Another figure jumped onto it. After seeing this person, Wu Mang's expression turned sluggish, and he cursed silently. Yuan Zhua might also be a 6-star bone frame, but he was a 6-star darkness bone frame. Furthermore, the divine ability he awakened was the extremely powerful darkness sky canopy. Without any nonsense, Yuan Zhua immediately executed the darkness sky canopy and enveloped Wu Mang with a dark cover. When the dark cover dispersed, Wu Mang vomited fresh blood and was lying on the ground. It was obvious that he was already defeated. He actually awakened the darkness sky canopy like Wang Heilong. Li Fuqin was rather surprised. The darkness sky canopy was definitely an extremely high-class divine ability and was even superior to his heart of blazing flame. Those who awakened this divine ability were basically invincible among the 6-star bone frames. For the next 3 matches, Yuan Zhua defeated his opponents with ease. In the face of his darkness sky canopy, his opponents were undoubtedly blind and deaf. They didn't even have the strength to retaliate. "All right, this is a Spirit Ascension elixir." Lin Shou waved his hand and sent a jade bottle to Yuan Zhua. "Thank you, County Young Lord." After receiving the jade bottle, Yuan Zhua's face flashed with a trace of delight. "Kid, get on the stage." Swish! With a flash, Tao Hai appeared in the center of the garden plaza. He stared at Li Fuqin with murderous intent. He might have suffered from Li Fuqin's hands earlier, but he believed that if he was prepared, it would be hard for Li Fuqin to injure his true spirit. Apart from that, his strongest move was his divine ability. If he didn't execute his divine ability, his strength would only be at the pinnacle master level. Only when he executed his divine ability would he be at the great master level. Li Fuqin, be careful. Tao Hai's divine ability is called the Trident Halberd. It is extremely tyrannical. Qi Junjun divulged some information about Tao Hai. Nodding, Li Fuqin flashed and appeared in front of Tao Hai. "If you are only formidable in spiritual awareness attacks, you better kneel down and admit defeat." Tao Hai might be speaking like this, but he had already executed his spiritual awareness defense secret technique. At the same time, the soft water power burst out and enveloped Li Fuqin with an absolute prowess. Li Fuqin mocked. Previously, he had only used the ordinary thorn of spiritual awareness to attack Tao Hai. If he executed the avian thorn or the avian king thorn, Tao Hai's true spirit would have been severely injured and would have fainted. He wouldn't be standing in front of Li Fuchen. Don't worry, I don't need to execute my spiritual awareness attacks to deal with you. Li Fuchen said, You are courting death, Trident Halberd. The soft water power burst out to the extremity, and the divine ability pattern was produced. An extremely heavy trident appeared in Tao Hai's hand and was formed with the soft water power. Tao Hai wielded the giant trident and smashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was rather surprised when he felt the spatial zone getting heavier. Tao Hai's trident halberd didn't just contain the water Tao law. It obviously contained a type of power law. Otherwise, the trident wouldn't be able to affect the spatial zone and press down like a mountain. Li Fuchen didn't need to be serious to deal with Tao Hai. A simple slash that contained traces of the flowing, merciless edge, sword intent, had severed the trident and left a bloody wound on Tao Hai's body. Impossible. Tao Hai looked down at the bloody wound on his body and was in disbelief. He defeated Tao Hai in a single sword. Wang Daochang's scalp went numb, and this was the first time he felt a chill down his spine. Tao Hai might not be considered an incredible great master, but he was still a great master. In order to defeat Tao Hai in a single sword, one would need to have the strength of a pinnacle great master. In the Red Moon Empire, pinnacle great masters were definitely one-star generals. Good. This sword move is incredible. Lin Shou's eyes lit up. This spirit ascension elixir is yours. Even though Li Fuchen hadn't won 4 consecutive matches, Lin Shou didn't care and still gave Li Fuchen a spirit ascension elixir. Thank you, County Young Lord. After receiving the spirit ascension elixir, Li Fuchen spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to fight another 3 matches, but since he already obtained the spirit ascension elixir, it wasn't good for him to continue staying. He flashed and returned to the pavilion. The rest of the people didn't think of challenging Li Fuchen either. After all, it wasn't necessary and they weren't certain they could win. Chapter 574. Once the last 2 spirit ascension elixirs were taken, Lin Shou said, the 4 spirit ascension elixirs are taken. There is only 1 monarch Tao golden elixir left. If anyone is confident in their strength, they can challenge my guard, Lin Hu. As long as you are slightly superior, this monarch Tao golden elixir will belong to you. County Young Lord, I, Lu Jia, am willing to give it a try. A handsome young man with long hair arrived on the stage. Lu Jia, one of the 5 major second-rate monarch-class clans. He was the number 1 youth expert of the Lu clan, and he was actually the number 1 youth expert in the Lu clan for the past few centuries. His strength had already reached the great master level a few years ago, and he had the 7-star saber Dao bone frame. His strength was much stronger than Tao Hai and Wang Daochang. Please enlighten me. Lin, who appeared opposite of Lu Jia as though he teleported. He stood with his hands behind his back and was very confident. After all, he was a primary Sea Realm monarch. Even if he was only at the 1st level of primary Sea Realm, he wasn't someone that any great master could compare with. Dark Knight Slash. Lu Jia didn't dare to be negligent and immediately burst out with Saber Dao power. He executed the Saber Dao divine ability, Dark Knight Slash. The Dark Knight Slash was a half-moon-shaped black saber light. The black saber light seemed to have spirituality, and when Lu Jia brandished his right hand, it expanded violently and turned into a black arc that was around 8 meters in size that cleaved at Lin Hu. Lin, who didn't execute his divine ability as he was only a 6-star bone frame, and his divine ability wasn't as powerful as his martial art. Clenching his right fist, Lin Hu punched at the black arc bang. There seemed to be a slight distortion in the void. The black arc was extremely tough, and after this punch, it might have cracked, but it was still intact. It felt as though it was stuck with strong glue, and it looked like countless threads were threaded together. Lin, who raised his eyebrows, and the strength of his fist increased by several notches. Boom! The black arc of light still exploded. The corner of Lu Jia's mouth leaked out a trace of blood as he soared into the sky and cleaved at Lin with another Dark Knight slash. His Dark Knight slash was an extremely powerful saber Dao divine ability. Once it hit Lin Hu, it would be enough to injure him. Lin Hu grinned coldly while his right fist flashed with cold radiance. When he executed a single punch, it felt as though the space was going to be penetrated and there was a black scar. Subsequently, the Dark Knight slash was shattered and burst into a rain of light. The wind comes. Lin Hu grabbed at the void with his left hand, and the dense wind Dao Yuan Qi above the South Sun Garden frantically gathered over. In the next moment, Lu Jia felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, and his every move slowed down by half, controlling the power of nature. This was the signature power of a Primary Sea Realm Monarch, and it was also the trump card of a Primary Sea Realm Monarch to deal with lower-level martial artists. Bang! With a punch, Lu Jia was sent flying. Lin Shou revealed a disappointed expression. Although Lu Jia was strong, he was still a little lacking. Sima Hung is here to seek guidance. A figure shot towards Lin, who like lightning. Sima Hung, the Sima clan's #1 prodigy in a century. He had the 7-star Wind Thunderbone frame. The Wind Thunderbone frame might not be comparable to the Saber Daobone frame, but the Wind Thunder divine ability that Sima Hung awakened might not be inferior to Lu Jia's Saber Dao divine ability. Most importantly, Sima Hung was a few years older than Lu Jia. Therefore, Sima Heng's comprehension of the Wind Thunderbone frame pattern was slightly more than Lu Jia's. Wind and Thunder great breakthrough. With a roar, Sima Hung sent a palm strike at Lin Hu. Rumble. A giant thunderbolt whirlpool was suddenly formed. This thunderbolt whirlpool didn't just contain the thunderbolt laws, it also contained the Wind Dao laws. When the two laws were combined, it formed an unparalleled Wind Thunder divine ability pattern. It was violent and powerful like the end of the world. Just in time. Lin, whose eyes burst out with radiance as he blasted a massive violent wind fist over. Bang bang! The chi forces were like raging waves that clashed with one another. Lin Hu and Sima Hung, who were in the middle of it, were constantly retreating. But it was obvious that Lin Hu's strength was much stronger than Sima Hung. Sima Hung took dozens of steps back, while Lin Hu only took a few steps back. Wind come. Lin, who was still controlling the power of nature, he gathered all the Wind Dao Qi above the South Sun Garden and pressed it on Sima Hung. What a powerful pressure! Sima Heng's expression changed drastically. He thought that his extraordinary power was more vigorous than Lu Jia and should be able to resist Lin, whose control of the power of nature. But now he realized that he couldn't resist at all. In this extremely concentrated and sticky Wind Dao Qi, he wasn't able to move freely. With a punch, Sima Hung was sent flying. He can't even beat Lin Hu, so he's just a normal character in the latent shadow abyss. Lin Shou sighed. After taking a glance, Lin Shou raised his brows. He originally thought that Li Fuqin would challenge Lin Hu too, but from the looks of it, it didn't seem like Li Fuqin wanted to participate. Brother, what's your name? Why aren't you challenging my guards? Lin Shou asked. Everyone looked at Li Fuqin in response. They were rather curious too. Logically speaking, the strength that Li Fuqin displayed was only superior to Lu Jia and Sima Hung. There was still some hope for him to challenge Lin Hu. Could it be that Li Fuqin didn't fancy the Monarch Dao Golden Core? That's not right. Everyone wanted the Monarch Dao Golden Elixir. Even 8-star bone frames wouldn't despise the Monarch Dao Golden Elixir. It wasn't that Li Fuqin wasn't interested in the Monarch Dao Golden Elixir. Even if he firmly believed that he could enter the Primary Sea realm very quickly, with the Monarch Dao Golden Elixir, it would definitely be faster. But he had a premonition that this Monarch Dao Golden Pill was not so easy to obtain. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Lin Hu, but after defeating Lin Hu, he didn't know how to respond to the County Young Lord's requests. I am Li Fuchen. Since the county young lord has named me, then Fuchen shall accept. After speaking, Li Fuchen flashed and appeared in front of Lin Hu. Since he couldn't refuse the monarch Dao golden elixir, then he would accept it. As for intentionally losing to Lin Hu, Li Fuchen didn't think about it. Rather than intentionally losing to Lin Hu, he might as well reject the challenge. This fellow is truly arrogant. Tao Hai had a face of mockery. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could defeat Lin Hu. As a great master, he could see that Lin Hu didn't go all out when he was fighting against Lu Jie and Sima Heng. All right, if you can fight to a draw with Lin Hu, this monarch Dao golden elixir will belong to you. Lin Shou lowered his request, mainly because it was too difficult to defeat Lin Hu. It was fine if he could fight to a draw with Lin Hu. It was fortunate that he had already invited some formidable masters, and there were plenty of 2-star generals among them. Lin Hu was rather unhappy when looking at Li Fuchen. In his opinion, it wasn't that Li Fuchen didn't have the intention to fight. He just wanted to receive the county young lord's attention. Lin Hu revealed a sneer and said, "Be careful now." This was the first time he made a move. Furthermore, he immediately gathered a large amount of wind Dao Qi and used it with his field to press at Li Fuchen. Clang! The flaming snake sword was flicked out and Li Fuchen slashed. Visible to the naked eye, a bright red thread appeared in the void. This thread was tough and sharp to the extreme. The compressed and solidified Wind Wei Yuan Qi was sliced into two by this thread. In the next moment, the thread had already appeared in front of Lin Hu. Lin Hu raised his brows and punched at the thread. Rumble! There was an intense explosion and a figure was sent flying. Everyone took a closer look and realized that it was Lin Hu. SS. There was a gasp and everyone was flabbergasted. Chapter 575. 18 Violent Wind Palms. Forcefully stopping his body from flying back, Lin Hu was enraged. He executed the finishing move of his Earth-class peak-tier martial art, and the entire sky was filled with giant, violent wind palms. It was also an Earth-class peak-tier martial art, but when executed by a primary Sea Realm monarch, it would be extremely violent and exquisite. Every portion of power would be used appropriately, but it wouldn't give off the feeling that it was flashy. Lin Hu was confident that this palm strike was enough to suppress Li Fuchen. Incineration soared. When facing Lin Hu's forceful palm strike, Li Fuchen's flaming snake sword was casually thrust forward. Without any sound or presence, hundreds of scarlet air bubbles fluttered in the sky. Bang boom! Lin Hu's 18 violent wind palms had only been executed halfway when it collided with the air bubbles. The air bubbles exploded consecutively, and layers of incinerating sword qi enveloped Lin Hu. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Lin Hu was sent flying again, while his right arm was slightly shaking. Lin Hu, you have lost. Lin Shou stopped Lin Hu in time and smiled. Those that could defeat Lin Hu were at least 2-star generals. With plenty of cardinal artifacts, Lin Shou was already close to 3-star generals. With the addition of the 2-star generals, the trip to the latent shadow abyss would definitely be much smoother. Lin Hu might be unwilling, but he didn't dare to defy Lin Shou. He cupped his fist and returned to Lin Shou's side. Lin Shou laughed and said, "Brother Li's sword art is absolutely outstanding, and it is something that I have never seen in my life. This monarch, Dao Golden Elixir, is yours." Lin Shou swung his hand, and a jade bottle flew to Li Fuchen. In his opinion, Li Fuchen was definitely an 8-star bone frame, and he should be an 8-star bone frame from a monarch-class sect. Lin Shou basically knew some information about the local 8-star bone frames. Lin Shou was naturally willing to befriend an 8-star bone frame from a monarch-class sect. After all, this was a world where the strong ruled. Even with the Red Moon Empire's backing, it wasn't that easy to befriend a monarch-class sect. After receiving the jade bottle, Li Fuchen didn't even take a look and tossed it into his storage bag. He cupped his fist and said, Many thanks, County Young Lord. Lin Shou suppressed the urge to recruit Li Fuchen and raised his voice. The spar might have ended, but the gathering isn't. Everyone should eat and drink well and interact more with one another. In the future, when we venture into the martial world and venture outside, we might be able to rely on one another. It could be seen that Lin Shou was very good at adjusting the atmosphere. The gathering that was gradually turning cold instantly became lively with Lin Shou's words. But mainly what he said made sense. The Emperor's Sky Continent was too massive, and it wasn't a bad thing to make some friends. Towards the end of the gathering, the sky gradually darkened. A voice echoed in Li Fuchen's ears. Li Xiong, when the gathering ends, please don't leave. I have something to discuss with you. True enough, Li Fuchen wasn't surprised at all. He wouldn't believe that Lin Shou was hosting this gathering purely for his personal interest. No one would spend so many spirit stones and so many precious pills to hold a useless party, unless the other party had already reached the peak of martial arts and was beginning to enjoy life. All right. Li Fuchen nodded in agreement. As the gathering ended, the crowd began to disperse. Qi Junju knew that Li Fuchen and County Young Lord Lin Shou had something to discuss. Hence, she bade farewell and left too. After everyone had left, only Lin Shou, Lin Hu, and Li Fuchen were left in the massive central garden. Lin Shou invited Li Fuchen over for a seat. After pouring a cup of tea for Li Fuchen, Lin Shou said, "Brother Li, I actually have my own selfish motives for hosting this gathering. I wonder if Brother Li has heard of the latent shadow abyss?" Li Fuchen shook his head. He had just arrived at the Emperor's Sky Continent and didn't know a lot of things. Lin Shou explained, "The latent shadow abyss is said to be the result of a battle between two saints. It is unknown how many years ago, when the Emperor's Sky Continent had yet to awaken the continent willpower, two saints came to the Emperor's Sky Continent and had a huge battle because of a treasure. That battle nearly tore the Emperor's Sky Continent apart, and the laws in the depths of the ground were dislocated, resulting in the formation of the latent shadow abyss. No one knows how many levels there are in the latent shadow abyss. They only know that each level is extremely dangerous and contains boundless murderous intent. However, due to the battle between the two saints, some of the spirit stone veins in the depths of the ground were torn apart, including high-grade spirit stone veins. I hosted this gathering with the objective to invite sufficiently formidable teammates to explore the latent shadow abyss and search for high-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones were spirit stones that were 10,000 times more precious than mid-grade spirit stones. The amount of spirit chi was a few hundred times more than mid-grade spirit stones, and the purity of the spirit chi was also a few times or even 10 times more than mid-grade spirit stones. For primary C realm monarchs to cultivate to the law phase realm, high-grade spirit stones were a necessity. However, high-grade spirit stones were normally located in the depths of the ground. Even law phase realm members would find it hard to reach that depth. Unless there was a continent earthquake every few years, the high-grade spirit stone veins would be shaken to the surface or close to the surface. Otherwise, it was impossible to obtain high-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen was moved. He naturally knew how precious high-grade spirit stones were. A single mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Similarly, a high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It also meant that a single high-grade spirit stone was worth 100 million low-grade spirit stones. However, it wasn't calculated in this manner. As high-grade spirit stones were too precious, no one was willing to sell them. This year's auction even had the Heaven-class low-tier artifact sword, the Heaven Rainbow Sword, but no one took out a high-grade spirit stone. Li Fuchen didn't believe that these peak-class monarchs didn't have any high-grade spirit stones. It must be because they didn't have enough high-grade spirit stones for themselves. Therefore, they weren't willing to take them out. After all, a heaven-class low-tier artifact sword was still an external object. One's cultivation realm was the most important. Since the latent shadow abyss is so dangerous, wouldn't it be certain death for battle spirit realm monarchs to enter? Li Fuchen was puzzled. Lin Shou laughed and said, "The latent shadow abyss laws are extremely chaotic. There are some places where even law phase realm emperors would be in grave danger. There are also some places where the cultivation realm is too high and would trigger a great danger. The latent shadow abyss that I wish to enter is best for battle spirit realm monarchs. Primary sea realm monarchs would have a much lower chance of survival than battle spirit realm monarchs." "I see." Li Fuchen understood now. "The County Young Lord wishes to invite me into the latent shadow abyss." Li Fuchen might know Lin Shou's objective, but he still had to say it. Lin Shou nodded. "That's right. The latent shadow abyss is extremely dangerous, and without the strength of a 2-star general, it is almost impossible to provide any help. Even with a large number of battle spirit realm masters to form a battle formation, it is useless. There are endless dangers inside, and it is impossible to guard against them. The battle formation cannot be maintained at all times, therefore, one can only rely on individual martial strength. If the battle formation was useful, he didn't need to invite Li Fuchen. The Red Moon Empire's battle formation was extremely powerful, and even a county-class battle formation was terrifying. Let alone a 2-star general, the battle formation could even contest with a 3-star general. It could be said that the battle formation was the greatest trump card of the city lord residents or the county protector residents. How are the treasures distributed after entering the latent shadow abyss? If the latent shadow abyss didn't have high-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen wouldn't enter. But it was different with high-grade spirit stones. With high-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen would be able to break through to the primary sea realm earlier. Lin Shou said, "I will take 30% of the treasures. The rest will be distributed according to your contributions." It was impossible to distribute evenly. Firstly, he was the county young lord and also the leader of this expedition. Secondly, he had plenty of cardinal artifacts, and his strength was comparable to a 3-star general. Furthermore, even if he agreed, the others wouldn't agree. After all, who wouldn't want to contribute more and obtain more treasures? All right, Li Fuchen didn't have any objections to this distribution rule. "Since Brother Li has agreed, we will set off in 1 week." Lin Shou let out a breath of relief. The treasures in the latent shadow abyss weren't that easy to obtain, and he was truly afraid that Li Fuchen wouldn't agree. 1 week later, it was still the South Sun Garden's central garden. Lin Shou and Li Fuchen were waiting in the pavilion while drinking tea. A short moment later, a majestic youth walked into the central garden. This person had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His arms were thicker than a regular person's thighs, and his eyes were introverted. But there was an extreme pressure. If one didn't see with the naked eye, one would think that a ferocious beast was walking over slowly. Lin Shou said, "Li Fuchen, let me introduce to you. This is Xiong Dao, an emperor-class disciple from the Heaven Sea Guild. He has the strength of a 2-star general, and his rod art is extremely forceful. Regular people will find it hard to block." Li Fuchen sized up Xiong Dao and nodded silently. All of the emperor-class disciples weren't simple. Lin Shou might have plenty of cardinal artifacts and was comparable with a 3-star general, but it wasn't that easy to suppress a 2-star general. After all, it wasn't as easy to use a power that didn't belong to him. "Greetings to the county young lord." Xiong Dao cupped his fist. Lin Shou nodded. "Xiong Dao, take a seat." He didn't introduce Li Fuchen, as it wouldn't be too late to introduce Li Fuchen when everyone was here. After sitting down, Xiong Dao didn't even look at Li Fuchen and minded his own business as he ate and drank. Soon enough, 2 more individuals arrived together. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and confident. He was wearing a long robe and holding an iron fan. The woman was charming and elegant and was wearing green clothes. Qiao Yu Leng Shui. The two of them are one-star generals and are a pair of Dao companions. Furthermore, they are from the Heaven Dipper cult and are one of the 8 direct monarch-class disciples. Lin Shou introduced the duo. Xiong Dao glanced at the duo and didn't say anything. In his eyes, one-star generals weren't anything, and it didn't matter if he introduced them or not. Li Fuqin nodded slightly to the duo. He had heard of the Heaven Dipper cult before. It was a half-emperor faction, but it wasn't a faction from the South Sun County. To be able to become the elite monarch-class disciples of the Heaven Dipper cult, their strength was probably superior to Lu Jie and Sima Heng. Putting everything else aside, the Red Rainbow sect's 3 direct monarch-class disciples weren't one-star generals yet. Of course, Li Fuqin didn't know if the trio had the strength of one-star generals. In short, in the Red Moon Empire, generals were the standard of strength. As the duo sat down, everyone continued to wait. Just as Xiong Dao was about to get impatient, a figure arrived late. It was an extremely handsome young man. Once he arrived, the atmosphere in the central garden instantly changed. Xiong Dao stared at the person with a grave expression. Lin Shou laughed heartily and said, "Chu Wu, you are late." "Chu Wu." Li Fuqin's face flashed with surprise. Chapter 576. It would take at least 100 words to publish a single chapter, so I'll talk about some of the issues that everyone is concerned about. There would definitely be a female lead, and one had already appeared before. It could not be ruled out that there would be more than one. To become a female lead, one's cultivation progress had to be barely able to keep up with the main character or have already reached an extremely high realm. Otherwise, one would only be a passerby. Chapter 577. Let me introduce Chu Wu. He is the Red Rainbow sect's Emperor-class disciple and a 2-star general. He is also one of the Red Moon Empire's Northern 5 generals. Lin Shou stood up and introduced to Li Fuqin and the others. Chu Wu was the most important part of this trip to the latent shadow abyss. Others might not know how powerful the 5 northern generals were, but Lin Shou was very clear about it. There were at least 82-star generals in the north, even if there weren't 100. It was imaginable how powerful he was to stand out and become one of the 5 generals. He was probably able to kill weaker, low-level primary C realm monarchs. "You are Chu Wu? If there's a chance, let's spar," Xiong Dao grinned. Chu Wu said, "I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength and kill you. Even a 3-star general might not be able to kill me." Xiong Dao raised his brows and said confidently. Lin Shou introduced, "Chu Wu, they're Xiong Dao, Qiao Yu Leng Shui, and Li Fuqin." Lin Shou introduced the 4 of them. Chu Wu nodded lightly without saying a word. "Since everyone is here, let's go." Lin Shou waved his hand, and a large ship that was over 10 meters in length appeared in midair. There was an array pagoda on the ship, and there was a murderous chi that was comparable with primary C realm monarchs. It caused the air in the center garden to feel rather desolate. They were all smart people and could tell at a glance that it was a low-grade 7 small warship. The construction of a Class 7 battleship was very expensive. A small Class 7 battleship would cost at least 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it would also require mid-grade spirit stones to power the battleship. Even Chu Wu could not help but narrow his eyes as he looked at the low-tier 7th-grade warship. The County Young Lord was indeed the County Young Lord. Even though his strength wasn't formidable, with the help of external items, he was able to crush weaker, low-level monarchs. After boarding the warship, Lin Shou's thoughts moved, and the warship turned into a beam of light that pierced through the sky. The Class 7 low-tier battleship was extremely fast and wasn't inferior to regular low-level monarchs. 1 month later, everyone arrived at a large canyon. This was an incomparably huge canyon. It was at least 10,000 miles long, and the widest part was several hundred miles wide. It was unfathomably deep. According to Lin Shou, this canyon was actually a crack that was created from the Battle of Saints. There were many of such cracks, and there were even larger cracks. The latent shadow abyss is in this crevice. Basically, every crevice will have a few layers of latent shadow abyss. The latent shadow abyss in this place has a rather low grade, and the rules are more considerate for battle spirit realm martial artists. If one's strength is not at the 1-star general class, one will have a 90% chance of death in there. Only 2-star generals would have the strength to protect themselves. The fissure was unfathomably deep. At a glance, it was pitch black, as if it could devour souls. There were also many small cracks within the crack. These small cracks should be the various entrances to the latent shadow abyss. As Lin Shou spoke, he controlled the warship to fly towards the small crack on the left. The crack might look small, but as the battleship got closer, Li Fuchin realized that the crack was a few dozen miles long and over a mile tall. So many people. Xiao Yu scanned the area with a spiritual sense and frowned. This small crack was filled with buildings. There were restaurants, tea houses, inns, and all kinds of shops. It was like a human gathering place, and the people that were active here were all battle spirit realm masters. There were at least 8,000 of them, if not 10,000. Lin Shou explained, the latent shadow abyss might be extremely dangerous, but there are still plenty of people who risk their lives to enter. After all, as long as one can find a high-grade spirit stone inside, they will be able to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Li Fuchin nodded. It was human nature to seek riches from danger. Furthermore, the cultivation of the martial Tao was already enough for one to forsake life and death. When the battleship landed, Lin Shou kept the battleship. The latent shadow abyss rules were chaotic. The bigger the commotion, the more danger would be attracted. Therefore, it was best not to take out the battleship unless it was a crucial moment. After all, the battleship was too big, and when it flew, it would cause a huge commotion. In the center of the buildings, there were teleportation platforms. The teleportation platforms were very busy, and there would be people teleporting in or out from time to time. Lin Shou said, this teleportation array is connected to a few nearby cities. The latent shadow abyss rules are chaotic, and the further the teleportation distance, the easier it is for something to go wrong. Therefore, it can only be teleported for a short distance. In fact, even if the latent shadow abyss rules weren't chaotic, it was still impossible to connect all the 660 cities in the Red Moon Empire. The higher the grade of the continent, the higher the cost to construct the teleportation array. There were some important materials that couldn't be found, especially the core material of the teleportation array, the spatial crystal. A foreign monarch-class sect had to use the strength of an entire continent to construct a teleportation array that connected to the Emperor's sky continent. The Red Moon Empire might be wealthy, but it was just a small number of people and factions. It was impossible for the entire empire to be of a higher grade than a foreign monarch-class sect. The amount of resources required was something that an empire couldn't afford. Furthermore, spatial crystals were extremely rare on any continent. If there weren't enough spatial crystals, it wouldn't matter how many resources there were. Therefore, in the entire Red Moon Empire, only county cities, province cities, and emperor cities had teleportation arrays. The other cities didn't have any teleportation arrays. If the latent shadow abyss didn't produce high-grade spirit stones, a teleportation array might not even be constructed here. After all, a single teleportation array required a spatial crystal, and it wasn't worth it. Hurry up and stop him. That person has 2 high-grade spirit stones. There was a pitch-black whirlpool in the depths of the crevice. All of a sudden, 2 figures that were covered in blood rushed out from the whirlpool. The person at the back roared at the crowd. High-grade spirit stones? And there are 2 of them. Haha, we are rich. As long as we can stop him and obtain 1 high-grade spirit stone, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. After hearing the voice, many of the battle spirit realm masters rushed out. However, Li Fuchin realized that these people couldn't fly and could only run. Furthermore, when the distance was very close, none of them attacked from a distance. Lin Shou explained, "This place might just be the entrance of the latent shadow abyss, but there are chaotic laws leaking out. In this place, it is impossible to fly or attack from a distance. If a primary sea realm monarch comes here, it will cause the laws to be even more chaotic and form all sorts of dangers. As such, we won't be able to utilize our advantage in numbers, and we don't have to face the threat of a primary sea realm monarch." While Lin Shou was speaking, the figure that was surrounded by the crowd suddenly took out a glowing gem and crushed it. There was a burst of blinding radiance, and the radius of a few hundred meters was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers. In the next moment, the figure rushed onto the teleportation platform and threw out a mid-grade spirit stone before teleporting away. Damn it! Everyone was unwilling to accept that they weren't able to stop this person. One had to know that 2 upper-grade spirit stones were worth 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and that was the market price. If they were to be auctioned, 1 upper-grade spirit stone could easily be sold for 15,000 or even 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Just as everyone was unwilling, another person walked out from the pitch-black whirlpool. "Stop him! This person might have a high-grade spirit stone." Everyone that came out from the latent shadow abyss was everyone's target. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. It was a pity that everyone had underestimated this person's strength. This person was able to come out from the latent shadow abyss unscathed, which meant that he was extremely powerful. According to Li Fuchen's estimation, this person was an extremely powerful existence among the 1-star generals. He basically used a single move to kill one person. In just a few breaths of time, over a dozen battle spirit realm masters had been killed by him. After sensing the presence of Li Fuchen and the others, this person had a trace of apprehension on his face and quickly left through the teleportation array. "Come, let's go in too." Lin Shou didn't even bother about 1 or 2 high-grade spirit stones, as he required more high-grade spirit stones. Under Lin Shou's lead, the group of 6 entered the pitch-black whirlpool. This was a dusky and strange world. In the sky, shadows were intertwining. The surrounding mountain peaks were like giant shadows that were squirming and transforming. Even the plants on the ground were like tiny shadows. When stepping on the ground, the 6 of them felt as though they weren't stepping on a real object. Lin Shou said, "It is speculated that one of the 2 saints that fought back then was proficient in the shadow law. Therefore, in the latent shadow abyss, the shadow law is extremely powerful. When it is intertwined with other laws, it created a strange chaos." Swish! Just as Lin Shou finished speaking, a shadow herb suddenly shot at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's finger contained sword intent as he clamped the shadow herb. Under the attack of the sword intent, the shadow herb was turned into nothingness. In the latent shadow abyss, there are plenty of things that don't have a physical body. They are formed by the laws and qi. Oh, Lin Shou wasn't surprised and said, "I see." Li Fuchen nodded. "Roar, roar." The latent shadow abyss was massive, and Li Fuchen's group had only walked for a short distance before they heard an abnormal roar. This roar didn't sound like a demonic beast or a demon. It was similar to the roar of a human, but it was filled with chaos and tyranny. "Be careful, is that a berserk corpse?" Lin Shou's eyes turned serious. Soon enough, the roar was getting closer. It was not far away from everyone. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness. The spiritual awareness might not be able to scan too far in this place, but with the intensity of Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, he was still able to scan a considerable distance. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could sense a black humanoid monster with skin that was as hard as steel running over. In just a few breaths, the humanoid monster arrived in front of everyone. "Let me deal with him." Qiao Yu put away the iron fan and drew a silver sword that was glistening with cold light. He then slashed at the humanoid monster. Clang! Sparks burst out, and the humanoid monster was unharmed. It was fortunate that its strength wasn't that powerful and was sent flying. Such powerful defense. Qiao Yu had an unpleasant expression. Lin Shou said, "Berserk corpses are formed from the corpses of martial artists, due to being tainted with the abnormal laws. Their bodies are extremely tough and hard to kill. Their strength isn't especially powerful. Of course, in the depths of the latent shadow abyss, there are extremely powerful berserk corpses. Even 2-star generals aren't a match for them. Just a berserk corpse." Xiong Dao chased over and smashed his rod on the berserk corpse's head. Clang! The berserk corpse's head split open and collapsed on the ground without any signs of life. Merely a so-so. Chapter 578. Along the way, the 6 of them were attacked many times by zombies. The weakest of these berserk corpses were comparable to elite grandmasters. Every punch and kick contained extremely powerful nomological powers. Some of the more powerful berserk corpses had even reached the grandmaster level and were only slightly weaker than a 1-star general. Furthermore, the most terrifying thing was that the berserk corpse's strength was equivalent to their defense. A powerful berserk corpse, even a 2-star general, Xiong Dao, would need more than a dozen strikes to kill it. According to Lin Shou, berserk corpses were divided into 5 grades. Low-grade berserk corpses were comparable to elite masters. Mid-grade berserk corpses were comparable to peak-grade masters. High-grade berserk corpses were comparable to great masters. And above them were peak-grade berserk corpses and berserk corpse kings. A low-grade berserk corpse was able to prevent the 1-star General Qiao Yu from killing it with a single sword strike. A mid-grade berserk corpse, Xiong Dao, would require 5 to 6 strikes to smash it to death. A high-grade berserk corpse, Xiong Dao, would require over a dozen strikes. No wonder Lin Shou said that if a 1-star general ventured into this layer of the latent shadow abyss, they would have a slim chance of survival. "Chu Wu, are you treating me as a laborer? You will deal with this berserk corpse." They encountered a few more berserk corpses, and one of them was a mid-grade berserk corpse. After Xiong Dao dealt with a low-grade berserk corpse, he left the mid-grade berserk corpse behind. After all, even if it was him, if he wanted to deal with a mid-grade berserk corpse, his arm would be numb for a while. "You guys will naturally have to put in more effort in the early stages, but it will be difficult for you guys to do anything in the later stages," Chu Wu said expressionlessly. Xiong Dao raised his eyebrows and glared. "Don't talk nonsense. Get rid of this mid-grade berserk corpse first." Xiong Dao also wanted to see how strong Chu Wu was. Roar! The mid-grade berserk corpse didn't have any intellect. It followed Xiong Dao and retreated towards Chu Wu, who was the closest to it. Clang! The saber was unsheathed, and with a flash of saber light, a huge head soared into the sky. It was Chu Wu who made the first move. The mid-grade berserk corpse that Xiong Dao needed 5 to 6 strikes to kill was instantly decapitated by Chu Wu. Xiong Dao's expression was somewhat ugly. Judging from the power of this attack, Chu Wu was at least a few levels stronger than him. Was this the strength of the 5 northern generals? So strong! Li Fuqin narrowed his eyes. In his opinion, Chu Wu's slash was strong enough to kill Lin Hu. Even if Li Fuqin was a fool, he would know that Chu Wu cultivated a heaven-class saber art or a heaven-class saber move. The Red Rainbow sect had an abundant collection. Apart from the heaven-class sword art, the Red Rainbow sword art, there was also a heaven-class saber art and a heaven-class palm art. This was something a second-rate monarch-class clan couldn't compare with. Only first-rate monarch-class clans could barely compare with monarch-class sects in terms of foundation, as expected of one of the northern 5 great generals. Lin Shou praised. Qiao Yu and Leng Shui revealed shocked expressions as well. They were only 1-star generals. Although they believed that they were not weak among the 1-star generals, they were undoubtedly much weaker than a top-notch 2-star general like Chu Wu. Following that, Xiong Dao no longer complained about Chu Wu. Just as Chu Wu had said, they should put in more effort in such a small matter. However, Xiong Dao was rather gloomy. Among everyone, apart from Chu Wu and Lin Shou, he was the strongest. Every time he would be the one dealing with the mid-class berserk corpses. Even the high-class berserk corpses had to be dealt with by him, which was a little too much. He swept his gaze across Qiao Yu and Leng Shui. The duo's strength was ordinary, but they were adept at joint attack techniques. When they worked together, they would be able to contest with a 2-star general. However, berserk corpses weren't 2-star generals. In order to deal with berserk corpses, one's attack power must be high enough. There wasn't much of a difference if the duo worked together or not. Finally, Xiong Dao placed his attention on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's strength was definitely much stronger than Qiao Yu and Leng Shui. When dealing with low-class berserk corpses, he would basically be able to kill one with a single sword. But Li Fuchen was very slippery and never dealt with mid-class and high-class berserk corpses. Li Fuchen, are you also waiting to exert your strength at the later stages? Xiong Dao mocked. Li Fuchen laughed. You were rather proactive during the first few times. How would I dare to snatch from you? For the first few times, Xiong Dao had the intention to showcase himself and had put in a lot of effort. Later on, he felt that it was rather strenuous and wasn't willing to take the lead. Xiong Dao said with displeasure, I am tired, can I? He wasn't tired, but the latent shadow abyss was extremely dangerous, and he had to conserve some energy for the later stages. All right then, let's take turns to deal with mid-class and high-class berserk corpses. Li Fuchen nodded. The wilderness was sparse with berserk corpses, and it wasn't easy for a mid-class berserk corpse to find the group. Li Fuchen took a step forward and drew the red lotus sword. A scarlet thread was shot out. PFFF. The mid-class berserk corpse's head tilted, and half of its neck was severed. This was no different from severing the neck. In terms of attack power, Li Fuchen's sword was still inferior to Chu Wu. It was mainly because Chu Wu's cultivation was already at the peak level of Battle Spirit Realm, while Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of Battle Spirit Realm. Of course, the difference between the two wasn't as huge as 4 levels of cultivation. From that saber move earlier, Li Fuchen's saber art shouldn't be at the trance stage yet. Li Fuchen's flowing merciless edge was already at the trance stage. This was something that Chu Wu couldn't compare with. Lin Shou had already witnessed Li Fuchen's strength, therefore he didn't mind. But Xiong Dao and the others were rather surprised. From Li Fuchen's sword move, Li Fuchen's strength was at least at the 2-star general level. He is truly pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. Xiong Dao curled his lips and admitted that Li Fuchen's strength wasn't inferior to his. He might need 5 or 6 rod strikes to kill a mid-class berserk corpse. It was mainly because the rod was a blunt weapon, while the berserk corpses had tough defenses and were highly immune to blunt weapons. It was just like using a rod to hit a tree. It wasn't comparable to using a saber or sword to chop the tree. If the target was a human, the rod's lethality would be greater. The human might look fine on the surface, but the interior might be shattered. The concept of time in the latent shadow abyss wasn't clear, and it was unknown how much time had passed. The group arrived at a mountain range from the wilderness. The mountain range was very desolate, and there wasn't any vegetation. It gave off a spacious and illusory feeling. After dealing with a few waves of berserk corpses, the 6 of them arrived at a pitch-black cave. After scanning with their spiritual awareness, everyone's eyes lit up, including Li Fuchen's. The cave wasn't deep and was only over 100 meters. At the end of the cave, the 6 of them used their spiritual awareness to detect that there were high-grade spirit stones inside, and there were quite a number of them. A total of 17 berserk corpses, and there might be peak-class berserk corpses. Xiong Dao and Li Fuchen, the 2 of you will take the lead. Chu Wu will follow behind. If you encounter high-class or peak-class berserk corpses, Chu Wu will deal with them. Lin Shou said. Hearing this, Chu Wu nodded. The reason why he agreed to team up with Lin Shou was because he knew that Lin Shou had a quasi-heaven-class cardinal treasure and wasn't any weaker than him. Only with such a teammate could he ensure that he could enter the depths of the latent shadow abyss. Otherwise, it wasn't his style to fight in the outer regions. Therefore, he still had to listen to Lin Shou's arrangements. Under Lin Shou's arrangement, Xiong Dao and Li Fuqin took the lead to enter the cave. Roar! The berserk corpses' roar echoed, followed by the sounds of an intense battle. The 6 of them were rather lucky. There are 17 berserk corpses, but none of them were peak-grade berserk corpses. There was only one high-grade berserk corpse. This high-grade berserk corpse was only able to withstand 2 slashes from Chu Wu's blade art. When they reached the end of the cave, everyone held their breath. There were dozens of glowing crystals embedded in the wall at the end of the cave. The crystal even emitted the aura of the Great Path. High-grade spirit stones. Only high-grade spirit stones would contain such intense spirit light, and only high-grade spirit stones would contain the aura of the Great Path. Dozens of high-grade spirit stones were equivalent to a few 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It didn't sound like a lot, but the crucial point was that high-grade spirit stones didn't even appear in the market. In order to obtain high-grade spirit stones, one would either have to try their luck at the auction or search for them on the expedition. There shouldn't be so many high-grade spirit stones. Lin Shou waved his hand and shot out a silver light. PFFF. The wall crumbled into dust and more high-grade spirit stones were revealed. Finally, everyone cleaned up the end of the cave and found a total of 101 high-grade spirit stones. According to the agreement, Lin Shou would take 30%, therefore, he took 30 high-grade spirit stones. As for the remaining 71 high-grade spirit stones, Chu Wu took 25, Xiong Dao took 15, Li Fuqin took 15, Qiao Yu and Leng Shui took 8 each. This is a high-grade spirit stone. While holding on to a high-grade spirit stone, Li Fuqin revealed traces of astonishment. The spirit chi within the high-grade spirit stone was like a torrential river that was surging violently. Furthermore, it was extremely pure and didn't have any impurities. Most importantly, the high-grade spirit stone contained the Great Path chi presence, and it was very helpful for cultivation. After obtaining the high-grade spirit stone, everyone prepared to leave the cave. Not good, we can't get out. Qiao Yu's expression changed. Outside the cave, it was unknown when a large number of berserk corpses had surrounded and blocked everyone inside the cave. Chu Wu said in a deep voice, "There is a pitch-black berserk corpse at the outermost area. He is controlling the berserk corpse group." Controlling berserk corpse group? Lin Shou said bitterly, if he can really control the berserk corpse group, he is definitely a berserk corpse king. Only berserk corpse kings have a trace of spirit wisdom. Berserk corpses were just walking corpses and didn't have any spirit wisdom. Chapter 579. We have to rush out, or else there will be more and more corpses. Chu Wu said. Lin Shou nodded, that's right. Everyone, don't hide anymore. Go all out and use Chu Wu as the spearhead to charge out of the berserk corpse horde. If they rushed out, there was still a chance of survival. If they didn't, only death awaited them. Taking a deep breath, Chu Wu took the lead and charged into the berserk corpses. Puff! The blade light swept across, and at least 4 to 5 low-rank berserk corpses were beheaded. Xiong Dao and Li Fuqin followed closely behind. Xiong Dao also cultivated a heaven rank staff art, but the heaven rank staff art's realm wasn't high. It probably hadn't even reached the acme of perfection realm. However, a heaven-class martial art was still a heaven-class martial art. Even if it was not fully mastered, its power was not something a top-rank Earth-class martial art could compare to. Using all his strength, the heads of 2 low-rank berserk corpses exploded. Li Fuqin didn't use the bronze sword essence's secret technique yet. He executed the flowing merciless edge and sliced the low-class berserk corpses into two with scarlet threads. In front of flowing, merciless edge, there was no difference between decapitation and dismemberment. But as compared to Lin Shou, Xiong Dao and Li Fuchen's attacks were much inferior. The other party waved his right hand repeatedly, and rays of silver light shot out. As long as the berserk corpses were hit by the silver light, their bodies would crumble as though they were falling apart. His attack power was even greater than Chu Wu's. His attack range was also slightly longer than Chu Wu's. Li Fuchen could see that this silver light wasn't Lin Shou's own power. It should be the power of an Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifact or a quasi-heaven class cardinal artifact. The latent shadow abyss was not impossible to attack from afar. It was just that long-range attacks were extremely difficult. In order to attack from a distance, one's true intent had to be strong enough. In other words, one's laws had to be strong enough. Only then would one be able to offset a portion of the chaotic laws in the latent shadow abyss. Of course, even if he could attack from afar, the distance was still very limited. Cardinal artifacts contained extremely powerful law power. Therefore, to a certain extent, it could offset a portion of the chaotic law. Back at the underground trading market, Li Fuchen had witnessed how cardinal artifacts could ignore the restrictions of the Qi Forbidden Array and attack from a distance. Qiao Yu and Leng Shui probably hadn't learned any heaven-tier martial arts before, so they immediately unleashed their extraordinary powers. Qiao Yu's extraordinary ability was the power of fire. Leng Shui's extraordinary power was the power of ice. Coincidentally, the mystical abilities that the two of them had awakened were actually of the same series. One was the heart of flame, and the other was the heart of ice. This kind of extraordinary divine ability could increase one's combat power in all aspects, and it was not simply a powerful divine ability. Yin and Yang ice-fire sword formation. With a yell, the duo combined their swords. The blazing sword light and the icy cold sword light intertwined and spread out like a giant net. The instantaneous lethality was actually above Xiong Dao and Li Fuchen. I have underestimated them. Xiong Dao pursed his lips. Roar! When the six of them rushed out of the cave, their speed was extremely fast, as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, like a hot knife through butter. But halfway there, his speed slowed down many times. There were too many berserk corpses, other than a large number of low-grade berserk corpses. There were also many mid-grade and high-grade berserk corpses. Therefore, even Chu Wu found it difficult to deal with them. Clang! Chu Wu's saber was blocked for the first time. A peak-grade berserk corpse appeared in front of Chu Wu. A high-grade berserk corpse was comparable to a great master, while peak-grade berserk corpse was comparable to a monarch-class master. A monarch-class master was almost the same as a 2-star general. When complemented with an extremely tough defense, even Chu Wu, who was one of the 5 northern generals, couldn't deal with this peak-grade berserk corpse immediately. Chu Wu dodge. Lin Shou suddenly yelled out and swung his right hand. A silver light short spear was shot out. At the crucial moment, Chu Wu lowered his body and dodged the silver light short spear. PFFF. Immediately after, the peak-grade berserk corpse's chest was blasted open and it was sent flying. Quasi-heaven class cardinal artifact. Even if everyone was foolish, they would know that Lin Shou had activated the power of the quasi-heaven class cardinal artifact. The power contained in the quasi-heaven class cardinal artifact was extremely powerful. When activated by the battle spirit realm, it was enough to burst out with power that was comparable to a 3-star general. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Shou could contest with a 3-star general. The cardinal artifact was ultimately an external power, and it wasn't as good as using one's own power. If Lin Shou was to fight with a 3-star general, he wouldn't be a match. The peak-grade berserk corpse might have the strength of a 2-star general, but it was only the attack power of a 2-star general. In terms of reaction speed, It was far inferior to a 2-star general. Therefore, it was sent flying with ease. Roar! In the group of berserk corpses, there wasn't just one peak-grade berserk corpse. After Lin Shou killed a peak-grade berserk corpse, another 2 peak-grade berserk corpses attacked from the left and right. I will deal with the one on the left. Chu Wu knew that he had to bring out some of his true abilities. After activating the 7-star secret technique, Chu Wu's chi presence increased drastically. When he cleaved with his saber, the saber light was pale purple and there was a dense, flowing color. Bang! The incoming peak-grade berserk corpse was immediately sent flying, smashing the group of berserk corpses at the back into a complete mess. On the other side, Lin Shou repeated the same trick. A silver light short spear blasted another peak-grade berserk corpse away. There was a flash of paleness on Lin Shou's face as he yelled out, "Quickly break out!" Activating a pseudo-heaven-class cardinal artifact consumed a lot of chi. It was fine if it was just releasing regular silver light, but releasing the silver light short spear would consume dozens of times more chi. Even if Lin Shou was at the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm, he would only be able to use it a few times. The 6 of them were like an arrow that rampaged through the group of berserk corpses. During this period of time, Xiong Dao and Li Fuchen had put in a lot of effort. The 2 of them stood on the left and right to block the attacks of countless berserk corpses for Chu Wu. Chu Wu just had to cleave apart the berserk corpses at the front. Be careful. The one who spoke was Li Fuchen. It was unknown when he took out the wind thunder wings. With a flap of the wind thunder wings, he soared into the sky. Below him, there was a flash of black light. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Chu Wu wielded his saber and retreated while his right shoulder had a wound of blood. Xiong Dao's chest caved in, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Lin Shou's body flashed with colorful radiance, and he was unscathed, but he was also sent flying far away. Qiao Yu and Lung Shui suffered the most. The 2 of them didn't even have time to execute the yin-yang ice-fire sword formation. One of them had his chest penetrated, while the other had his head severed. After tossing away the head in his hand, the berserk corpse king that was emitting a pitch-black chi presence turned around and grinned sinisterly. This strength isn't even comparable to regular 3-star generals. Lin Shou's heart felt a chill. He was fortunate enough to witness a 3-star general making a move. Perhaps that 3-star general was slightly weaker, or maybe he didn't use his full strength. In short, as compared to this berserk corpse king, the 3-star general wasn't just slightly inferior. Such fast speed. Li Fuchen wasn't paying attention to the berserk corpse king's attack power, but the speed. The berserk corpse king's law power was extremely violent, and the charging speed was unbelievable. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen's tough spiritual awareness, he wouldn't be able to dodge in time and would have been sent flying like Xiong Dao. Damn it. Chapter 580. Attack together. Lin Shou swallowed an elixir, and the consumed quintessential qi in his body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Lin Shou swung his left hand, and a large net covered the berserk corpse king. Earth grade top rank artifact, Sky Snare. It was fine if the net wasn't enveloped, but once it was enveloped, even regular low-level monarchs wouldn't be able to break free. The more they struggled, the tighter the net would be, and they wouldn't be able to circulate their qi. As a county lord, his foundation wasn't something that Li Fuchen and the others could compare with. Go back. Chu Wu's combat awareness was extremely high. The moment Lin Shou released the Heaven's Net, he knew that he couldn't allow the Berserk Corpse King to escape from the range of the Heaven's Net. His figure flashed, and the faint purple saber light seemed like it was going to split the world as he cleaved at the Berserk Corpse King. Flowing merciless edge. Activating the bronze sword essence, the bronze sword chi was poured into the red lotus sword. Li Fuchen slashed with his sword, and the scarlet crystal thread swept towards the Berserk Corpse King. How could he not see that Lin Shou's heaven's net was everyone's only hope for victory? Once it failed to trap the other party, the consequences would be unimaginable. Earth astral battle body. Xiong Dao believed that his regular strength was inferior to Chu Wu and even Li Fuchen. Therefore, he quickly burst out with his thick earth power and thick earth divine ability. The thick earth divine power, earth dipper battle body, was similar to the heart of flame and the heart of ice. It could increase battle power in all aspects, but it mainly increased physical strength. Physical strength didn't necessarily mean blood essence power. Sometimes other powers could be combined with blood essence power to erupt with super strong physical strength. The rod was suffused with a resplendent yellow halo. When Xiong Dao struck out with his rod, the yellow halo expanded like a giant rod phantom as it smashed towards the Berserk Corpse King. The three of them were all two-star generals. Moreover, they were not ordinary two-star generals. When they attacked together, even a three-star general would have to retreat. However, the Berserk Corpse King was ultimately not a three-star general. It was much stronger than ordinary three-star generals, and its defense was much more terrifying than three-star generals. Rumble. A loud sound echoed as the trio flew backward. The Berserk Corpse King's body was slightly sluggish, but it still managed to escape the Heaven's Net's range. Retrieving the Heaven's Net that had shrunk into a steel ball, Lin Shou gritted his teeth and said, "The three of you, the Berserk Corpse King, is not something we can fight against. Let's leave the rest to fate. I'm sure we'll meet again." As the Commandery Prince, it was impossible for Lin Shou to stay behind and risk his life. Even if he risked his life, it would be useless as he would only end up with another corpse. The multicolored light barrier on his body flourished. Lin Shou didn't attack and forcefully created a path through the berserk corpses. Other than the silver light bracers and the Heaven's Net, the rest of the artifacts on him were mostly defensive artifacts. With these defensive artifacts, as long as he didn't directly face the Berserk Corpse King, his chances of survival were still very high. This was also the reason why he dared to come to the latent shadow abyss. Even Lin Shou had started to escape. Li Fuchen and the other two naturally wouldn't stay behind to die. Chu Wu and Xiong Dao started to break out from the left and right respectively. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry and hovered in the air. With the help of the wind thunder wings, he could glide in the air for a short period of time. At this moment, Lin Shou and the other two were rather envious of Li Fuchen. If he had known he would end up in such a sorry state, he would have collected a flight-type artifact before coming here. This was especially true for Lin Shou, as with his status, it was not difficult for him to collect a flight-type artifact. All it would take was a bit of time. After seeing that Xiong Dao was the weakest, the Berserk Corpse King turned into a black light and instantly chased after Xiong Dao. Xiong Dao didn't even have time to escape before he was obstructed by the Berserk Corpse Horde, especially when there was a peak-class Berserk Corpse blocking at the front. He didn't just have a hard time advancing, he had to take a few steps back instead. Seeing that the Berserk Corpse King was rushing over, Xiong Dao's ferocious nature burst out as he turned around and prepared to fight with the Berserk Corpse King. Xiong Dao was never a person who was afraid of death. Even if he had to die, he was going to make the Berserk Corpse King suffer. Clang! In mid-air, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and drew a scarlet thread on the Berserk Corpse King's body, causing the Berserk Corpse King to stagger. Immediately after, the Berserk Corpse King was sent flying by Xiong Dao's rod. Xiong Dao lifted his head to take a glance at Li Fuchen and was silently grateful. Earlier on, if Li Fuchen didn't make a move, he would have been dismembered by the Berserk Corpse King. Seizing the opportunity, Xiong Dao's battle boots suddenly glowed while his speed increased drastically. He started to break out from another angle. The Berserk Corpse King might have spirit intelligence, but it wasn't very high. Li Fuchen's actions had completely infuriated it. A pair of pitch-black flesh wings extended from its back as it rushed into the sky. Not good. Li Fuchen didn't expect for the Berserk Corpse King to be able to fly. With the Berserk Corpse King's speed, how could Li Fuchen be a match? The wind thunder wings burst out with wind and thunder as Li Fuchen fled frantically. In the next moment, the Berserk Corpse King chased after him closely. This Li Fuchen is rather interesting. Xiong Dao noted down Li Fuchen's kindness in his heart, but at the same time he was worried for Li Fuchen's safety. The wind thunder wings allowed Li Fuchen's speed to be extremely fast. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that there was a flash of wind thunder. But the Berserk Corpse King behind was even faster and was simply like a black lightning bolt. Li Fuchen turned around and shot the avian thrust at the Berserk Corpse King. The Berserk Corpse King didn't react and didn't reduce its speed at all. No, spiritual awareness attacks are useless against it. Li Fuchen frowned. I wonder how good is illusion arts. Li Fuchen's eyes flickered with endless colors as he looked at the Berserk Corpse King. The Berserk Corpse King shook its head and slowed down. Effective. Li Fuchen's face flashed with delight. The effect might seem weak, but it was fine as long as it was effective. 1,000 illusion eyes oblivion. Li Fuchen executed the 1,000 illusion eyes quintessence. The 1,000 illusion eyes' illusion art aura was much stronger than the ordinary 1,000 illusion eyes. This time the Berserk Corpse King's speed was much slower and its aura was much weaker. The Berserk Corpse King has gained sentience. As long as it is a life form with sentience, it will be bewitched. However, the other party's sentience is too simple, just like a newborn baby. Even if the other party is bewitched, the effects won't be great. Li Fuchen immediately thought of the crux of the problem. The Berserk Corpse King might be affected by the illusion art and its combat strength should be greatly reduced. But Li Fuchen didn't intend to rely on his individual strength to deal with the Berserk Corpse King. His opponent's defense was extremely strong. Even if he stood there and allowed himself to be hit, there was nothing he could do. With increased speed, Li Fuchen left the Berserk Corpse King far behind. I'm finally free. In the depths of the latent shadow abyss, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and started to search for high-grade spirit stones and the way back. According to Lin Shou, this layer of the latent shadow abyss had more than one entrance and exit. However, some of the exits were extremely dangerous, and it might be the entrance to another layer of the latent shadow abyss. Li Fuchen had long forgotten the original entrance. The law of the latent shadow abyss was chaotic, and without a special cardinal artifact to determine the direction, it was impossible to return using the original route. After all, this wasn't the outer region of the latent shadow abyss. Let me search for some high-grade spirit stones first. Since the Berserk Corpse King was affected by the illusion art, Li Fuchen naturally didn't have to worry about encountering any danger. Splash! Beside a lake, Li Fuchen leaped and dove into the bottom of the lake. At the center of the lake, there was a giant boulder. The giant boulder was embedded with hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. When Li Fuchen's hand made contact with the giant boulder, he sent the entire boulder into the wrist guard's spatial zone. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen felt that he had already stayed in the latent shadow abyss for 7 to 8 days. During these 7 to 8 days, he had collected a total of over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. If this harvest was to spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion. Chapter 581. Li Fuchen was able to collect so many high-grade spirit stones because of his abnormally powerful spiritual awareness, which allowed him to extend very far. Of course, if a peak-class primary C realm monarch came to this floor of the latent shadow abyss, he would probably be able to collect a large number of high-grade spirit stones. It was a pity that no primary C realm monarch dared to enter this floor of the latent shadow abyss. After all, no matter how many high-grade spirit stones there were, it wasn't as important as one's life. Arhut, true body. On the shadowy wilderness, a great battle was happening. One side of the battle was a sinister youth wearing green leather armor. The other side had 3 individuals, 2 males and 1 female. In normal situations, the side with more people would definitely have the advantage. But right now, it was the side with more people that was in danger. Among the 3 of them, a sturdy young man with a height of 5 meters suddenly expanded from 5 meters to 100 meters. Then he punched the gloomy young man in green leather armor. The sinister youth's weapon was a thin sword. When he brandished the thin sword, a thin and long sword chi was blasted out. It immediately turned the fist of the robust youth that had transformed into a 100-meter giant into a blood mist. Thunder, divine hammer. The youth that had a thunderous chi presence released a giant thunder hammer phantom that smashed at the sinister youth. Swish! There was a burst of golden flash as the black-clothed lady appeared behind the sinister youth. She thrust her sword rapidly and radiated with radiance. The sinister youth grinned and spun around. The sword chi was like a spiral storm that didn't just slash apart the thunderhammer phantom. It even repelled the black-clothed lady's sword skill, divine ability. PFFF. The youth and the black-clothed lady vomited fresh blood and were sent flying. It is Lei Donghai and the others. From far away, Li Fuchin's spiritual awareness was observing the situation. This person's strength is probably comparable with Chu Wu. Li Fuchin said to himself as he shifted his spiritual awareness from Lei Donghai and the others to the sinister youth. If the trio weren't disciples of the Red Rainbow sect, Li Fuchin wouldn't bother. But now Li Fuchin had to interfere. With a flash of the wind thunder wings, Li Fuchin flew towards the location of the battle. Who is it? The sinister youth lifted his head and looked in the direction where Li Fuchin flew from. Junior Li. Lei Donghai and Gu Juri recognized Li Fuchin, and Lei Donghai asked with astonishment, Yuan Long, we're saved. Junior martial brother, Li specializes in spiritual sense attacks. With him here, even if this person's strength is much stronger than ours, he won't be able to get away with it. Lei Donghai transmitted his voice to Yuan Long, who had transformed into a 100-meter tall giant. Yuan Long was skeptical. The other party was a 2-star general, and he should be a top-notch 2-star general. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Ordinary spiritual sense attacks might not be able to do anything to him. If you're counting on him to save you, then I advise you to give up. Sensing that Li Fuchin's cultivation wasn't high, the gloomy young man smiled grimly. He was one of the few 2-star generals in the northern side of the Red Moon Empire. Other than the 5 northern generals, almost no one was a match for him. Even if it was the northern 5 great generals, he had the confidence to fight them. Die. The sinister young man slashed his sword towards Lei Donghai. Seeing this, Lei Donghai quickly summoned a shield artifact and placed it in front of him. Boom! The shield artifact flew back and smashed into Lei Donghai. Lei Donghai felt like his body was about to fall apart as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Let's see how many strikes you can take. The sinister young man was preparing to execute the second sword. Avian King Thorn. Li Fuchin executed a spiritual sense attack that instantly sunk into the sinister young man's mind. Like an injured tiger, the sinister young man let out a miserable yell. If it was a regular spiritual sense attack, he wouldn't be afraid. Even if it was a 7-star spiritual sense secret technique, he was confident he could resist it. But Li Fuchin's spiritual sense attack was definitely terrifying. He doubted if a mid-level monarch's spiritual sense attack would be as powerful as Li Fuchin's. Sword of Brightness. Making use of the opportunity, Gu Juri used the Sword of Brightness divine ability to envelop the sinister young man. PFFF. A sword wound appeared on the sinister young man's shoulder. Arhot Fist. Immediately after, a fist that was the size of a small mountain smashed at the sinister young man. Good, very good. I have underestimated you. The sinister young man forcefully stopped his flying body and stared at Li Fuchen. Senior Lei, Senior Gu. Li Fuchen didn't look at the sinister young man and greeted Lei Donghai and Gu Jui. Lei Donghai wiped off the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth and said with gratitude, "Junior Li, thanks. If it wasn't for you this time, this world wouldn't have me." Lei Donghai. The trio were overly confident and believed that if they worked together, they would be able to venture into the latent shadow abyss. They didn't expect for the latent shadow abyss to be much more dangerous than they imagined. They didn't just have to deal with endless berserk corpses, they also had to deal with those powerful two-star generals. Along the way, the trio had basically been fleeing for their lives and didn't even find a single high-grade spirit stone. Junior Li, I am Yuan Long. Yuan Long was a little apprehensive about Li Fuchen's spiritual sense attack and took the initiative to greet. Li Fuchen said, "Senior Yuan, it is an honor to meet you. Just from that spiritual sense attack earlier, Junior Li's strength isn't inferior to the three of us." Yuan Long didn't put on airs. It was mainly due to the current situation that it wasn't his turn to put on airs. Seeing that Li Fuchen didn't even put him in his eyes, the sinister young man's expression turned stern. Sword chi sway. When he brandished his sword, the sword chi was like rain that scattered with the wind. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, everything was enveloped by this sword. Incineration's sword. Li Fuchen also wanted to know what level his strength was at, therefore, he didn't use his spiritual sense attack and welcomed the attack with his sword. In silence, scarlet bubbles rose up densely. When the sinister young man's sword chi swept over, it punctured layers after layers of bubbles. When all the bubbles were punctured, the sword chi's power was almost depleted and couldn't even break Li Fuchen's sword intent defense. Such power! Lei Donghai's eyes contracted. He remembered that when he met Li Fuchen previously, Li Fuchen's strength was only at the pinnacle master level and was still a distance away from the great master level. But how long had it been? Li Fuchen's strength had grown by several times and was at least at the monarch class master level. Otherwise, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to contest with the sinister young man. His attack power is slightly weaker than Chu Wu, but their styles are different. Chu Wu focuses on the saber art's lethal power, while this person focuses on the sword art's lethal range. Li Fuchen thought to himself, "Sword chi divine movement." The sinister young man didn't think that Li Fuchen didn't just have an incredible spiritual sense attack. His combat strength was actually so powerful too. Especially Li Fuchen's sword art. The exquisiteness seemed to be above his. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to block his sword move. When the more formidable heaven-class sword move was executed, a dragon-like water ripple sword chi slashed at Li Fuchen. This sword move emphasized on the lethal power, and he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could block it. Flowing merciless edge. Chapter 582. The water wave sword chi might seem to focus on lethal power, but it had a huge attack range. The sword chi rushed like a water dragon, soaring into the sky and diving at Li Fuchen. TSS, 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 TSS. In the air, there were electric arcs that were in a mess. There were scarlet red threads that intersected and blocked the water wave sword chi. If it was a regular water wave sword chi, Li Fuchen would be able to split it in a single slash. But the water wave sword chi released by the sinister youth contained an extremely intense sword intent. When the two sword intents clashed, it was hard to determine the victor within a short period of time. In fact, Li Fuchen had a slight advantage. In the latent shadow abyss, Chi's effects were greatly reduced. It was impossible to rely on Chi to attack from a distance. It had to be complemented with the laws and intents that one comprehended in order to burst the Chi out. If it was outside, Li Fuchen's sword intent might be stronger than the sinister youth's sword intent. But the sinister youth's Chi was stronger, and it was enough to make up for, or even surpass the difference. It was a pity that this was the latent shadow abyss. As the sinister youth's sword intent was inferior to Li Fuchen, under the suppression of the chaotic laws of the latent shadow abyss, they were evenly matched. Bang! The two sword chi exploded at the same time and produced a shockwave that didn't just contain two sword intents. It also contained the chaotic laws of the latent shadow abyss. Li Fuchen felt a sweetness in his throat as he was sent flying. As compared to Li Fuchen, the sinister youth wasn't any better. With a gloomy expression, the sinister youth suddenly produced a small sword. With a swing, the small sword turned into countless sword rain that enveloped Li Fuchen. It was obvious that the small sword was an Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifact. In the latent shadow abyss, an Earth-class peak-tier cardinal artifact's lethal power was superior to regular two-star generals. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen's Red Lotus sword drew in the air and opened up a layer of sword screen. Sky Ring Sword Armor. Heaven-class defensive sword move. Cling, cling, clang, clang. The sky, full of small swords, was obstructed by the sword screen and couldn't advance an inch. Such power! The three of them, including Yuan Long, were shocked beyond belief. Bai Qiuming and Chu Wu might be formidable, but they weren't beyond the range of 8-star bone frames. Li Fuchen was obviously a 6-star bone frame, but his improvement speed was superior to 8-star bone frames. This improvement speed might only be comparable to the elite 8-star bone frames. Yuan Long took a deep breath with a complicated look in his eyes. Lei Donghai nodded. The elite 8-star bone frames have extraordinary perception and can even create heaven-class martial arts. Junior Li's perception is obviously not inferior to the elite 8-star bone frames. The root bone was a person's overall quality. Among these qualities, cultivation speed and comprehension were the most important. Basically, the fluctuations in cultivation speed were very small, and the difference wouldn't be too big. However, when it came to things like comprehension, the fluctuations were huge. It was normal for elite 8-star bone frames to have twice the perception of regular 8-star bone frames. Condense. The sinister young man waved his hand, and all the small swords in the sky fused into a giant sword, which fiercely pierced towards the sword screen. Kacha! The sword screen collapsed, and Li Fuchen was about to be hit. With a flap of the wind thunder wings, Li Fuchen dodged the giant sword. The strength test is almost done. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and released 2 consecutive spiritual awareness attacks. The sinister young man had already activated his spiritual awareness defense secret technique. This secret technique was a Class 7 secret technique and was enough to resist spiritual awareness attacks from mid-level primary Sea Realm monarchs. But Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attacks were too powerful. The first spiritual awareness attack immediately tore apart the sinister young man's spiritual awareness defense, while the second spiritual awareness attack followed the cracks in the spiritual awareness defense and struck at his true spirit. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the sinister young man took a few steps back. Consider it my defeat today. The next time I see you, I will definitely kill you. With an increasing speed, the sinister young man vanished into the shadowy wilderness. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. The sinister young man was extremely fast and obviously had a cardinal artifact to increase his speed. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to catch up within a short period of time. Many thanks, Junior Li. Yuan Long and the others walked over with grateful expressions. Gu Jui had also taken off the hood of her hooded robe and revealed a heroic and cold face. She nodded at Li Fuchen to express her gratitude. Li Fuchen said, "Everyone is a disciple of the Red Rainbow sect. There is no need to thank me." Lei Donghai lamented, "It is said that the latent shadow abyss is dangerous. If one's strength isn't at the 2-star general level, it is almost certain death. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do." For the past few days, the trio had been in a miserable state. To them, the Berserk Corpse's defenses were too tough. The weakest low-class Berserk Corpse would require them to attack it multiple times before they could kill it. Mid-class berserk corpses required the trio to work together. If they encountered high-class berserk corpses, the trio could only flee as they weren't a match. As for peak-class berserk corpses, the trio had yet to encounter them. If they encountered one, they probably wouldn't be able to wait for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sized up Lei Donghai and said with surprise, "Senior Lei, are you going to break through soon?" Lei Donghai was already at the peak level of Battle Spirit Realm. If he broke through again, he would naturally reach the Primary Sea Realm. Lei Donghai nodded and said, "After consuming the Blaze Star Herb, my cultivation is already at the limits of Battle Spirit Realm. I am just a little bit away from breaking through. If I have enough high-grade Spirit Stones, breaking through to the Primary Sea Realm within a short period of time shouldn't be a problem." Breaking through from the Battle Spirit Realm to the Primary Sea Realm required a lot of accumulation. A regular 7-star bone frame would need at least 5 years to break through to the Primary Sea Realm. As Lei Donghai had half a stalk of the Blaze Star Herb, he was able to shorten the time by at least 70%. After all, the Blaze Star Herb was a heaven-class herb, and its value was even higher than the Monarch Dao Golden Elixir, especially the Blaze Star Herb that contained concentrated, great Dao Qi presence. It was very helpful for Lei Donghai to comprehend the Primary Sea Realm. In response, Li Fuchen flipped his palm and 20 high-grade Spirit Stones floated above his palm. "Senior Lei, these 20 high-grade Spirit Stones are for you. I wish for you to break through to the Primary Sea Realm as soon as possible." So many high-grade Spirit Stones. Lei Donghai's eyes widened and his breathing got a little rushed. In fact, he only needed 10 high-grade Spirit Stones to break through to the Primary Sea Realm. With 20 high-grade Spirit Stones, he felt that he had at least a 90% chance of breaking through. "How can I accept it?" Lei Donghai blushed with shame and didn't accept it immediately. Back when Li Fuchen helped him obtain the Blaze Star Herb, he only gave Li Fuchen a leaf and 3,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones. Now that he thought about it, it was a little too little. After all, without Li Fuchen, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Blaze Star Herb. If there was no comparison, there wouldn't be any harm. Right now, Li Fuchen was giving him 20 high-grade Spirit Stones, and it was extremely generous. Li Fuchen said, "If Senior Lei feels that it isn't appropriate, you can compensate me in the future." Li Fuchen felt that it was worth it to use 20 high-grade Spirit Stones to befriend a future Primary Sea Realm monarch. Of course, even if Lei Donghai had a cold temperament, Li Fuchen didn't mind. After all, 20 high-grade Spirit Stones were nothing to Li Fuchen. Inside his wrist guard spatial zone, there were over 1,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. Lei Donghai took a few deep breaths and received the high-grade Spirit Stones solemnly. "Junior Li, I shall not say any nice words. If you need my help in the future, just say it. If I, Lei Donghai, say no, I shall be struck by lightning and my martial Dao path shall stagnate." A mere 20 high-grade Spirit Stones wasn't enough for him to make such an oath. After all, even without these 20 high-grade Spirit Stones, he was confident he could progress in just 1 or 2 years. He made such an oath because he admired Li Fuchen and wanted to befriend Li Fuchen sincerely. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything. He could feel the determination in Lei Donghai's words. In fact, it was because Li Fuchen felt that Lei Donghai was worth befriending. Therefore, Li Fuchen gave Lei Donghai 20 high-grade Spirit Stones. If Lei Donghai was a cold and emotionless person, Li Fuchen wouldn't even bother. Yuan Long and Gu Jui were rather envious of Lei Donghai, but they knew clearly that Lei Donghai was just 1 step away from progressing. They were still far from it, and it was useless even if they wanted high-grade Spirit Stones, unless they had at least 50 high-grade Spirit Stones. "Junior Li, should we find a way out or continue staying here?" Yuan Long suddenly asked. Li Fuchen sensed that Yuan Long was implying something and asked, "What is Senior Yuan's plan?" Yuan Long said, We encountered that person earlier because we sensed an intense, great Tao Qi presence in a certain place. I speculate that there should be a large number of high-grade spirit stones there. Great Tao Qi presence? Chapter 583. Just as Lei Donghai and the others mentioned, there were plenty of berserk corpses in the valley. In just an instant, Li Fuqin noticed the berserk corpse king that was in the center of the berserk corpses. This berserk corpse king was different from the berserk corpse king that Li Fuqin encountered previously. It didn't just have two heads, it also had two pairs of wings and looked even more ferocious and ruthless. Swish! With a violent flap of the wings, the berserk corpse king launched a sudden attack at Li Fuqin. Its speed is even faster than the previous one. It is almost 50% faster. Li Fuqin's expression changed. Li Fuqin didn't know that the two-headed berserk corpse was formed by fusing two berserk corpses. It was an absolute monarch among the same class of berserk corpses. The two-headed berserk corpse king was naturally much stronger than regular berserk corpse kings. Even a regular mid-level monarch might not be a match for the two-headed berserk corpse king. Thousand illusion eyes oblivion. Li Fuqin immediately executed his illusion art, and layers of illusion art Qi presence enveloped the two-headed berserk corpse king. The two-headed berserk corpse king looked as though it was drunk. Not only did its speed decrease drastically, but its flight path also became erratic. It felt as though it would fall from the sky at any moment. Its illusion art resistance is inferior to regular berserk corpse kings. Li Fuqin revealed a trace of delight. It seems like the two-headed berserk corpse king's spirit wisdom is superior to regular berserk corpse kings. Therefore, it is easily countered by illusion art. Li Fuqin felt that this was the most reasonable explanation. Since the two-headed berserk corpse king was countered by illusion art, Li Fuqin was even more fearless. The wind thunder wings flashed, and he skimmed over the valley before gliding into one of the caves. The intense, great Tao Qi presence was emitted from this cave, flowing merciless edge. Once inside the cave, Li Fuqin drew the red lotus sword and slashed to dismember several low-class berserk corpses. The remaining sword Qi slashed on the mid-class berserk corpses at the back. They instantly expanded and exploded while emitting dazzling red light. After traveling through the cave, Li Fuqin quickly arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Roar! A peak-class berserk corpse lunged over. High-class berserk corpses had the strength of great masters, while peak-class berserk corpses had the strength of monarch-class masters. Although they were inferior to Li Fuqin, it wasn't that easy for him to eliminate them. Clang, clang, clang. The threads of sword Qi slashed the body of this peak-grade berserk corpse, but it was like a small knife slashing on steel. It could only leave behind shallow marks and sparks. Don't worry about him. Li Fuqin passed by the opponent and arrived in front of a stalactite. This giant stalactite was covered with high-grade spirit stones. Just the outer layer alone had over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Li Fuqin couldn't see the high-grade spirit stones in the inner layer. His spiritual awareness was able to penetrate material, but it wasn't able to penetrate the great Tao Qi presence. Releasing his spirit soul force, Li Fuqin saw the interior of the stalactite. So many high-grade spirit stones. Li Fuqin revealed a smile. There were more than 3,000 superior grade spirit stones in the inner layer. No wonder it gave off such a vast aura of the great Tao. No, there's another supreme spirit stone. Suddenly, Li Fuqin's attention landed on a spirit stone in the center of the stalactite. This was an extremely bright spirit stone, and at the same time it was also an extremely deep spirit stone. There seemed to be a black hole in the area where it was. A large amount of the aura of the great path was swallowed in and then spat out. With a burst of radiance in his eyes, Li Fuqin severed the stalactite with a single slash. With a wave of his hand, the stalactite vanished and entered the space within the wrist guard. roar. Two peak-grade berserk corpses attacked from the left and right. Sky ring sword armor. Li Fuchen didn't continue the battle. His body was wrapped in a layer of sword chi as he passed through the two peak-grade berserk corpses and sent them flying. Soon enough, Li Fuchen exited the cave and flew into the sky with the wind thunder wings. The two-headed berserk corpse, King, charged at Li Fuchen again, but it was a pity that it couldn't resist against Li Fuchen's illusion technique. Junior Li, a few dozen miles away, Lei Donghai and the others saw Li Fuchen flying over. "Let's go." Li Fuchen's speed was slightly reduced, but he didn't stop. 1 hour later, the four of them were already very far away from the valley. Li Fuchen took out 300 high-grade spirit stones and split them into 3 portions. He said, "The valley has a bountiful harvest. This is what I promised everyone." Only Li Fuchen was willing to take out 300 high-grade spirit stones in one go. The trio didn't know how many high-grade spirit stones Li Fuchen obtained. Even if Li Fuchen took out 60 high-grade spirit stones and split it with 20 for each of them, the trio would be very happy. After all, the trio didn't do anything and merely led the way. However, Li Fuchen couldn't do that. His harvest this time was too great, let alone 1 peak-grade spirit stone. Even if he didn't obtain any peak-grade spirit stones, just the 4,000 high-grade spirit stones was enough for him to give each of them 100 high-grade spirit stones. Of course, 4,000 upper-grade spirit stones paled in comparison to a supreme-grade spirit stone. There was no comparison at all. It was said that during a top-notch auction in the Emperor's Sky Continent, someone took out a peak-grade spirit stone, and it was purchased by the Red Moon Emperor for 4 million high-grade spirit stones. If 4 million high-grade spirit stones were exchanged for resources, it would be enough for many prodigies with potential to progress to the Law Phase realm. So much? Junior Li, isn't it too much? After obtaining another 100 high-grade spirit stones, Lei Donghai was rather stunned. He thought that Li Fuchen would at most give a few dozen high-grade spirit stones, and it was impossible for it to be too much. After all, the trio was just leading the way. Even if Li Fuchen's harvest was bountiful, it didn't have much to do with them, and they just needed to pay a fee. Yuan Long and Gu Jui were surprised and delighted. They didn't care how many high-grade spirit stones Li Fuchen obtained. They only cared about how many high-grade spirit stones Li Fuchen was willing to give them. With Lei Donghai as an example, their bottom line was 20 high-grade spirit stones. After all, Li Fuchen casually gave 20 high-grade spirit stones to Lei Donghai, and it shouldn't be too stingy. Right now, they finally knew how generous Li Fuchen was. This was 300 high-grade spirit stones, and most of the primary Sea Realm monarchs didn't have so many high-grade spirit stones. Junior Li, thanks. Yuan Long received his high-grade spirit stones and expressed his gratitude. Originally, he believed that he would need at least 3 years to break through to the primary Sea Realm. Now that he had 100 high-grade spirit stones, he would only need half a year. Li Fuchen said, "Without the 3 of you leading the way, it is impossible for me to obtain so many high-grade spirit stones. Therefore, this is what you deserve." In fact, Li Fuchen felt that each of them deserved it if he gave them 200 or 300 high-grade spirit stones. But he knew clearly that if he gave them 100 high-grade spirit stones, the trio wouldn't think too deeply. If he gave each of them a few hundred high-grade spirit stones, the trio would definitely let their imaginations run wild. If it was Li Fuchen, he would also guess that the trio's harvest was 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, a few tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, or something even more shocking. Including Li Fuchen, the 4 of them felt that their harvest was sufficient and wanted to leave this layer of the latent shadow abyss. However, the latent shadow abyss was extremely huge, and the 4 of them couldn't find the path that they came from. They had no choice but to look for another exit. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was astounding, and he was always able to detect dangers in advance and avoid them. Otherwise, even if he wasn't afraid of these dangers, it was still unknown if Lei Donghai and the others could leave this place alive. A few days later. Chapter 584. Looking at the pitch-black whirlpool in front of them, the four of them hesitated for a moment before walking in. As the world spun, the four of them arrived in a world with violent winds. This world had extremely dusky sky, and the wind was black. When the wind blew on the body, it felt as though countless blades were slashing at the body. Apart from Yuanlong, Li Fuqin, and the others, all had wounds on their bodies. Especially Lei Donghai and Gu Jui, they were caught off guard and had several bone-deep wounds on their bodies. Without a choice, the three of them quickly circulated their technique intent and activated their qi protection. We have arrived at a deeper level of the latent shadow abyss. After letting out a breath, Li Fuqin said with an unpleasant expression, "The lower levels of the latent shadow abyss had restrictions for primary sea realm monarchs, and the environment wasn't that vile. The higher levels of the latent shadow abyss were definitely nightmares for battle spirit realm masters. Putting aside everything else, just the black wind alone would exhaust all qi after a long period of time. It wasn't a place to stay for a long time. Our luck is truly terrible. What should we do now?" Lei Donghai couldn't help but look at Li Fuqin. Yuanlong and Gu Jui also looked at Li Fuqin. Unknowingly, Li Fuqin had already become the leader of this team. Be it strength or charisma, it was enough to convince everyone. Li Fuqin said, "Senior Lei, if you break through now, how confident are you?" Lei Donghai hesitated and said, "Around 70%, mainly because I don't know the specific effects of high-grade spirit stones. It might be less than 80%. It might be more than 80%. Li Fuqin said, "This place is still considered safe. Why don't we cultivate here first and try our best to increase our strength?" "All right, I will listen to you." Lei Donghai nodded. He felt that his strength was too low, and he couldn't even protect himself in the lower levels of the latent shadow abyss, let alone the higher levels. If his cultivation could break through to the primary sea realm, everything would be different. He might not be able to protect himself, but he would at least be able to fight back. Just like that, the trio found a relatively safe place and started to cultivate. "Let's increase my cultivation to the 6th level of battle spirit realm first." After so many days, Li Fuqin had already stabilized his cultivation at the 5th level of battle spirit realm. He still had one spirit ascension elixir that was enough for him to reach the perfect 6th level of battle spirit realm. After circulating the divine flame red rainbow technique 9 times, Li Fuqin consumed the spirit ascension elixir. Boom! If the qi within Li Fuqin's body was a bundle of flames, then the rising spirit elixir was like oil poured on the flames, making the flames several times more intense. Middle stage of 5th level battle spirit realm, later stage, peak stage. Li Fuqin's cultivation was steadily increasing. In just a few short minutes, he had progressed from the initial state of 5th level battle spirit realm to the peak state of 5th level battle spirit realm. Right now, half of the spirit ascension elixir's medicinal effects had been consumed. The remaining medicinal effects were enough for Li Fuqin to progress to the 6th level of battle spirit realm. Too slow. Li Fuqin took out a high-grade spirit stone and started to absorb the spirit qi within. Streams of spirit qi that contained the great Tao presence entered Li Fuqin's body. Li Fuqin's cultivation naturally broke through to the 6th level of battle spirit realm and was progressing towards the mid-state of the 6th level. 2 hours later, Li Fuqin's cultivation stagnated at the peak level of 6th level battle spirit realm. At this time, he had not even finished absorbing the spiritual qi of the upper grade spirit stone. As expected of a superior spirit stone, Li Fuqin lamented. If he didn't have a superior spirit stone, a single spirit ascension elixir would only allow him to progress to the mid-state of 6th level battle spirit realm. The superior spirit stone's spirit qi might only be a few hundred times that of mid-grade spirit stones, but the purity level was very high and was at least 5 times that of mid-grade spirit stones. To absorb the spirit chi from mid-grade spirit stones, one would need to purify their chi, but to absorb the superior spirit stone, there was no need at all. Li Fuchen reckoned that the effects of a single superior spirit stone was equivalent to at least 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, this didn't include the great Tao presence from the superior spirit stone. The great Tao presence might not be able to increase Li Fuchen's cultivation level, but it could increase Li Fuchen's cultivation and mental state. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and looked at Lei Donghai and the others. The trio's efficiency in absorbing the superior spirit stone was much higher than Li Fuchen, especially Lei Donghai. There were already a few superior spirit stones that had lost all their spirit chi on the ground in front of him. At the same moment, Lei Donghai's body was emitting a faint, dominating chi presence. Is he going to break through? Li Fuchen observed Lei Donghai's transformation carefully. There was a reason why primary C realm martial artists were addressed as monarchs. After reaching the primary C realm, it wasn't just the cultivation that had a qualitative change. The mental state would also have a qualitative change. Before reaching the primary C realm, it was just a mortal's mental state. After reaching the primary C realm, one would have a trace of dominating heaven and earth. With this trace of dominating heaven and earth, primary C realm monarchs would be able to control a portion of nature power and use it to oppress their opponents. As the superior spirit stones were consumed, Lei Donghai's dominating chi presence was getting stronger. At this moment, Yuan Long and Gu Jui had awakened from their cultivation states. Just like Li Fuchen, they were observing Lei Donghai's transformation carefully. They weren't far from the primary C realm, and observing the birth of a primary C realm monarch was beneficial to them too. After absorbing 18 superior spirit stones, Lei Donghai's dominating chi presence was at the extremity. Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that the chaotic laws of the latent shadow abyss were slightly tamed in front of this dominating chi presence. Li Fuchen guessed that this chi presence should be the fusion product of cultivation and the comprehended laws. It was able to neutralize or control a portion of the latent shadow abyss's laws. Rumble. In the skies above the latent shadow abyss, thunderclouds gathered and thick thunderbolts struck on Lei Donghai's body. When a battle spirit realm master progressed to the primary C realm, the laws they comprehended would determine the calamity they would face. For example, Lei Donghai comprehended the Thunder Tao law. Therefore, he was facing the thunder calamity. After a few rounds of thunderbolts, the thunder clouds in the sky had already turned into a funnel shape. Boom crack! A giant thunderbolt hammer image flew out and smashed on Lei Donghai's body. Apart from comprehending the Thunder Tao law, Lei Donghai had also comprehended the Hammer Tao law. The Hammer Tao law might not be one of the natural laws, but it was still part of the Great Tao. Once the calamity was past, the Great Tao would materialize the Hammer Tao law and blast at Lei Donghai. Fresh blood leaked out from the corner of Lei Donghai's mouth as he stood up. He wielded the giant hammer and clashed with the thunderbolt hammer image. Boom, 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 boom. A scene of fighting against the heavens and the earth appeared in front of the trio, allowing them to comprehend more about the path of the martial Tao. Finally, when the final thunderbolt hammer image crumbled into pure chi and fused into Lei Donghai's body, Lei Donghai's cultivation had broken through. Just like a lake expanding into the sea, Lei Donghai's chi prowess was constantly rising. The thunder Tao Chi within the radius of a few dozen miles involuntarily gathered over, causing Li Fuchen and the others to feel an intense pressure. Such powerful pressure. Yuan Long's expression changed. Gu Jui said, when a lake reaches a certain size, it can affect the weather. The sea is the leader of the weather and will constantly affect the weather. The chi volume of a primary sea realm monarch is extraordinary and is at least a few dozen times more than us. When complemented with the mental state of a monarch, one can easily control the nature power and turn a certain range into one's home ground. Before the primary sea realm, a martial artist would be affected by heaven and earth. After progressing to the primary sea realm, a martial artist would be able to affect heaven and earth. Li Fuchen nodded. The qi of a primary sea realm monarch was too boundless, and when the qi was extremely concentrated, it would naturally be able to affect everything in heaven and earth, making it easier to control the nature power. When the qi prowess rose to the extremity, an invisible suction force was produced. In the next moment, most of the qi prowess vanished and was fused into Lei Donghai's body. Lei Donghai laughed heartily and said, "I have finally stepped into the primary sea realm. At this moment, I feel that I have grasped my own destiny." Lei Donghai naturally knew that even a primary sea realm monarch wouldn't be able to control their own destiny. This was just a misconception due to the sudden increase in strength. But no matter what, the excitement of breaking through was still surging in his heart. Yuan Long said with envy, "Lei Donghai, congratulations. You should be the first among the Red Rainbow Sect's youth generation to step into the primary sea realm. Your future is bright." Yuan Long might be saying this, but he was very envious and wished he could immediately break through to the primary sea realm. With sufficient high-grade spirit stones, he believed that he wouldn't need a long time to break through to the primary sea realm, at most half a year. "Senior brother Lei, I wonder what level your strength has reached now." Li Fuchen was rather interested in Lei Donghai's strength. Lei Donghai might have just broken through recently and was only at the first level of primary sea realm. But Lei Donghai was a rather powerful, great master previously. Once he broke through, he wouldn't be as simple as a regular low-level monarch. His mental state and bone frame weren't something that regular primary sea realm monarchs could compare with. Putting aside everything else, Li Fuchen felt that Lei Donghai's qi volume was much more vigorous than the earth fire monarch that Li Fuchen had encountered before. He reckoned that the higher the bone frame and the stronger the mental state, the more qi the body could contain. Therefore, Lei Donghai's strength was probably far superior to the earth fire monarch. As for the extent, even Lei Donghai himself didn't know. Gu Jui said, "Senior Lei, there is a peak-class berserk corpse over there. You can test your strength." Lei Donghai's breakthrough earlier caused a huge commotion and attracted plenty of berserk corpses. One of the peak-class berserk corpses was charging at the front. "All right." Lei Donghai flashed like a thunderbolt and rapidly appeared in front of the peak-class berserk corpse. Such speed! Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. Lei Donghai's current speed was much faster than him and was even faster than the Berserk Corpse King. It was almost the same speed as the two-headed Berserk Corpse King. Die. While wielding the giant hammer, Lei Donghai's arm vanished, and there was a shockwave that burst out along with the thunder power. Immediately after, the peak-class Berserk Corpse's head was smashed, and its body was charred black. A single hammer strike killed the peak-class Berserk Corpse. Such strength was definitely at the Heaven-class Master level, which was equivalent to a 3-star general. Chapter 585. Moreover, even among the Heaven-level Grandmasters or 3-star generals, Lei Donghai was probably an extremely powerful existence. There seems to be a huge difference between different grades of bone frames when progressing to the primary sea realm. Li Fuchen frowned. Let alone the Emperor Sky continent. Even in the 7-color continent, 6-star bone frames had hopes of progressing to the primary sea realm. The difference was that in the 7-color continent, only 1 in 10,000 6-star bone frames could progress, while in the Emperor Sky continent, only 1 in 1,000 6-star bone frames could progress. This also caused the strength of primary sea realm monarchs to be uneven. Those regular 6-star bone frames that progressed to the primary sea realm were definitely the weakest. The 6-star extraordinary bone frame was slightly stronger. It was followed by the 6-star special bone frame, the ordinary 7-star bone frame, the 7-star extraordinary bone frame, and the 7-star special bone frame. Of course, there were plenty of treasures that could allow the bone frame to produce an element. Therefore, there weren't many ordinary bone frames. After all, who didn't wish to awaken divine abilities? Ordinary bone frames weren't able to awaken divine abilities. If the normal bone frames were excluded, the primary sea realm monarchs would be separated into 4 levels. They were the 6-star extraordinary bone frame, 6-star special bone frame, 7-star extraordinary bone frame, and 7-star special bone frame. Unless it was someone with an extremely strong comprehension ability or a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, it was very difficult to surpass these 4 levels. Lei Donghai had just broken through and had yet to consolidate many aspects of his cultivation. Once he consolidated his cultivation, he would be even stronger. After all, Lei Donghai's Thunderhammer bone frame was considered extremely powerful among the special bone frames. If Senior Lei was born on the Emperor Sky Continent, he would probably be stronger now. The Emperor Sky Continent was ultimately an elite mid-class continent, and it was easier to comprehend the power of laws on the Emperor Sky Continent. Therefore, there were plenty of 7-star extraordinary bone frames that possessed the strength of a great master at the Battle Spirit Realm. This was unimaginable in the 7-color continent. In short, for martial artists in the same cultivation realm, the Emperor Sky Continent's martial artists were obviously superior to the 7-color continent's martial artists. In order to make up for this gap, he had to stay in the Emperor Sky Continent for a long period of time. Boom, boom, boom. After killing a peak-grade berserk corpse with a single hammer strike, Lei Donghai's confidence was greatly boosted. The giant hammer in his hand smashed wildly, and large patches of berserk corpses were torn apart and sent flying. In a short while, the nearby berserk corpses were swept clean, and only a pile of wreckage remained. As Lei Donghai progressed to the primary sea realm, everyone had more confidence in surviving. However, this confidence was not enough to support them to explore the latent shadow abyss and find the exit. No matter how strong Lei Donghai was, his cultivation was only at the 1st level of primary sea realm. He might be able to deal with peak-class berserk corpses, but he might not be able to deal with berserk corpse kings. Berserk corpse kings were also differentiated by grades. There were low-class berserk corpse kings, mid-class berserk corpse kings, high-class berserk corpse kings, peak-class berserk corpse kings, and even corpse emperors. In short, even a law phase realm emperor wouldn't dare to say that they would be unobstructed in the deeper levels of the latent shadow abyss. Everyone unanimously decided to continue cultivating until they could no longer make any progress. With the upper grade spirit stones, it shouldn't be a problem for me to continue breaking through to the next level in a short period of time. Moreover, I still have the supreme grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen believed that his current strength wasn't inferior to Chu Wu, but it was still far from enough. Li Fuchen took out the remaining high-grade spirit stone and continued to absorb the spirit chi and great Tao presence. Lei Donghai noticed that his breakthrough seemed to have triggered the vigilance of the latent shadow abyss. More and more berserk corpses were gathering over. At the start, there were only a few peak-grade berserk corpses, but towards the end, there were groups of peak-grade berserk corpses rushing over. After killing the last peak-grade berserk corpse in his line of sight, Lei Donghai suddenly raised his head. In his line of sight, there was a streak of black lightning flashing over. Its speed wasn't much slower than his. It's the Berserk Corpse King. Lei Donghai's eyes were filled with fear and battle intent. Boom! Wielding the profound heavy hammer, Lei Donghai fought against the Berserk Corpse King. Quang, 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 quang. In terms of combat power, this Berserk Corpse King was slightly inferior to Lei Donghai. Apart from its strength, its combat techniques were very crude and only had a few moves. However, the Berserk Corpse King's defense was too strong. Lei Donghai's all-out hammer wasn't able to injure the Berserk Corpse King. At most, he could only send the Berserk Corpse King flying. He could deal with one Berserk Corpse King, but if there was another one, it would be rather strenuous for him. Just as this thought flashed through Lei Donghai's mind, another bolt of black lightning flew over from the distance. Gritting his teeth, Lei Donghai intercepted the Berserk Corpse King. It was very strenuous for Lei Donghai to fight against two Berserk Corpse Kings alone. Berserk Corpse Kings could attack him without any restraints, but Li Fuqin didn't dare to attack the Berserk Corpse King without any restraints. Once he was hit by the Berserk Corpse King, he would definitely be injured. Limit of 6th level of Battle Spirit Realm. Initial level of 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm. After consuming 2.5 high-grade spirit stones, Li Fuqin's cultivation finally broke through to the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm. After opening his eyes, Li Fuqin saw Lei Donghai in an intense battle with two Berserk Corpse Kings. With a glare, Li Fuqin burst out with his illusion Art Chi presence. In the next moment, the two Berserk Corpse Kings staggered and had a drastic decrease in strength. Clang clang! With 2 consecutive hammer strikes, Lei Donghai blasted the two Berserk Corpse Kings far away. Junior Li, you are awake. Lei Donghai took a few deep breaths and spoke in a relaxed tone. It seems like I have to change a place to cultivate. Li Fuqin took a glance at the endless flow of berserk corpses and said. Lei Donghai said, perhaps the stronger the cultivation, the easier it is to attract the attention of the berserk corpses. The primary sea realm monarch's chi was too vigorous, and it was like a giant torch in the latent shadow abyss. Li Fuqin nodded. Hold on for a period of time. Yuan Long and Gu Jui might not be able to break through to the primary sea realm within a short period of time. But as long as there was a trace of hope, Li Fuqin didn't wish to give up. With Li Fuqin's assistance, Lei Donghai had an easier time dealing with the Berserk Corpse Kings. Each hammer strike was like smashing a target, sending the Berserk Corpse Kings flying. But as the number of Berserk Corpse Kings increased, Lei Donghai still felt the pressure. Similarly, Li Fuqin also felt the pressure. Executing the 1,000 illusion eyes required the consumption of spiritual awareness and energy. It was impossible for there to be no consumption at all. Li Fuqin's spiritual awareness might be powerful and his energy was extremely abundant, but he couldn't keep executing it like this. Roar! From a distance, there was a ferocious and ruthless roar. With the reverberation of the roar, Li Fuqin felt his chi and blood boiling while his eyes were blurry. Mid-class Berserk Corpse King. Li Fuqin's expression changed. The mid-class Berserk Corpse King was much faster than the two-headed Berserk Corpse King. In just a blink of the eye, it arrived in front of the duo. 1,000 illusion eyes oblivion. An illusion technique enveloped the mid-class Berserk Corpse King. The mid-class Berserk Corpse King shook its head. The effect was similar to a regular low-class Berserk Corpse King and wasn't as strong as the two-headed Berserk Corpse King. Boom! When facing Lei Donghai's hammer attack, the mid-class Berserk Corpse King raised its right arm to block. It only took a few steps back, but Lei Donghai's arms were numb from the impact. Boom! The low-class Berserk Corpse King doesn't have high spirit wisdom and isn't affected by illusion techniques. The two-headed Berserk Corpse King has high spirit wisdom and is easily affected by illusion techniques. Due to the difference in class, the mid-class Berserk Corpse King might have spirit wisdom that isn't inferior to the two-headed Berserk Corpse King and might even be superior, but the effect of illusion techniques is reduced. Li Fuqin finally understood the characteristics of Berserk corpses. In theory, the higher the spirit wisdom of the Berserk corpse, the easier it was to be affected by illusion techniques. But the latent shadow abyss wasn't that simple, and the difference in class was still present. Li Fuqin reckoned that if it was a high-class Berserk Corpse King, his illusion technique might not be effective. We have to leave immediately. Li Fuqin had a grave expression. Lei Donghai nodded and woke up Yuan Long and Gu Jui. When the duo saw the situation in front of them, How could they not understand the severity of the situation? They immediately retreated. The retreat process naturally wasn't smooth sailing. After expending a lot of effort, the four of them were finally able to shake off the mid-class berserk corpse king. Among them, Li Fuchen had the greatest role. His 1,000 illusion eyes was already at the stage where he didn't need his eyes as a medium and used his spiritual awareness as a medium. Of course, the distance couldn't be too far. The further the distance, the weaker the effect of the spiritual awareness and the weaker the illusion, technique, chi presence. It wasn't enough to trap the mid-class berserk corpse king in an illusion. If it was any other illusion technique martial artist. Firstly, their illusion technique wouldn't be as powerful as Li Fuchen. Secondly, even if their illusion technique was stronger than Li Fuchen, their spiritual awareness wouldn't be able to scan as far as Li Fuchen. It wasn't enough to shake off the mid-class berserk corpse king. Did you guys notice that the berserk corpses are getting lesser? Gu Jui asked. During the retreat process, there were waves of berserk corpses. It was unknown when the berserk corpses were getting lesser. It had already been half a day, and there wasn't a single berserk corpse to be seen. The surrounding environment was very stifling. Li Fuchen said, "In the shallow layers of the latent shadow abyss, there are basically berserk corpses. In the deeper layers of the latent shadow abyss, there will be shadow corpses. I am afraid we are already in the shadow corpses territory." It was rumored that one of the two saints that fought was proficient in the shadow law, and the other was proficient in the berserk law. The shadow law would normally appear in the environment, while the berserk law would cause the corpses to mutate. But nothing was absolute. The shadow law could also invade the corpses and even the rationality of the living. It could slowly turn the corpses or living martial artists into formless shadow corpses. Junior Gu, be careful. Lei Donghai's eyes contracted as he smashed his hammer at Gu Jui's back. The sky of the latent shadow abyss was extremely dusky, but there was still light. Since there was light, there would also be shadows. The shadow behind Gu Jui suddenly wriggled and turned into a human-shaped shadow. It was gradually fusing into Gu Jui's body. At this moment, Gu Jui didn't even react and didn't feel anything. Boom! There was a burst of thunderbolt, and Gu Jui was caught off guard and was sent flying by the chi force. But everyone realized that the shadow behind Gu Jui didn't vanish and was stuck on her back. Gu Jui's scalp turned numb. She burst out with the radiant power and turned into a resplendent miniature sun. She finally repelled the shadow. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Gu Jui felt an extreme chill on her back. Even her meridians felt as though they were frozen. If Lei Donghai didn't react in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. This is the Shadow Corpse. Chapter 586. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and carefully sensed the surrounding environment. Careful, there's another shadow corpse. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was at the level of an elite primary C realm monarch after all, and might even be superior. Without releasing his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen's senses were inferior to Lei Donghai. But once he released his spiritual awareness, Lei Donghai wouldn't be able to catch up even if he tried. Under the sweep of spiritual sense, there was a subtle fluctuation in the void. This fluctuation was very subtle, and if one did not observe carefully, they would not be able to detect it. There were actually two of these fluctuations. Clearly, there were two shadow corpses nearby. Two. Lei Donghai's expression changed. At this moment, he was also releasing his spiritual awareness, but he couldn't detect a single shadow. He was able to detect it earlier because the shadow corpses had already revealed their traces. After progressing to the primary C realm, his senses were much sharper. Chi. Li Fuchen's reaction speed was extremely fast. The moment he noticed the shadow corpses, he slashed twice consecutively. 2 scarlet threads sliced at the 2 shadow corpses. The shadow corpses' defense was very low, and they were directly cut into. Then, like candles, They were melted and burned by the expanding sword chi. Killed. Lei Donghai and the others looked at Li Fuchen. The moment the shadow corpses were killed, they could see them with their naked eyes. Li Fuchen said, "These two shadow corpses don't have high grades. I reckon they are only high-class shadow corpses." Hearing this, the three of them paled. High-level shadow corpses were already so difficult to deal with. If it was a top-level shadow corpse or even a shadow corpse king, it would be terrible. This was especially so for Lei Donghai. Although he didn't use his full strength in the previous attack because he didn't want to hurt Gu Jui, he still used some of his strength. However, he still couldn't kill the shadow corpse, which was a huge blow to him. Li Fuchen continued, "The shadow corpses don't have a physical form. In order to deal with them, the intent must be strong enough. Lei Donghai might be at the first level of primary sea realm, but his law intent wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen." "I see." Lei Donghai nodded. This was the only reasonable explanation. With the brightness bone frame, Gu Jui was able to easily dispel the shadow power that was left behind by the shadow corpses. If it was someone else, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen said, "Gu Shiji, your brightness intent should be able to restrain the shadow corpses. Once I find the shadow corpses, immediately burst out with your chi." "All right." Gu Jui nodded. The four of them continued to advance, while Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was constantly maintained at 1 mile radius. In this range, his spiritual sense consumption was extremely small. Senior Sister Gu. After sensing with his spiritual awareness, there were traces of waves, and Li Fuchen quickly said. Gu Jui's body emitted a dazzling brilliance when she heard this. The heavens and the earth were illuminated, and a few faint shadows appeared in the brilliance. There was nowhere for them to hide. At the same time, these shadows were swept away by the powerful radiant true will, causing them to disintegrate rapidly. Just as Li Fuchen mentioned, Gu Jui's brightness intent was indeed able to restrain the shadow corpses and was able to eliminate them in a large area. In this aspect, not even Li Fuchen was comparable to Gu Jui. The reason why Gu Jui had been entangled by the shadow corpses was because she had simply put up her vital energy to protect herself. Although her vital energy contained cultivation intent, her cultivation technique wasn't a light-type cultivation technique. Instead, it was a yang-type cultivation technique. Hence, the restraining effect was very weak. This was undoubtedly the awkward point of special bone frames. In this world, there were very few special cultivation techniques that could unleash the full potential of special bone frames. For example, radiance cultivation techniques, darkness cultivation techniques, sword Dao cultivation techniques, saber Dao cultivation techniques, etc. Many of the special bone frames would only be able to create their own cultivation technique after reaching the high levels of primary sea realm or even the law phase realm. Of course, there were those who were extremely fortunate and obtained special cultivation techniques left behind by predecessors, which saved them a lot of time. With Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness and Gu Jui's brightness intent, the rest of the journey was very smooth. No matter how many shadow corpses came, they were all useless in the face of Gu Jui's brightness intent. Be careful! It should be the Shadow Corpse King this time. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could sense a trace of heart-palpitating wave. There was a burst of dazzling radiance. At almost the same instant that Li Fuchen spoke, Gu Jui burst out with qi that contained the brightness intent. But this time, the brightness intent didn't make the Shadow Corpse King reveal itself. Instead, there was a TSS, TSS, TSS sound in the air. In the next moment, a giant shadow enveloped Li Fuchen and the others like a net. Gu Jui yelled out while her body burst out with radiance that was several times more intense. In the face of the blazing radiance, the Shadow Corpse King's figure gradually turned faint and let out roars. The brightness power was extracted from the brightness law. It was purer and more horrific. It wasn't wrong to say that it was the materialization of the brightness law. It was much stronger than the chi that contained the brightness intent, and even the Shadow Corpse King wouldn't be able to withstand it. Incineration sword. Li Fuqin brandished his sword and produced countless scarlet air bubbles. These air bubbles contained the heaven-class, blazing sword intent. Bang, 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 bang. When the air bubbles burst, the Shadow Corpse King was rapidly annihilated. This was the first monarch-class existence that the four of them eliminated after entering the latent shadow abyss. If it was a berserk Corpse King, the four of them wouldn't be able to kill it even if they were exhausted to death. Subsequently, Li Fuqin and Gu Jui worked together to eliminate low-class Shadow Corpse Kings one after another. In fact, they even eliminated a mid-class Shadow Corpse King. In the face of Gu Jui's brightness divine ability and Li Fuqin's heaven-class blazing sword intent, even mid-class Shadow Corpse Kings would be injured. As for high-class Shadow Corpse Kings, they wouldn't appear so easily. Of course, even though the four of them knew that it wasn't easy to encounter a high-class Shadow Corpse King, the sense of urgency for survival still made them tense up at all times. Right now, their only thought was to find the exit. Not good, there is a spiritual awareness that scanned us earlier. On this day, Li Fuqin's expression changed as he said, "Spiritual awareness? Could it be a primary sea, realm monarch that came to explore?" Lei Donghai and the others had a change in expression. Primary sea, realm monarchs weren't like berserk corpse kings or shadow corpse kings. Berserk corpse kings were affected by illusion arts, while shadow corpse kings were restrained by the brightness intent. This was the crucial reason why they were able to survive until now. But once they encountered a primary sea realm monarch, they wouldn't have any natural advantage. Li Fuqin extended his spiritual awareness from 1 mile to a few dozen miles and found the owner of the spiritual awareness. It was a primary sea realm monarch with disheveled hair that looked like a savage. According to his chi presence, his cultivation was around the 6th level of primary sea realm. Haha, my luck is rather good. Hand over your storage bags, and I will spare your lives. The wild beast monarch grinned and appeared in front of the four of them. We entered the latent shadow abyss by mistake and didn't obtain any high-grade spirit stones. Lei Donghai didn't think that the wild beast monarch would spare them if they handed over their storage bags. If he couldn't even see through this little trick, then he shouldn't be around anymore. Since you are able to survive until now, it means that you are rather capable. I don't wish to waste my breath with you. It doesn't matter if you obtained high-grade spirit stones or not. Hand over your storage bags. While speaking, the wild beast monarch looked at Gu Jui without any restraints. Also, leave this woman behind. Senior Lei, when I execute my spiritual awareness attack, you will attack her immediately. Li Fuqin transmitted a message to Lei Donghai. All right. Chapter 587. Senior Brother Lei attack. Li Fuqin instantly released the avian king thorn and transmitted a message to Lei Donghai. Crackle! With a flash of lightning, Lei Donghai appeared on the right side of Wild Beast King and smashed his hammer towards him. The lion and tiger's roar resounded, accompanied by raging thunder and lightning. At the critical moment, Wild Beast King raised his left arm to block Lei Donghai's hammer. But Lei Donghai was a 7-star thunder hammer bone frame after all. The violent hammer still sent the wild beast monarch flying. Don't stop! Li Fuqin constantly released the avian king thorns. Boom, boom, boom! The giant hammer in Lei Donghai's hand even left after images. Bastard! Wild Beast King felt extremely aggrieved. As long as he had the time to blink the eye, he would be able to send Lei Donghai flying. But Li Fuqin's spiritual awareness attacks were too fast, and each time, Lei Donghai would be stunned for a breath of time. A breath of time was enough for Lei Donghai to execute his attacks. Don't give me any chance, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Wild Beast King roared in his heart. He was waiting for Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness to run out. 10 breaths, 20 breaths. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was so vigorous that it shocked the wild beast monarch. Even high-level monarchs wouldn't be able to execute spiritual awareness attacks continuously for 10 minutes, right? Puff! Finally, Wild Beast King lost his focus and was smashed by Lei Donhai until he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was like a vicious cycle. Wild Beast King's condition was getting worse and worse, and his injuries were getting worse and worse. No, I will die. Wild Beast King was afraid, and the thought of retreating appeared in his heart. But how would Li Fuchen let him off so easily? Wave after wave of spiritual consciousness attacks bombarded the true spirit of the Wild Beast King. I, the Wild Beast King, am defeated. I will leave immediately. Wild Beast King relied on his tenacious willpower to speak a complete sentence. Senior Lei, don't listen to him. Li Fuchen sneered. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen still retained most of his combat strength, even if his combat strength was greatly reduced, with Li Fuchen's 6th level primary Sea Realm cultivation, he would definitely have plenty of trump cards. Li Fuchen didn't wish to fail miserably. 2 cups of tea later, the Wild Beast King's injuries were quite serious, and the fear in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Don't force me. If you force me into a corner, I'll just die with you. Wild Beast King said in a threatening manner. All right, I can stop my spiritual sense attack. I hope you will keep your word. Li Fuchen suddenly stopped his spiritual awareness attack, but immediately after, Li Fuchen executed the 1,000 illusion eyes. The Wild Beast King's eyes froze for a moment before a blank look appeared in his eyes. Thunder God's hammer. Lei Donhai erupted with lightning hammer power. A lightning hammer shadow bombarded Wild Beast King's body. Bang! Wild Beast King was like a broken sack. His body was sent flying. At least 7 or 8 of his ribs were broken, and his internal organs were ruptured. You lied to me, the Wild Beast King bellowed. Li Fuchen said, I only said to stop the spiritual awareness attack. I didn't say to stop the illusion art attack. Li Fuchen knew clearly that if he attacked with illusion art at the start, it might not be effective. But when the enemy's true spirit was damaged, and if he gave the enemy hope, the illusion art would be able to enter easily, even if the enemy was a 6th level monarch. Just as Li Fuchen was about to continue executing his spiritual awareness attack, his expression suddenly changed. Senior Lei, hurry up and leave. Lei Donhai didn't hesitate and shot towards Li Fuchen. Yuan Long and Gu Jui trusted Li Fuchen very much and quickly retreated. A few breaths after the 4 of them left, a giant shadow enveloped the Wild Beast King. The roar stopped abruptly after a few times. A few dozen miles away, Junior Li, was that a high-class Shadow Corpse King earlier? Lei Donhai asked. Li Fuchen nodded. SS. The trio took a deep, cold breath. At the same time, they were silently mourning for the Wild Beast King. Let alone the fact that the Wild Beast King was already severely injured. Even if he wasn't injured, he would still be dead if he encountered a high-class Shadow Corpse King. After all, the Wild Beast King didn't have any methods to restrain the Shadow Corpses. As days elapsed, the 4 of them were still unable to find the exit. It was fortunate that their luck was rather good. Apart from the encounter with the Wild Beast King, they didn't encounter another high-class Shadow Corpse King. Unknowingly, the 4 of them arrived outside a canyon. On the previous floor of the latent shadow abyss, the 4 of them had also found the exit in the canyon. However, that exit was the entrance to this floor of the latent shadow abyss. Junior Li, is there an exit? Lei Donhai asked. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was constantly expanding and only stopped after a few hundred miles. With a complicated expression, Li Fuchen said, There is indeed an exit. Really? Yuan Long revealed a delighted expression. He had suffered enough for the past few days. Lei Donghai had progressed to the primary sea realm and had become the #1 combat strength among them. Gu Jui's brightness intent was able to restrain the shadow corpses. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was comparable with primary sea realm monarchs. He was the only one that was useless, and it made him feel very pressured. Seeing that Li Fuchen had a strange expression, Gu Jui asked, "Are there shadow corpses?" Li Fuchen nodded. "There are hundreds of shadow corpses in the canyon, and plenty of shadow corpse kings. If we forcefully barge in, we will probably die with a 90% chance of survival." A single high-class shadow corpse king was enough to wipe them out. Li Fuchen didn't wish to take the risk. Since that is the case, it is better not to take the risk. Taking a deep breath, Lei Donghai said slowly. Just as the 4 of them were preparing to leave, Li Fuchen suddenly stopped. Not far away, a figure was walking over slowly. Gradually, the figure became clearer. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing white clothes and was barefooted. The middle-aged man had a fair face without any facial hair, and his body was spotless, giving off a very clean feeling. Li Fuchen could obviously feel that this cleanliness wasn't just in terms of appearance. It was also in terms of aura. If Li Fuchen felt that the aura was clean, it meant that the middle-aged man's cultivation was extremely pure and was much purer than primary sea realm monarchs. Every ounce of power was the quintessence of the quintessence and didn't contain any impurities. Of course, there was nothing absolute in this world. Not having a trace of impurities was only for Li Fuchen. Perhaps when Li Fuchen reached the primary sea realm or beyond, he might be able to see some clues. Young fellows, you are very lucky. From what I know, this layer of the latent shadow abyss only has 2 exits. The other exit has an extremely vile environment, and you will never be able to reach it. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I wonder who this senior is." The 4 of them quickly cupped their fists and bowed with respect. Even if they were fools, they knew that this person was a truly influential figure, Cloud Emperor. When the voice echoed in everyone's ears, the Cloud Emperor was already in front of them. He reached out his right hand and gently pushed forward. In the next moment, a boundless sea of clouds appeared in the air. The sea of clouds was surging, and there was an indescribable prowess that appeared out of nowhere. It felt as though it was going to destroy the world. Huff! The sea of clouds rushed into the canyon. Immediately after, the Cloud Emperor vanished and left behind a statement. "Young fellows, it is fate that we meet. Since we are fated, there is no harm in giving you a chance to live. I hope that we can meet again if we are fated." The shadow corpses have vanished. After letting out a forceful breath, Li Fuchen said in shock. A single palm strike had eliminated all the shadow corpses in the canyon. Only a law phase realm emperor would be able to do such a feat. No other half-emperor would be able to do it. There is always a way out. Lei Donghai and the others were shocked and excited. They were shocked that they could encounter a law phase realm emperor, and excited that they could leave the latent shadow abyss. Chapter 588. The valley was empty, and Li Fuchen and the others successfully arrived at the front of the black whirlpool. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them stepped into the black whirlpool. 1 month later, the 4 of them returned to the vicinity of the South Mountain city's purple Mist Mountain. The 4 of them had great gains this time. Yuan Long and Gu Jui each obtained 100 high-grade spirit stones. Lei Donghai used 18 high-grade spirit stones and still had 102 high-grade spirit stones left. He had also stepped into the primary sea realm. As for Li Fuchen, his gains were even greater as he obtained over 5,000 high-grade spirit stones and 1 peak-grade spirit stone. Even a law phase realm emperor might not be as wealthy as Li Fuchen. After all, a single peak-grade spirit stone was equivalent to a law phase realm emperor's entire wealth. Only those stronger emperors like the Red Moon Emperor would be able to suppress Li Fuchen in terms of wealth. Therefore, what the four of them needed to do now was to cultivate in seclusion and not continue adventuring. Something doesn't seem right. Lei Donghai was very sensitive to qi waves. In this aspect, without using his spiritual awareness, Li Fuqin was far inferior to Lei Donghai. Li Fuqin could also feel a trace of suppression and couldn't help but release his spiritual awareness. On the Emperor's Sky Continent, Li Fuqin's spiritual awareness could extend out to around 10,000 miles, but they were less than 10,000 miles away from the purple Mist Mountain. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuqin saw a battle, and it was a large-scale battle. The site of the battle was actually the Red Rainbow Sect. Right now, the Red Rainbow Sect was completely holed up in the Purple Mist Mountain's mountain protection array and was using the array to fight with the enemies. There were plenty of enemies, and they were all primary sea realm monarchs. Li Fuqin took a rough glance and saw at least 1,000 monarchs. The Purple Mist Mountain only had over 200 monarchs in total. On the Red Rainbow Sect side, the strongest was the Red Rainbow Monarch. The Red Rainbow Monarch wielded the Heaven Rainbow Sword, and with every slash there would be a scarlet rainbow sword chi that was a few miles long that swept out. However, he had a total of 3 opponents. One of them had purple hair and purple armor, and his entire body was lingering with purple mist. With a wave of his hand, more purple mist surged out and turned into purple mist ferocious beasts that rushed at the Red Rainbow Monarch. One of them was around 70 years old and was an old woman. She was wielding a snake-headed crutch, and with a swing of the crutch, the snake-shaped chi forces found every opportunity to attack the Red Rainbow Monarch's flaws. One of them was wielding a large saber, and as the large saber danced, the horrific saber forces would split the heaven and earth and was extremely violent. These 3 individuals weren't any weaker than the Red Rainbow Monarch. When the 3 of them worked together, they were able to suppress the Red Rainbow Monarch. If it wasn't for the Mountain Protection Array, the Red Rainbow Monarch might have already been defeated. 3 quasi-emperors. Li Fuqin had an unpleasant expression. The Red Rainbow Monarch was already a peak-class monarch, and after obtaining the Heaven Rainbow Sword, his strength wouldn't be weaker than a half-emperor. However, it was rather difficult for him to contest with 3 half-emperors by himself. Red Rainbow Monarch, as a member of the 7-Star Alliance, not only did you not contribute to the 7-Star Alliance, you even want to monopolize the Heaven Stones. Do you know what punishment you deserve? The purple-haired, purple-armored, middle-aged man yelled out. Red Rainbow Monarch, hand over the Heaven Stones and the Heaven Rainbow Sword as an apology. The Alliance can let bygones be bygones. The old woman with the snake-headed crutch sneered. Red Rainbow Monarch, don't be blinded by greed. You have to hand over the Heaven Stones and the Heaven Rainbow Sword. That half-emperor saber-wielder's strength was superior to the purple-haired, middle-aged man and the old woman. The horrific saber forces had caused the Purple Mist Mountain's mountain protection array to tremble. The Red Rainbow Monarch said angrily, "What 7-Star Alliance? It is just a group of bandits." I, the Red Rainbow Monarch, was blind to join this alliance. The Red Moon Empire had plenty of dangerous places. One of them was called the Departed Soul Mining Area. The Departed Soul Mining Area was once a celestial stone mining area. It was unknown why the entire Departed Soul Mining Area was enveloped by a barrier in a single day. It was filled with powerful and horrific departed souls. Some of the departed souls even had the strength to kill Law Phase realm emperors. However, riches came with risks. Even though the departed spirit mining area was extremely dangerous, countless primary sea realm monarchs still ventured into search for heaven stones. Not long ago, the Red Rainbow Monarch obtained the Heaven Rainbow Sword, and a few 7-Star Alliance half-emperors explored the departed spirit mining area. The Red Rainbow Monarch was rather lucky and discovered a piece of high-grade heaven stone that was the size of a skull. According to the previous agreement, the heaven stone that he discovered alone belonged to him. However, a few half-emperors coveted the Red Rainbow Monarch's high-grade heaven stone and disregarded the agreement. They pursued the Red Rainbow Monarch all the way. After the Red Rainbow Monarch escaped back to the Purple Mist Mountain, these half-emperors summoned everyone in the Seven-Star Alliance to besiege the Red Rainbow sect. Slandering the Seven-Star Alliance, you deserve death. Kill. The old woman in her 70s spoke with an awe-inspiring tone. Sect Patriarch, the array can't last for much longer. It is better to retreat, the three-eyed saber monarch said to the Red Rainbow Monarch. The Red Rainbow Monarch had a complicated expression. If they were to retreat, it was unknown when they would be able to return to the Emperor Sky continent again. Furthermore, the Red Rainbow sect still had some monarchs and disciples that were stranded outside. If they were to retreat, these people would become rootless duckweeds. The three-eyed saber monarch knew what the Red Rainbow Monarch was thinking. Sect Patriarch, with this high-grade heavenstone, you will surely be able to create a heaven-class cultivation technique. By then, you will be able to step into the law phase realm. As for the people that are stranded outside, they will surely conceal their identities after receiving the news. There shouldn't be any danger. If they didn't retreat, they would only die. If they retreated, they would still have a chance to stage a comeback. Retreat. The Red Rainbow Monarch was the patriarch of a sect, after all, and knew that the bigger picture was more important. Retreat. The three-eyed saber monarch yelled out. Quickly break the array. Seeing that the Red Rainbow sect was going to retreat from the Emperor Sky continent, the monarchs that were led by the three half-emperors were rather anxious. They didn't expect for the Red Rainbow Monarch to be willing to abandon the Emperor Sky continent. If they knew this would happen, they would have waited for the Alliance leader to return before attacking the Purple Mist Mountain. Of course, it was mainly because they didn't expect the Purple Mist Mountain's mountain protection array to be so tough. It was actually able to block over 1,000 monarchs for such a long time. A regular Class 7 high-tier array would only be able to block for a few breaths of time. The teleportation light lit up, including the Red Rainbow Monarch. Everyone left the Emperor Sky continent through the teleportation array. Boom! The mountain protection array collapsed, and the three half-emperors rushed to the teleportation array first. The teleportation array was activated and the trio was wrapped in a dazzling radiance. But in the next moment, the radiance collapsed and the trio didn't teleport out. Damn it! They destroyed the teleportation array on the other side. The purple-haired man said with anger. Damn it! The half-emperor saber wielder cleaved and split the Purple Mist Mountain into two. A few thousand miles away, Li Fuchin withdrew his spiritual awareness. From now on, the Red Rainbow sect will no longer exist in the Emperor Sky continent. It is best if we don't expose our identity as disciples of the Red Rainbow sect. Li Fuchin informed Lei Donghai and the others about the situation. Lei Donghai and the others remained silent for a moment. Lei Donghai said bitterly, "The Emperor Sky continent is filled with experts. Our strength isn't enough. It is fortunate that we have a rather good harvest this time. Junior Li, it is better for us to find a safe place to cultivate and observe the situation before making a decision. That is the only way." Li Fuchin nodded. Yuan Long and Gu Jui also nodded in agreement. Chapter 589. Show isn't back yet. In the South Sun City's County Protector residence, County Protector Lin Tianyang spoke in a deep voice while looking at a Primary C Realm Monarch who was kneeling. This monarch was at the 8th level of Primary C Realm, but in front of the County Protector, he was like a trembling quail and didn't even dare to lift his head. County Governor, the County Lord has yet to return after entering the latent shadow abyss. Bastard. Lin Tianyang sent out a slap through the air, sending the other party tumbling away. County Governor, please calm down. After the man stabilized himself, he continued to crawl back to his original position. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianyang said, "Take out the surveillance crystal. I want to see who went to the latent shadow abyss with Shou Er." In the Emperor Sky continent, Every city had a Class 7 surveillance array, and the core of the surveillance array was a surveillance crystal. The surveillance crystal had the ability to record images. Usually, the images would be erased once a year. County Governor, the surveillance crystal has been brought over. The man took out a rainbow-colored crystal as thick as an arm. Lin Tianyang took the crystal and activated his true chi. In the next moment, a light screen appeared in the air, showing the scene of Nanyang City. There were buildings and people coming and going. The image was extremely clear. The scene quickly changed. Soon, the scene stopped at the scene before Lin's show set off. Put these people on the wanted list in the Empire. If anyone can provide information about these people, reward them with 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. If anyone can capture any one of them, reward them with 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. If everyone is captured, reward them with 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Tianyang said in a low voice. Yes. In response, this person was shocked. Just providing information was rewarded with 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. A regular low-level primary C realm monarch's entire wealth would only be around 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It wasn't hard to imagine the commotion that would be caused by the wanted poster. The wanted poster was first disseminated in the South Sun County. When the primary C realm monarchs from various cities saw the contents of the wanted poster, all of them were breathing heavily and their eyes were bloodshot. That was 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. He might not be able to earn that much even if he worked hard for his entire life. Furthermore, the reward for capturing one of them would be increased by 5 times, reaching 5 million mid-grade spiritual stones. With so many medium-grade spirit stones, his martial Dao path would undoubtedly be smoother. Nanshan City, Dongwa clan's main hall. Father, I know this person. He is called Li Fuchin and has a rather good relationship with the Qi clan's Qi Junjun. In the hall, Dongwa Junjie and Dongwa Shaonan were present. Most of the Dongwa clan's primary C realm monarchs were also present. Then do you know where he is? At the head of the hall, the Dongwa clan's patriarch, Dongwa Zhan, asked hurriedly. He couldn't be blamed for being so meticulous. The Dongwa clan's total wealth was only a few million mid-grade spirit stones. If he was able to capture Li Fuchin, the Dongwa clan's strength would definitely be doubled. Furthermore, they would be able to obtain the attention of the county protector. It was simply a win-win situation. Dongwa Junjie shook his head and said, I haven't seen him since I left the banquet held by the county prince. Dongwa Zhan revealed a disappointed expression and he instructed, from now onward, every single city in South Sun County must have 2 kings standing guard there, and every city in the counties nearby South Sun County must have a king. No matter what, he had to try his luck. Perhaps there would be some gains. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongwa Zhan stood up and said to everyone, I'll make a trip to the county governor's estate in South Sun City. Since the Qi clan's Qi Junjun had a good relationship with Li Fuchin, it was definitely useful information. Qi clan's Grand Hall. Junjun, if anyone asks you in the future, just say that you and Li Fuchin are just ordinary friends. Also, if there is an opportunity, see if you can contact this child. The Qi clan's clan head, Qi Lingfeng, looked at Qi Junjun. Qi Junjun bit her lips and nodded. Yes. She could feel that the Qi clan was terrified and also very tempted. Once they discovered Li Fuchin's traces, the Qi clan would probably be the first to make a move. 5 million mid-grade spirit stones was a huge temptation to any second-rate monarch-class clan. Li Fuchin, you better hide as far as you can. Qi Junjun didn't know how Li Fuchin offended the county governor's estate, but she had a premonition that it was probably related to the county prince. When thinking that she was the one who recommended Li Fuchin to attend the banquet, she felt a little guilty. Blue Fur City, on an official road outside the eastern city, Li Fuchin and the others were walking towards the eastern city gate. Blue Fur City is close to the East River County. and is very far from the purple mist mountain. It shouldn't be a problem to settle down here. While sizing up the blue fir trees on both sides of the official road, Li Fuchen said. Lei Donghai nodded. There are plenty of conveniences to settle down in the city. Apart from some extremely precious resources, you can basically buy anything. 100 high-grade spirit stones would be sold for a few million mid-grade spirit stones in an auction. A few million mid-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge sum of wealth. Even regular P-class monarchs might not be able to produce such a sum. Soon enough, the four arrived at the eastern city gate and entered the city. Boss, don't you think this person looks like the martial artist on the wanted list? One of the city guards transmitted a message to the captain. Now that you mention it, he really does look like him. Don't alert the enemy and let them in. Immediately activate the alarm array and lock them inside the city. The captain gulped down his saliva and was very excited. Even though he knew that the great credit of discovering the wanted criminal wouldn't belong to him, no matter how unsightly the higher-ups were, they would still give him plenty of benefits and might even promote him. Once he missed such an opportunity, he might never encounter it again. It was unknown why, but Li Fuchen felt that the city guards were looking at him with a strange expression. They were looking at him with fiery eyes at first, but they all looked away at the same time as though they didn't dare to look at him. With doubts, Li Fuchen entered the city. Immediately, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness. On the outside, it was hard for his spiritual awareness to pass through the array. After all, there were too many arrays enveloping the Blue Fir City, and they were all Class 7 arrays. There were layers of them, and only Law Phase realm emperors would be able to see through them easily. Soon enough, Li Fuchen's attention landed on the public notice plaza that wasn't far away from the city gate. The public notice plaza was usually a place where announcements or wanted posters were posted. Right now, there were plenty of people gathered there, and most of them were Primary C realm monarchs. On one of the walls, Li Fuchen saw his own portrait. This portrait was vivid and lifelike. Even the aura was exactly the same. In an instant, Li Fuchen understood. Hurry up and leave the Blue Fir City. Li Fuchen's voice was instantly transmitted into the ears of Lei Donghai and the others. While speaking, Li Fuchen turned around and skimmed towards the city gate. Bang! Li Fuchen was bounced back. It was unknown when a layer of array barrier blocked the city gate. Li Fuchen, you are a wanted person by the county protector. Hurry up and surrender. The city guard captain was closing the city gate, and when he saw Li Fuchen reacting, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Li Fuchen had a gloomy expression as he must not allow the city gate to be closed. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, any city's city walls and city gates were the toughest places. There were plenty of reinforcement arrays, and even a regular Law Phase realm emperor might not be able to break it in a single attack. At this moment, Li Fuchen immediately gave up on his spiritual awareness. His spiritual awareness might be able to see through the array, but it wasn't as effective as his soul spirit force. After releasing his soul spirit force, Li Fuchen saw dozens of red dots on the array barrier. Each red dot represented a flaw. Of course, if it was an extremely high-grade array, even if Li Fuchen could see the flaw, he wouldn't be able to blast it open. It was fortunate that this array was only a Class 7 low-tier array. After all, a city guard captain wouldn't be able to control such a high-grade array. Li Fuchen drew the red lotus sword and stabbed at one of the red dots. PFFF. The array barrier was penetrated, and as Li Fuchen slashed down, a human-sized hole was instantly created. Swish, 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 swish. Li Fuchen and the others entered the hole, and immediately after, the array barrier was restored. Hurry up and close the city gates. The city guard captain was anxious and yelled out, Get lost! With a wave of Lei Donghai's hand, the soldiers that were closing the city gates were sent flying. All of them had broken bones and tendons as they vomited fresh blood. After exiting the city, Lei Donghai asked suspiciously, Junior Li, what happened? Li Fuchen said, Previously, I teamed up with the County Young Lord and the others to head into the latent shadow abyss. We were separated, and then I encountered all of you. If I didn't guess it wrongly, the County Young Lord is already dead or trapped in the latent shadow abyss. Right now, the County Protector is issuing an arrest warrant for me. Lei Donghai said, "Since you didn't kill him, you should be able to explain it, right?" Being wanted by the County Protector was a serious matter. In the future, not only would Li Fuchen not be able to enter any city, but he would also be pursued endlessly. Yuan Long said, "How do you explain it?" "As long as the County Young Lord doesn't return, Li Fuchen will be a suspect. Once he is captured, he will definitely be imprisoned. By then, he will beg for death. As for hoping that the County Protector is a good person, you better stop dreaming. If he is a good person, he wouldn't indiscriminately issue an arrest warrant for Li Fuchen." In response, Lei Donghai went silent. Just as Yuan Long said, as long as the County Young Lord didn't return, there was no way to explain it. It was the same as Li Fuchen forcefully taking the blame. Li Fuchen said apologetically, "Apologies, I have implicated everyone." It was useless, even if Li Fuchen didn't ask the trio to come out. Many people saw them together and would definitely treat them as his accomplices. Gu Jui said, "We will share blessings and difficulties together. If we are to obtain benefits but aren't willing to bear the consequences, then what is the point of cultivating the martial Tao?" Lei Donghai also said, "Junior Gu is right. Junior Li, if you think highly of us, then don't say such things in the future." "All right." Li Fuchen nodded. "A large number of monarchs are in pursuit." Yuan Long turned around and saw a large number of primary sea realm monarchs rushing out of the city gates and chasing after the four of them. In response, the trio had a change in expression. With the speed of primary sea realm monarchs, it wouldn't take a long time to catch up to them. Thousand illusion eyes oblivion. Li Fuchen blasted out his illusion art. Like dumplings falling into a pot, over a dozen low-level primary sea realm monarchs with weaker willpower swayed and fell from the sky. Only mid-level primary sea realm monarchs weren't affected. Chapter 590. Haha, this man is mine. Whoever dares to fight with me, I, the Scarlet Ghost King, will take his life. The fastest mid-level monarch said with a sinister expression, "Scarlet Ghost Monarch, I, the Blood Saber Monarch, will usually give in to you. This time I will not give in." The mid-level monarch with the blood saber on his back spoke with fervor. Once he captured Li Fuchen, he would be able to obtain 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. He might not be able to obtain so many mid-grade spirit stones, even if he worked hard for his entire life. Crimson Ghost King, Bloody Blade King, I, Wind Shadow King, will take my leave first. As the two spoke, an afterimage instantly overtook the Crimson Ghost King and the Bloody Blade King. "Wind Shadow King, you're courting death." Crimson Ghost King and Bloody Blade King attacked at the same time. The Wind Shadow Monarch had the 7-star Wind spiritual bone frame and was extremely fast. He was probably comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs. A ghostly claw and a blood-colored saber light flew toward the Wind Shadow King. Left with no choice, the Wind Shadow King could only dodge. As soon as he dodged, his speed slowed down. Seeing that the three of them were getting closer, Gujui suddenly said, "Senior Brother Yuan, Senior Brother Lei, Junior Brother Li, I have a 10,000 miles teleportation talisman here. Come closer to me." 10,000-mile teleportation talisman. Lei Donghai's eyes lit up. The 10,000-mile teleportation talisman was a secret talisman, a one-time consumable item. However, in terms of preciousness, it was not inferior to a peak-rank Earth-grade secret treasure, close to a quasi-heaven-grade secret treasure. It was used in critical moments to escape. Even the Red Rainbow sect didn't have such a secret talisman. Gu Jui probably found it in some dangerous place. The three of them moved closer to Gujuri. The next moment, Gujuri took out a jade talisman and infused her vital energy into it. Buzz! A dazzling light burst out, and the four of them disappeared without a trace. Damn it, it's a teleportation talisman. The Wind Shadow King and the other two were dumbfounded. Even they didn't have teleportation talismans. Normally, only top-notch Class 7 Talisman Array Masters would be able to refine them. A top-notch Class 7 Talisman Array Master status was comparable to a Law Phase Realm Emperor, and normal people wouldn't even be able to see one. As the name suggested, the 10,000-mile teleportation talisman could only teleport people within 10,000 miles, and it was random. On a stretch of land over 7,000 kilometers away from Blue Fur City, a pillar of light erupted and four figures appeared. Without any hesitation, the four of them started to flee. This place wasn't far from the Blue Fur City, and it was easy to encounter Primary Sea realm monarchs. After fleeing for a month, the four of them arrived at a mountain in East River County. After dealing with a Class 6 high-tier demonic beast, the four of them occupied the demonic beast's cave. Senior Yuan, Senior Gu, the two of you strive to break through to the Primary Sea realm as soon as possible. If you don't have enough high-grade spirit stones, I still have plenty here. Li Fuchen then said to Gujuri, Senior Gu, your 10,000 miles teleportation talisman is rather valuable. Here are 100 high-grade spirit stones. Don't reject it. Li Fuchen handed Gujuri 100 high-grade spirit stones. All right. Gujuri thought about it and didn't reject it. Her foundation wasn't as good as Yuanlong's, so she might need more top-grade spirit stones to break through. Then the four of them each found a spot in the cave, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. After reaching the initial level of the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to increase his cultivation. Food must be eaten bite by bite, and cultivation must be done step by step. In just a few months, he had broken through 3 realms consecutively. His pace was a little too fast. Let's create the 34th level of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique first. Li Fuchen took out the mid-grade Heaven Stone and started to comprehend the law power on the Heaven Stone. As days elapsed, Yuanlong and Gujuri's cultivation was getting closer to the limits of the Battle Spirit Realm. Lei Donghai had already stabilized his cultivation at the 1st level of Primary Sea Realm and was attempting to comprehend the bone frame pattern. His Thunder Hammer bone frame pattern was only comprehended to slightly more than 5 segments, and there was still more to comprehend. Unlike Li Fuchen, who had already comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to the 6th segment, and there was no further path. Senior Brother Lei, here are some inferior grade Heaven Stones and 3 low-grade Heaven Stones. On this day, Li Fuchen took out some Heaven Stones and handed them to Lei Donghai. Heaven Stones! Lei Donghai's eyes lit up. The Emperor Sky Continent's martial artists were superior to the 7-color continent, and the Celestial Stones were one of the important reasons. In the 7-color continent, regular 7-star bone frames wouldn't be able to reach the Great Master rank, but the Emperor Sky Continent was rather ordinary. Time continued to pass. Boom! An intense blazing flame law was emitted, and Li Fuchen's entire body was wrapped in a layer of scarlet flames. This red flame was so dense that it looked like a semi-liquid, even though it was called fire. 34th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Right now, Li Fuchen's strength was probably at the Heaven Class Master rank. Such a powerful chi wave. Lei Donghai looked in Li Fuchen's direction. Senior Brother Lei, why don't we have a spar? Li Fuchen walked out of the cavern. Sure. Lei Donghai also wanted to know what level Li Fuchen's strength was at. Outside the cavern, high up in the sky, Li Fuchen and Lei Donghai were standing in the air. Junior Li, be careful. Lei Donghai wielded the giant hammer and said, Senior brother Lei, make your move. Li Fuchen nodded. Even if he couldn't defeat Lei Donghai, he wouldn't be injured within a few moves. Receive my move. Lei Donghai was extremely fast. There was a flash of thunderlight, and he appeared on Li Fuchen's right side before attacking with his hammer. Cling! The red lotus sword flicked out, and Li Fuchen's sword blocked the giant hammer. A scarlet thread appeared. Rumble! The two of them were sent flying. The difference was that Li Fuchen was sent flying for a few hundred meters, while Lei Donghai was only sent flying for 100 meters. Such power! Lei Donghai was very surprised. He had basically used 70% or 80% of his strength for this hammer attack. Furthermore, he wasn't the same as when he had just broken through. His chi was already stabilized and his hammer art was at the next level. Receive another hammer attack from me. Lei Donghai brandished the giant hammer and smashed at Li Fuchen with countless giant hammer shadows. Boom, 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 boom. Li Fuchen's defense was watertight and didn't give Lei Donghai any chance. Heaven-class master. Junior Li must be a heaven-class master. In the Red Moon Empire, he is definitely a 3-star general. Lei Donghai was extremely shocked. 3-star general was a strength that even 8-star bone frames would have a hard time reaching. In the entire Red Moon Empire, 3-star generals might not even be counted on 2 hands. Li Fuchen, who was in front of him, was one of them. Junior Li, be careful. Heavenly thunderstorm. Lei Donghai executed his finishing move. It was the same finishing move, but when executed, it was at least 10% or 20% more exquisite than before. When the hammer was executed, countless thunderbolts surged and turned into a giant hammer. It was attacking at Li Fuchen with extreme speed. There were thunderbolt patterns flowing on the hammer, and it gave off a feeling that it was indestructible and fast like a thunderbolt. Bang! Li Fuchen was sent flying over 1,000 meters. His body was covered with electric currents, and he had suffered minor injuries. What a great move! Heavenly thunderstorm. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. Senior Lei, receive my meteor fall too. The red lotus sword swung diagonally from the bottom to the top. A stream of light was launched at Lei Donghai with a speed that was far superior to Lei Donghai's previous move. In the face of such terrifying speed, Lei Donghai was surprised to realize that his senses seemed to be sluggish. The surrounding void was like a stream of water, and it made him uncomfortable. What sword move is this? Lei Donghai roared out and forcefully broke free from this disadvantageous state. He then smashed his hammer at the stream of light. The entire place was filled with light, and there were circles of blazing chi waves that were extending out. Lei Donghai, who was sent flying by the chi waves, looked down, and it was unknown when there was a sword wound on his chest. The sword wound might be very shallow, and it wasn't able to truly injure him, but it undoubtedly meant that this move had broken through his defense. Junior Li, Lei Donghai, rarely admire people. Bai Qiuming and Chu Wu might be incredible, but it is because they have 8-star bone frames. You are able to rely on your 6-star bone frame to have such strength. Lei Donghai, will never be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. Lei Donghai praised. Li Fuchen said, Senior Lei is praising me too much. Right now, you are walking in front of me. This is just temporary. I believe that in a few years, you will also be able to step into the primary sea realm. By then, even 10 of me will not be a match for you. After creating the 34th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique, Li Fuchen turned his attention to the Joint Heaven Sword. The sword pattern on the second seal of the Joint Heaven Sword would be harder to comprehend at the later stages. Li Fuchen had already comprehended it to the 99% mark, but every subsequent progress would require him to exhaust countless spirit lights. He was certain that once the second seal of the Joint Heaven Sword was unlocked, the Joint Heaven Sword would definitely be a Heaven-class, low-tier artifact sword. By then, he wouldn't only be able to grasp a Heaven-class, low-tier sword pattern, he would also be able to learn a Heaven-class, low-tier sword art. As such, he would be able to contest with primary C realm monarchs. The current Li Fuchen might be able to defeat or even kill weaker low-level monarchs, but it was still a little forceful for him to encounter mid-level monarchs. If Li Fuchen encountered a low-level monarch like Lei Donghai, he wouldn't even be a match if he didn't use his spiritual awareness attack and illusion technique attack. 1 week later, Li Fuchen broke through again. It wasn't the Joint Heaven sword pattern that had a breakthrough. It was his body refinement that had a breakthrough. His body refinement had been stuck at the perfection level of reincarnation realm for a very long time. This time, it was natural for him to break through. It was mainly because he had accumulated enough, and with the help of the human body explanation jade scroll, he had opened up a door to a higher level. Roar! Li Fuchen circulated the dragon elephant power, and a giant dragon spirit soared up. As compared to the giant elephant spirit, the giant dragon spirit wasn't just 2 times stronger. Li Fuchen had a feeling that his body refinement might only be at the initial level of battle spirit realm. But in terms of strength, he had already surpassed those sub-completion level battle spirit realm body refinement martial artists. Subsequently, Li Fuchen increased his body refinement while comprehending the Joint Heaven sword pattern. It was very easy to increase his body refinement. As long as Li Fuchen had body refinement elixirs, he would be able to progress quickly. As for the impurities, he just had to use the mortal calamity power to eliminate them. Prior to this, Li Fuchen had already prepared a large number of body refinement elixirs. There were Earth-class high-tier and Earth-class peak-tier body refinement elixirs. There were also a large number of Class 6 demonic beasts essence blood and some Class 7 low-tier demonic beasts essence blood. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen's body refinement had reached the completion level of battle spirit realm. His body refinement strength had increased by leaps and bounds and was already at the pinnacle Great Master level. If I wish to continue to increase my body refinement strength, Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts are rather lacking. Chapter 591. After reaching the completion level of the battle spirit realm, Li Fuchen's body refinement might not be able to increase his strength by another level, but it was able to double Li Fuchen's defense. If Li Fuchen were to fight with Lei Donghai now, Lei Donghai wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen. Even a mid-level monarch might not be able to injure Li Fuchen within a short period of time. Junior Brotherly, do you plan to continue dual cultivation? Lei Donghai's face was filled with shock. It was already extremely difficult for an ordinary person to walk one path, and there was almost no one who could walk 2 paths at the same time. Only when a certain path had reached its limit and it was extremely difficult to continue advancing would they choose to advance in another path. Shaking his head, Lei Donghai realized he couldn't understand Li Fuchen anymore. Li Fuchen had already broken his understanding of prodigies. It was not an exaggeration to call him a monster. I wonder who will be the ruler of the Emperor's Sky continent in 10 or 100 years. Lei Donghai had a trace of anticipation. He was looking forward to how much Li Fuchen would grow after a long period of time. 95%, 97%, 99%. Sword pattern was also a reflection of Sword Dao Law. Therefore, comprehending the Sword Dao Law within the Heaven Stone would allow Li Fuchen to comprehend the Joint Heaven sword pattern faster. 100%. When Li Fuchen comprehended the sword pattern on the second seal of the Joint Heaven sword to 100%, the sword spirit that was in a deep slumber woke up. He comprehended the second level of the sword pattern so quickly? Not bad. You are qualified to wield this sword. The sword spirit's voice echoed in Li Fuchen's mind. Senior Sword Spirit. Li Fuchen revealed a smile and said, "The sword spirit said, since you've already comprehended the second layer of the sword markings, then I'll help you undo the second layer of the seal." Walala! The sound of chains breaking resounded, and in the next moment, a terrifying sword that could destroy heaven and earth shot into the sky. In front of this sword intent, Li Fuchen seemed to have come to a fragmented world. It seemed that in this world, there was nothing that could stop the joint heaven sword. Lei Donghai and the others who were in seclusion were suddenly awakened. They looked at Li Fuchen's cavern with bewilderment. This sword intent was too strong, so strong that they instinctively felt fear. The sword will pierce through the mountains and shot straight into the sky. A crack instantly appeared in the sky. This crack was like a wound in the sky. In the vicinity of the mountain, 3 primary sea realm monarchs were flying. Damned beast! How cunning! It actually hid underground. The leader of the mid-level monarchs said gloomily. The 3 of them had chased after a rare class 7 low-tier demonic beast, thinking that they could make a small profit. Who would have thought that in the end the cooked duck would fly away and all their efforts would be in vain? Big brother, look! One of the low-level monarchs with a mustache pointed at the sky and suddenly said, I saw it. The mid-level monarch's eyes burst out with passion. Big brother, this must be the birth of a treasure. The other low-level monarch with short hair was in ecstasy. They could sense a trace of the aura of a treasured sword in this sword intent. The Emperor's sky continent was filled with experts and countless treasures. There were often emperors who perished due to various reasons. The treasures on their bodies naturally became ownerless. However, these treasures had their own intelligence and weren't willing to be left out. Every once in a while, they would emit a powerful aura and attract experts to fight for them. Without any hesitation, the trio flew towards the mountain with extreme speed. Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen closed his eyes while a torrent of information surged into his mind. Soon enough, the information was reorganized and a set of words appeared in his mind. Absolute heaven sword art, heaven class, low-tier sword art. Takes the intent to exterminate heaven and earth. Performs the deed of exterminating heaven and earth. Once the sword is brandished, all laws will be broken. Once the sword is brandished, the sword Tao will be boundless. After reading the words, Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. As expected, after unlocking the second seal, the joint heaven sword turned into a heaven-class, low-tier artifact sword. The sword art contained within was naturally a heaven-class, low-tier sword art. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had a feeling that this heaven-class, low-tier sword art, absolute heaven sword art, was probably the most terrifying heaven-class, low-tier sword art. The sword intent was too horrific and actually had the feeling of slicing the void. What was the void? It was the outer layer of the great Tao. It couldn't be seen or felt, and one could only vaguely know of its existence. Everything in the world was enveloped by the void. After letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen looked at Lei Donghai and the others. Just as he wanted to explain, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Sky ring sword armor. The joint heaven sword drew across the void and enveloped the 4 of them with a layer of sword intent. In the next moment, the mountain collapsed and 3 figures appeared in everyone's eyes. One was at the 2nd level of primary sea realm, one was at the 3rd level of primary sea realm, and one was at the 5th level of primary sea realm. If it was in the past, Li Fuchen would only smile bitterly. It wasn't a problem to deal with a mid-level monarch, but it was a little forceful to deal with 3 monarchs. Apart from him and Lei Donghai, who could resist for a moment, Yuanlong and Gu Jui wouldn't be able to resist at all. But now, Li Fuchen only had battle intent. With the joint heaven sword in hand, he didn't have anything to be afraid of. Kid, these 3 monarchs can be used as a sacrifice to the sword. The sword spirit said lazily. Senior sword spirit, just wait and see. Li Fuchen shot out and faced the 3 monarchs. Senior Lei, don't make a move. A voice echoed in Lei Donghai's ears. All right. Lei Donghai, who was about to make a move, stopped. Big brother, isn't this person the wanted criminal of the South Sun County? The monarch with the mustache recognized Li Fuchen. He really is. The fifth-level monarch grinned as though he had picked up a treasure, an artifact and 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Could today be the lucky day for the three brothers? Were they going to use their entire life's luck on this day? Kid, hand over the sword in your hand and surrender obediently, the fifth-level monarch said in a cold voice. If the sword is here, the person is here. If you are capable, come and take it personally. Li Fuchen said, courting death. The third-level monarch with the mustache drew his battle saber and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Die. Li Fuchen flashed and dodged the saber light before he brandished the joint heaven sword with lightning speed. Rip! A scarlet thread appeared in the sky. It felt as though it had sliced open the void and drew across the waist of the monarch with the mustache. Immediately after, the monarch with the mustache was split into two. Fresh blood sprayed out and stained the monarch at the side. Bastard, you killed my second brother. I want you dead. The fifth-level monarch revealed an expression of disbelief, which was quickly followed by fury. He raised his right hand high and grabbed abruptly. Boundless energy gathered in the sky, and it was like a giant amber that enveloped Li Fuchen. With his fifth-level primary sea realm cultivation, he was able to control the nature power, and it wasn't something that Lei Donghai could compare with. If it was any other seventh-level battle spirit realm martial artist, they would definitely be immobilized and wouldn't have any strength to retaliate. Chapter 592. Break. Li Fuchen didn't know how powerful a Heaven-class sword move was when complemented with a Heaven-class artifact sword, but he knew now. If the nature power that the fifth-level monarch controlled was a world, then Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword would be a sword that could destroy the world. A scarlet thread drew across the void, and the amber-like world collapsed. Immediately after, the sword Qi expanded into a dazzling red light and rushed at the monarch. How can the sword Qi be so powerful? The fifth-level monarch raised his right hand like a shield to block the red light. His bone frame was the 7-star thick earth bone frame, and his Qi was as heavy as a mountain. With the sky-flipping palm that could be used for both offense and defense, even monarchs of the same realm might not be able to break through his defense. Kid, you killed my second brother. I want you dead. On the side, the short-haired monarch produced a barbed whip. With a swing of the whip, it was like a malevolent python that coiled around Li Fuchen. Clang, 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 clang. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around Li Fuchen. When the barbed whip wrapped around Li Fuchen, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Die. With a flash of the wind thunder wings, Li Fuchen appeared above the short-haired monarch and slashed down. No. The fifth-level monarch slammed his palm at Li Fuchen from a distance. TSS. The short-haired monarch followed in the footsteps of the bearded monarch. His body was split into two, and he was dead. Immediately after, a palm print that was as heavy as a mountain pressed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't have time to brandish his sword and had no choice but to point at the palm print with his left index and middle fingers. Boom! Li Fuchen was sent flying while his Qi blood was boiling. Without the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen wasn't a match for a fifth-level monarch. But now that his body refinement was at the completion level of battle spirit realm, it was hard for the monarch to injure him. Damn it! I, Hunshan, am going to tear you into pieces and take revenge for my second and third brothers. Hunshan was about to go insane. His second and third brothers might not be his biological brothers, but they had gone through life and death together. He originally thought that today was their lucky day, but who would have expected that his second and third brothers would perish because of this? He wasn't able to stop Li Fuchen at all. There is no need for revenge. You can just accompany them in hell. Li Fuchen had always treated his friends with sincerity, but he treated his enemies with cruelty. Die for me! Hunshan was in a frenzied state. The thick earth power burst out from his body and slammed at Li Fuchen with the thick earth great palm. The great earth palm was even more tyrannical than the heaven flipping palm. With a single palm strike, even the void seemed to be compressed, leaving no room for escape. Clang! A bright, scarlet thread blocked the giant handprint. Between the two, there was an astonishing energy fluctuation. Rumble! The giant handprint and the scarlet crystal thread exploded at the same time, stirring up the air. Boom, 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 boom. Between the two of them, one was constantly sending out earthen giant palm imprints, while the other was constantly sending out scarlet crystal threads. The battle was incomparably intense. Lei Donghai held his breath as he stared at the threads that filled the sky and the gigantic palm imprints that blotted out the sky. He believed that if he was in Hun Shan's shoes, he would definitely not be a match for Hun Shan. Junior brother Li's strength? Yuan Long and Gu Jui opened their mouths wide and forgot to close them. In this world, was there such an incredible 7th level battle spirit realm martial artist? Chi. One of Hun Shan's arms was cut off. Next was her thigh. Next was her head. Hun Shan's attack power might be similar to Li Fuchen, but in terms of spiritual awareness, Hun Shan was far inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had wasted so much time with Hun Shan because he wanted to test his strength. After keeping Hun Shan's storage bag, Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath. No wonder it is a heaven-class low-tier artifact sword. It consumes too much chi. With my strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with mid-level monarchs. But if I encounter high-level monarchs, even if I can last for a period of time, I will be in the awkward situation of exhausting my chi. Junior Li, Lei Donghai and the others flew over. Junior Li, you can even kill mid-level monarchs now? Yuan Long quickly asked. Even a heaven-class master would only be able to kill regular low-level monarchs. Li Fuchen's artifact sword might not look simple, but Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm, and there was still room for improvement in the future. Lei Donghai said, Junior Li is already able to create a heaven-class sword move and the 34th rank of the cultivation technique. Killing mid-level monarchs shouldn't be considered a problem. There might be Battle Spirit Realm experts that were more formidable than Li Fuchen, but they must have cultivated heaven-class martial arts or even heaven-class cultivation techniques. They weren't like Li Fuchen, who created his own heaven-class martial arts and cultivation techniques. Li Fuchen said, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's change locations. The county protector was too powerful, and people in the East River County could recognize him. Once he was surrounded by a large number of primary Sea Realm monarchs, it would be useless even if Li Fuchen's strength was doubled. This time, the 4 of them hid in one of the dangerous places in the East River County, the Thousands River Marsh. As for places with a lot of people, even if it was a village, the 4 of them couldn't go there. Regular martial artists might not have the strength to pursue them, but they could send a message. The Thousands River Marsh was said to be a convergence of thousands of rivers. The rivers were intricate and complicated. Even people who were familiar with the waterways would easily get lost. In the Thousands River Marsh, water beasts roamed freely. It was rumored that a demonic beast ruler was sleeping in a certain place in the Thousands River Marsh, but it was unknown if it was true. On a short mountain beside a river, Li Fuchen and the others temporarily settled down. Senior Yuan Long, Senior Gu, the 2 of you strive to break through to the primary Sea Realm as soon as possible to prevent any mishaps. Li Fuchen said to Yuan Long and Gu Jui. Among the 4 of them, Yuan Long and Gu Jui had the weakest strength. Once they encountered danger, Li Fuchen and Lei Donghai wouldn't be able to take care of them. All right, Yuan Long and Gu Jui were actually very anxious. In the past, they were facing Battle Spirit Realm opponents. Right now, they were facing primary Sea Realm monarchs. The 2 of them didn't even have the right to interfere and had to ask Lei Donghai and Li Fuchen to protect them. That's right, Senior Yuan Long. This human body description might be useful for you to break through to the primary Sea Realm. Li Fuchen took out a jade scroll from his storage bag and handed it to Yuan Long. Yuan Long received the jade scroll and took a look at the contents before saying with delight, "It is indeed useful for me. I am truly foolish and should have collected this human body description earlier." Li Fuchen smiled and said, "I only obtained it by chance. It is normal that Senior Yuan Long didn't think of it. Back then, if it wasn't for the sake of creating the 34th rank of the cultivation technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't have collected these things. With this human body description, I have a greater chance of progressing to the primary sea realm. Let's not talk about it first. I will go and research it." Yuan Long quickly went into seclusion. He was a body refinement martial artist and cultivated qi blood and qi power. The qi in the high-grade spirit stone was of a very high grade and could be converted into qi blood and qi power. However, sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. Studying the human body description that he just obtained would allow him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Lei Donghai and the others went into seclusion. Li Fuchen found an empty space near the short mountain and started to practice his sword. The Absolute Heaven Sword Art was a complete Heaven-class low-tier sword art. As compared to the incomplete Heaven-class sword moves, the Absolute Heaven Sword Art was much stronger and the sword intent was more complete. With the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed of the Absolute Heaven Sword Art was more than 2 times faster than when he created the Heaven-class sword moves. In just 3 days, Li Fuchen cultivated the Absolute Heaven Sword Art to the completion stage. A week later, he had reached the Great Perfection Realm. Half a month later, with the help of the mid-grade Heaven Stone, Li Fuchen pushed the Absolute Heaven Sword Art to the trance stage. Slash! Facing the river, Li Fuchen slashed. Crackle! Chapter 593. The Absolute Heaven Sword Technique was awe-inspiring and overbearing. When the sword was unleashed, it gave people a feeling that it could exterminate the heavens and exterminate the earth. And its only sword move was called Absolute Heaven and Exterminate the Earth. This move was incomparably terrifying, far surpassing Merciless Edge and Meteor Fall. It wasn't that his power was much greater, but that his attacks had no blind spots. What was called an attack with no blind spots? It meant that no matter how you defended, this move would always hit you. Li Fuchen believed that even the Sky Ring sword armor wouldn't be able to defend against this move, because this move already contained traces of void law. One had to know that there was a gap between everything. If a piece of dense steel was magnified 10,000 times or even 100,000 times, the gap would be terrifyingly large. Since the void was everywhere, the heaven and earth extinguishing sword technique was naturally everywhere as well. Of course, the heaven and earth annihilation only contained traces of the laws of the void. It couldn't completely ignore the enemy's defenses. In short, if Li Fuchen had grasped the heaven and earth extermination earlier, he might have been able to kill Hun Shan in a single sword. Forcefully spitting out a breath of air, Li Fuchen's sword intent dissipated. The Absolute Heaven Sword Technique is unbelievably strong, but according to the sword spirit, sword patterns are actually more important. Picking up a branch from the ground, Li Fuchen's qi turned into a sword pattern and engraved it on the branch. The next moment, the branch burst out with a fierce aura that could destroy the world. With a light wave, the branch on the opposite side of the river, which was already broken, was cut into a ravine. The pervasive sword intent was like a bone-scraping steel knife, destroying everything near the ravine. When one's attainment in sword runes reaches a certain level, it's actually so terrifying. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with delight. A sword inscription master had always been a support. However, when a sword inscription master grasped a heaven-class sword pattern, his strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. It would be equivalent to grasping a simple heaven-class sword move. Bang! As Li Fuchen withdrew his qi, the branch crumbled into powder and disappeared with the wind. The higher the grade of the sword pattern, the higher the grade of materials needed to support it. Not to mention a tree branch, even an ordinary earth grade peak tier sword probably wouldn't be able to support it for too long. 1 month later, Yuan Long broke through, and his body refinement had reached the initial level of primary Sea realm. Body refinement cultivation was different from true Qi cultivation. There were no 9 levels, and there were only 4 levels. Initial stage, advanced stage, and perfection stage. After reaching the initial level of primary Sea realm, Yuan Long was almost at his limit. He was only cultivating an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique and could only cultivate to the initial level of primary Sea realm. Li Fuqin was cultivating the Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Chapter. It was almost at the completion level of primary Sea realm. Yuan Long, whose body refinement was at the initial level of primary Sea realm, was slightly stronger than Lei Donghai in close combat. It was mainly because the body refinement technique was too tyrannical. This was only an Earth-class, mid-tier body refinement technique. If Yuan Long could obtain an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, his strength would greatly surpass Lei Donghai. Of course, Lei Donghai was no match for him in close combat, but if they were to truly fight, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. 1.5 months later, Gu Jui also broke through. With the brightness bone frame, her speed was extremely fast after the breakthrough. When she flew, she was just like a ray of light and was much faster than Yuan Long and Lei Donghai. This was because Gu Jui didn't cultivate a brightness cultivation technique. If she cultivated a brightness cultivation technique, Yuan Long and Gu Jui wouldn't even be able to see Gu Jui's shadow, let alone fight with her. Just like Lei Donghai, after Yuan Long and Gu Jui broke through to the primary Sea realm, Li Fuqin gave them a large number of subpar-grade heaven stones and a few pieces of low-grade heaven stones. The subpar-grade heaven stones might not be useful to primary Sea realm monarchs, but the trio had just broken through, and it was the time to consolidate their law foundation. The subpar-grade heaven stones could help them perfect their law foundation. After the law foundation was consolidated, it wouldn't be too late to use the low-grade heaven stones to increase the law foundation. Of course, it was actually better to use the low-grade heaven stones to consolidate and perfect the law foundation. A single low-grade heaven stone was equivalent to a few dozen subpar-grade heaven stones, or even more. After all, the lower the grade of the heaven stone, the lower the level of the law power. There were times when quantity was useless. However, Li Fuqin didn't have a lot of low-grade heaven stones. Now that he was wanted and couldn't enter any city, it was natural that he couldn't go to the stone gambling den to gamble. Every low-grade heaven stone that he used was 1 less. Yuan Long and Gu Jui had breakthroughs, but Li Fuqin didn't slack off either. He used the high-grade spirit stones to increase his body refinement to the perfection level of the battle spirit realm. His body refinement strength was already comparable to monarch-class masters. High-grade spirit stones are indeed high-grade spirit stones. They can be converted into Qi blood and Qi power, but the consumption is rather high. In order to increase his body refinement from the completion level of the battle spirit realm to the perfection level, Li Fuqin had used up dozens of high-grade spirit stones. Such consumption was more than 10 times more than cultivating Qi. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuqin was cultivating an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. If it was an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique, he would probably need around 20 high-grade spirit stones. Despite the case, the demand for resources for the body refinement was still astounding to Li Fuqin. He was only at the battle spirit realm. Once he reached the primary Sea realm, how many high-grade spirit stones would he need to increase his body refinement? In comparison, it seems like it is more worthwhile to use elixirs to increase my cultivation. As for the impurities in the elixirs, I will just use the mortal calamity power to eliminate them. Li Fuqin said to himself. He only had a total of over 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, and he had to conserve them. There were plenty of demonic beasts in the 10,000 River Swamp, but most of them were Class 6 demonic beasts. After the 4 of them stayed in this place for a long time, they still encountered a Class 7 low-tier demonic king. A Class 7 low-tier demonic king was something that 3 to 5 low-level primary C realm monarchs might not be able to contest with. For a long time, martial artists were able to contest with demonic beasts and demons, and even had the absolute advantage because their cultivation techniques and martial arts could keep up. But after reaching the demonic king level, in order to contest with the demonic beasts, the requirements for cultivation techniques and martial arts would be even higher. In fact, since ancient times, the emergence of cultivation techniques and martial arts were always related to demonic beasts and demons. In order to contest with demonic beasts and demons, human experts had exhausted their wisdom and created horrific cultivation techniques and martial arts. It could be said that the stronger the demonic beasts and demons were, the stronger the cultivation techniques and martial arts that appeared in human history. If humans weren't powerful enough, they wouldn't be able to dominate the continents. Only the sea wasn't under the control of humans. This Class 7 low-tier demonic king was a blood crystal electric eel. It could release blood-colored lightning, and the power was much stronger than Lei Donghai's thunderhammer. Furthermore, the destructive range was extremely large. Within a radius of a few miles, the blood-colored lightning would envelop the area like a blood-colored ball of lightning. Lei Donghai and the others fought for a long time, but weren't able to eliminate the blood crystal electric eel. At the crucial moment, Li Fuqin used the heaven and earth extermination to slice the blood crystal electric eel into dozens of pieces. Lei Donghai and the others looked at each other with dismay. This blood crystal electric eel wasn't any easier to deal with than Han Shan, but it couldn't even withstand a single slash from Li Fuqin. During this period of time, how much did Li Fuqin's strength improve? After being stimulated, the trio continued to go into seclusion. They didn't have the ability to create heaven-class martial arts or cultivation techniques, but they could continue to comprehend the bone frame pattern and strive to push the power of their divine ability to a higher level. It is time to study the peak-grade spirit stone. Li Fuqin took out a dazzling spirit stone that had a chi presence like a black hole from his wrist guard's spatial zone. They are both spirit stones, but the difference between a peak-grade spirit stone and a high-grade spirit stone is like gold and mud. A high-grade spirit stone was already precious, but a peak-grade spirit stone was a few million times more precious. It was incomparable. Li Fuqin held the peak-grade spirit stone and attempted to absorb the spirit chi within. Just like riding a rocket, Li Fuqin's cultivation instantly climbed from the initial stage of the 7th level of battle spirit realm to the middle stage, then to the late stage, and then to the peak stage. Boom! Li Fuqin broke through from the 7th level of battle spirit realm to the 8th level of battle spirit realm. Middle stage of 8th level of battle spirit realm. Late stage. Peak stage. 9th level of battle spirit realm. When Li Fuqin stopped absorbing the spirit chi, his cultivation was already stabilized at the extremity of the 9th level of battle spirit realm. At this moment, he didn't feel any discomfort. Be it the purity of his chi or his mental state, they were all very stable. Such a terrifying, peak-grade spirit stone. Li Fuqin was shocked. The spirit chi within the peak-grade spirit stone was of an unimaginable grade. It was countless times purer than Li Fuqin's own chi. A trace of spirit chi could be converted into a large amount of chi. Furthermore, the peak-grade spirit stone contained heaven and earth law, allowing Li Fuqin's mental state to be very full. The most terrifying thing was that after advancing by 2 levels, the spirit chi within the peak-grade spirit stone didn't have any changes. Li Fuqin's spiritual awareness was extremely sharp, and he should be able to sense if the spirit chi within the spirit stone decreased by a little. If he couldn't sense it, it meant that there was too much spirit chi within the peak-grade spirit stone. It was just like a bowl of water in a large river. Who would be able to see it? Li Fuchen didn't dare to allow his qi cultivation to continue breaking through, at least not now. Chapter 594. As compared to the dragon elephant power, the peak grade spirit stone spirit qi was also of a higher grade. A trace of peak grade spirit qi was easily converted into a large amount of dragon elephant power. Boom! After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen progressed. That's right, Li Fuchen's body refinement had progressed to the primary sea realm. Crack, crack, crack. Within Li Fuchen's body there were countless subtle explosions. This was the rapid transformation of the body and the sound of the impurities collapsing. Impurities would always exist. At the battle spirit realm, the parts that weren't considered essences but weren't considered impurities had all turned into impurities at this moment. The cultivation of the martial Tao was a process of eliminating the impurities. The so-called extremity might not exist. As the impurities in the body were collapsing, Li Fuchen's body became extremely compact. This kind of compact wasn't just the body structure, it was also the vitality and strength that were compact. But at the same time, Li Fuchen felt that it was too compact. It felt as though he was wearing an extremely tight shirt and it was uncomfortable. Li Fuchen understood that his body had reached the limit of endurance. A few months ago, he was still at the perfection level of reincarnation realm. Right now, he was already at the initial level of primary sea realm. In just a short period of time, his body had metamorphosed too quickly. It was so fast that his body didn't even have time to adapt. Buzz! Clenching his fist, Li Fuchen punched at the void. It was unknown if it was an illusion, but Li Fuchen felt that the void in front of his fist had formed an arc. It felt as though the fist had distorted the void. Such violent power. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance as the giant dragon spirit rose up. The giant dragon spirit didn't roar, but the void within a few miles was compressed into a solid state by the spirit. Such a suppression method was much stronger than Hun Shan's control of the nature power. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he was willing, regular low-level monarchs would find it hard to move when enveloped by his qi spirit. The body refinement Tao was based on power. Li Fuchen's qi spirit contained extremely powerful power law. In terms of restraint, it was obviously superior to the qi Tao. After withdrawing the qi spirit, Li Fuchen sized up the peak grade spirit stone in his hand. If Li Fuchen's qi cultivation had progressed from the 7th level of battle spirit realm to the extremity of the 9th level of battle spirit realm, he would need around 20 high-grade spirit stones worth of spirit qi. In order to progress his body refinement from the perfection level of battle spirit realm to the initial level of primary sea realm, Li Fuchen had used up a few hundred high-grade spirit stones spirit qi. It sounded exaggerated, but the spiritual qi in the top-grade spirit stone was only a little less. It was estimated that it was equivalent to a jar of water losing a spoonful of water, and it was one of those little spoons that babies use. Now that Li Fuchen's body refinement was at the primary sea realm, it didn't just allow his body refinement strength to be comparable with qi cultivation strength. Most importantly, Li Fuchen's pure body defense allowed him to resist an all-out attack from a regular low-level monarch. If Li Fuchen only used the red lotus sword to execute the flowing merciless edge, he would only be able to leave a wound on his body and wouldn't be able to penetrate deeper. With such a powerful defense, Li Fuchen had the confidence to face any mid-level monarchs. Right now, only high-level monarchs could pose a threat to him. As for Li Fuchen's qi cultivation strength, it didn't increase by much. Li Fuchen's qi cultivation took up too little of a proportion of his qi cultivation. The joint heaven sword and the heaven class sword took up the majority of his qi cultivation. Therefore, when Li Fuchen's cultivation increased by 2 levels, his qi cultivation was only increased by 10%. But with a stronger qi cultivation, Li Fuchen was able to wield the joint heaven sword for a longer period of time. Additionally, by activating the wind thunder wings, Li Fuqin would be able to move faster and last longer. The myriad river pool was a dangerous place after all. Since it was a dangerous place, there would naturally be people who came to explore. On this day, Li Fuqin would release his spiritual awareness every 2 hours as he tried his best to avoid being discovered by the explorers. A few thousand miles away, a large group of monarchs appeared in the sky above the myriad river pool. The leader of the monarchs was actually at the 8th level of primary sea realm. The myriad river pool was one of the top dangerous places in the East River County and even the Cloud Province. It was rich in resources and produced water path herbs. There was once someone who discovered multiple stalks of heaven-class herbs in the depths of the myriad river pool. There was even a heaven-class, mid-tier myriad river herb. As such, there were plenty of monarchs that came to explore. Every once in a while, there would be a group of monarchs that would come. Li Fuqin's spiritual awareness was extremely powerful and was comparable with half-emperors. But Li Fuqin's cultivation wasn't at the primary sea realm, and there were still some differences in the details. As such, the leader of the 8th level monarchs immediately sensed a spiritual awareness sweeping over them. When his spiritual awareness extended to the extremity, he didn't notice anyone. He frowned and understood that the owner of this spiritual awareness had a cultivation level that was higher than him. It was probably a top-notch primary sea realm monarch. Everyone be careful. His spirit tensed up as he reminded everyone. A few thousand miles away, Li Fuqin said to Lei Donghai and the others, "A large group of monarchs is coming. Let's go." While speaking, he felt rather helpless. The Emperor Sky continent might be massive, but there were plenty of monarchs too. It was truly difficult to find a safe place to stay. Soon enough, Li Fuqin and the others left. Along the way, Lei Donghai said, "Junior Li, why don't we leave the Red Moon Empire and head to other places?" The Emperor Sky continent had a total of 7 major Emperor-class factions, and the Red Moon Empire was just one of them. At the north of the Red Moon Empire was the Celestial Eye Cult. The Celestial Eye Cult Patriarch, the Celestial Eye Great Emperor, was an all-powerful individual. It was said that he had all sorts of methods to track his enemies. Even if the enemies fled to the ends of the world, it would still be useless. In the west was the Soul Sky Empire. The Soul Sky Empire's ruler, the Soul Emperor, was the #1 expert of the Emperor Sky continent. His spiritual awareness attack was said to be able to destroy regular law, phase, realm emperors' true spirits. Even the Red Moon Emperor and other great Emperor-class figures were apprehensive and didn't dare to make an enemy out of the Soul Sky Empire. It isn't impossible. Li Fuqin was also considering this problem. For the following cultivation, they would definitely need to use all sorts of resources. In the Red Moon Empire, they couldn't even show themselves. Disguising might be able to avoid being recognized, but a simple disguise would only be able to deceive regular martial artists and not primary sea realm monarchs. Circulating the chi blood to change one's appearance and figure might be able to deceive primary sea realm monarchs. But such a disguise wouldn't last long. Once a battle broke out, the chi blood wouldn't be able to be controlled and would revert back to their original appearance and figure. Of course, most importantly, Li Fuqin didn't wish to disguise for the rest of his life. The martial Tao had to be courageous and diligent, while the mental state had to be clear. The sword Tao had to overcome all obstacles and be fearless. What was the point of disguising while roaming the world? In the end, it would probably affect one's mental state and turn one into a timid person, forever unable to ascend to the pinnacle. This wasn't the life that Li Fuqin wanted, neither was it the life that Lei Donghai and the others wanted. Right now, they didn't have any attachments in the Red Moon Empire. Heading to another place was definitely the best choice. Chapter 595. After a discussion, the 4 of them decided to head to the Soul Sky Empire. They didn't go to the Celestial Eye Cult because they had plenty of tracking secret techniques. If they offended one of the upper echelons and got tracked by the tracking secret techniques, they would be in trouble. The Seoul Sky Empire was 4 counties away from the East River County. With their speed, if they didn't use teleportation arrays, they would need at least half a year to arrive. Along the way, the 4 of them intentionally avoided cities and went to places that were desolate. Even though the 4 of them were very careful, they were still discovered by others. The 4 of them had underestimated the power of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. With the South Sun County as the center, even commoners had seen the wanted posters. It couldn't be helped as the news would spread like wildfire. In the face of a sky-high reward, commoners wouldn't be able to resist looking at the wanted posters. Furthermore, with the county protector's orders, let alone the cities, even the towns and villages had wanted posters. It was hard not to see them. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones was something even Primary C realm monarchs would go crazy for, let alone commoners with low cultivation. Once they obtained 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, they would be able to purchase a luxurious courtyard and plenty of shops in a major city. The remaining mid-grade spirit stones would be enough for them to develop a major clan and wouldn't lack spirit stones for several lifetimes or even 10 lifetimes. After all, the lower the cultivation, the lower the demand for spirit stones. A reincarnation realm expert would probably only use a few dozen mid-grade spirit stones in their lifetime. It could be said that living in a city was a commoner's greatest wish. Only in a city there would be the best resources and the best environment. At the same time, killing was forbidden in the city, making it very safe for them to live in the city. Along the way, the 4 of them would more or less encounter some commoners with low cultivation. But the 4 of them weren't bloodthirsty individuals, and they couldn't possibly kill anyone to keep their mouths shut. The one who discovered the 4 of them was a reincarnation realm expert. He was harvesting herbs in the wilderness and saw Li Fuchin and the others from afar. The 4 of them might have disguised themselves, but there were 3 males and 1 female. Furthermore, their chi presence was extremely similar to the chi presence on the wanted posters. Therefore, they were still exposed. After obtaining the information, a large group of Primary C realm monarchs chased after them from the nearest city. Clear Peace County was the closest county to the Seoul Sky Empire. Kill! With Li Fuchin as the spearhead, the 4 of them charged at the 5 Primary C realm monarchs. Unknowingly, a giant encirclement net appeared. Li Fuchin and the others were like fish in the net and could be caught at any moment. Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchin slashed and severed 3 Primary C realm monarchs into 2. The remaining 2 monarchs had also suffered severe injuries. Under Lei Donghai and the other 2's attacks, the 2 of them didn't even have time to rejoice before they were instantly killed. This is already the 3rd batch. Lei Donghai's expression was ugly. Li Fuchin said, "If the 4 of us stand together, it will be too conspicuous and will attract suspicion easily. We have to reach the Seoul Sky Empire before the encirclement is completed." On the surface, there weren't any teleportation arrays between the Seoul Sky Empire and the Red Moon Empire. Hence, the 4 of them could only be considered truly safe after entering the Seoul Sky Empire. A few hours later, the 4 encountered another group of Primary C realm monarchs. This group of monarchs only had 3 individuals, but one of them was actually a 7th level monarch. This made Lei Donghai and the other 2's expressions turn gloomy. The trio knew Li Fuchin's strength inside out. If Li Fuchin encountered a mid-level monarch, he was completely confident he could kill them. He just needed to spend a little more time. But if he encountered a high-level monarch, it would be very difficult to kill them. It was nearly impossible. Haha! Don't think that you can hide from my Blue Star Monarch's discerning eyes just because you changed your appearance. Are the 4 of you going to surrender or resist with all your might? The Blue Star Monarch looked at Li Fuchin and the others calmly. The Blue Star Monarch was a 7th level monarch and had the 7-star starbone frame. It allowed his strength to be much stronger than regular 7th level monarchs. Even if he encountered a 9th level monarch, he would still be able to contest. The three of you will deal with the other two mid-level monarchs. I will use my spiritual awareness attack and illusion art attack to assist you. Leave the blue star monarch to me. If Li Fuchen's body refinement hadn't reached the primary sea realm, he wouldn't be a match for the blue star monarch. But now, Li Fuchen believed that he was still able to contest. Go. Not wishing to waste any time, Li Fuchen immediately charged at the blue star monarch. The blue star monarch revealed a mocking expression and said to the other two beside him, I will leave the other three to the two of you. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Blue star monarch doesn't have to worry. The three of them are only at the first level of primary sea realm. I alone can deal with them. One of the aquiline-nosed men said nonchalantly, Don't be careless. After leaving a statement, the blue star monarch produced a blue hook in his hand. With a flash, he charged at Li Fuchen. Clang! The blue hook clashed with the joint heaven sword, and Li Fuchen was sent flying. 7-star special bone frame. Li Fuchen's expression changed. In the previous few massacres, Li Fuchen might not have encountered any 7th-level monarchs, but he did encounter a 6th-level monarch. If it was a regular 7th-level monarch, no matter how strong they wouldn't be much stronger than a 6th-level monarch. But the blue star monarch's strength wasn't just a little stronger than a 6th-level monarch. It was at least 2 times stronger. Only a 7-star special bone frame could explain the blue star monarch's strength. After all, the special bone frame didn't just have powerful divine abilities, it also enhanced the Qi cultivation strength. Li Fuchen was shocked, but the blue star monarch was even more shocked. His attack was so tyrannical, but it actually didn't severely injure Li Fuchen. Heaven-class artifact sword, primary sea, realm body refinement. The blue star monarch wasn't a fool to be able to cultivate to this level. In an instant, he knew why Li Fuchen was able to withstand his attack without getting injured. In his opinion, Li Fuchen was definitely a person with astounding talent. In terms of Qi cultivation strength, Li Fuchen was at least a 3-star general. With the heaven-class artifact, sword, and primary sea, realm body refinement, it was indeed possible for Li Fuchen to withstand his attack. While sizing up the joint heaven sword in Li Fuchen's hand, the blue star monarch's heart was burning with passion. This time he wouldn't just be able to obtain 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. He would also be able to obtain a heaven-class artifact sword. He had to grasp this opportunity. After knowing that Li Fuchen wouldn't be injured easily, the blue star monarch didn't hold back anymore and executed the blue star hook art with his full strength. Swish, 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 swish. The world was filled with flickering blue hook shadows. These hook shadows were vicious and tyrannical. When some of the hook shadows landed on the ground, they would crystallize and explode. Flowing merciless edge. When facing the blue star monarch who was going all out, Li Fuchen endured and didn't execute the absolute heaven sword art. Instead, he used the flowing merciless edge to deal with the enemy. The absolute heaven sword art would only be effective at the crucial moment, and now wasn't the time. Bang, 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 bang. The blue hook shadow exploded around Li Fuchen and blasted Li Fuchen away. If Li Fuchen didn't cultivate an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, but an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique, he would already be severely injured and on the verge of death. On the other side, Lei Donghai and the others were attacking the aquiline-nosed man and the bald middle-aged man. Just as both sides were about to burst out their attacks, 2 spiritual awareness attacks suddenly bore into the minds of the aquiline-nosed man and the bald middle-aged man. After reaching the extremity of the 9th level of battle spirit realm, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attacks were much stronger than before. As for how much stronger, Li Fuchen didn't know. After all, along the way, no one was qualified enough for him to execute his spiritual awareness attacks. The aquiline-nosed man and the bald middle-aged man yelled miserably. The Qi that they had just condensed had instantly dispersed, and even their Qi protection had become unstable. Thunder, divine hammer. Arhut, true body. Sword of brightness. Lei Donghai and the others knew that they couldn't afford to lose this opportunity and blasted at the duo with their full strength. The duo was sent flying like burlap sacks while vomiting fresh blood. Damn it! They have spiritual awareness talents among them. The bald, middle-aged man roared. Spiritual awareness talents were the most fearsome type of martial artist and were comparable with illusion technique martial artists. When encountering such people, one couldn't use their cultivation to judge the opponent's strength. Die! Lei Donghai and the others chased after them and attacked frenziedly. Blue Star Monarch, save us! The aquiline-nosed man was extremely aggrieved and fearful. Right now, he might have 100% of his strength, but he couldn't even utilize 10% of it. How was he going to fight? The Blue Star Monarch frowned and berated, "Hurry up and stop. Otherwise, once I capture this child, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Lei Donghai and the others didn't bother about him. What a joke! Who was the Blue Star Monarch? If he wanted them to stop, they would stop. Seeing that Lei Donghai and the others were ignoring him, the Blue Star Monarch was infuriated. Good, very good. Since you are so stubborn, you will suffer later. As he spoke, he didn't bother about the aquiline-nosed man and the bald, middle-aged man. To him, Li Fuchen was the most important. If he could capture Li Fuchen, he would be able to save a lot of time in his life. 1,000 hooks cut. The Blue Star Monarch executed his finishing move as he wasn't afraid that Li Fuchen would die. With Li Fuchen's strength, this finishing move would at most severely injure Li Fuchen. In fact, the Blue Star Monarch had overestimated himself. During the 6 months from the East River County to the Clear Peace County, Li Fuchen might have spent most of the time traveling, but the remaining time was used to create the 35th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique. Hard work paid off. Half a month ago, Li Fuchen created the 35th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique. Furthermore, this time, the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique wasn't just a pure fire Dao cultivation technique. It was fused with Li Fuchen's Sword Dao comprehension. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the current Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique was already considered a fire Dao cultivation technique and was much stronger than a pure fire Dao cultivation technique. Had it not been for the Blue Star Monarch's 7-star special bone frame, Li Fuchen might not be a match for his opponent, but he wouldn't be completely suppressed. After being sent flying again, Li Fuchen still wasn't injured. However, his qi blood was slightly boiling. At this moment, the bald, middle-aged man had already been beaten to death by Lei Donghai and the others. Only the aquiline-nosed man was left struggling at death's door. Bastard! Stars kill! The Blue Star Monarch was enraged. The star's power burst out, and a starlight cross slash was blasted at Li Fuchen. PFFF.